our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the Vadex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless, White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bo.
Welcome to White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket for this wonderful World Cup match between India and New Zealand. My name is Kat Jones. I'm with Dan Lipke and we are with Anth Condon and Russ in the studio. And we are just hearing the Indian team and the New Zealand team bashing out, as is tradition, bashing out the White Line Wireless theme song.
They're singing it beautifully there, both teams. It's lovely to hear them all singing it.
Absolutely. We can just see them. They know all of the words, like everyone. It's just a famous song. Everyone in the crowd.
Ball by bloody ball, they say.
Exactly. It's even been translated into various Indian languages so that all of them can participate. So, and a sea of blue in the stadium. There are perhaps a couple of New Zealand supporters, but not very many. And this will be such an exciting match. Why is it so exciting, Dan?
That's because they're the two undefeated teams. It's a bigger test for New Zealand because they've only faced some of the smaller teams in the competition. Your Bangladesh's, your Afghanistan's, your Netherlands, your England's.
We don't call them minnows anymore, do we?
They're just the weaker teams such as England.
Yeah.
They've beaten all of them so far. And so we'll be looking forward to see how they go against one of the bigger teams who are perhaps a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah. Yes, and we did see a wonderful match last night. England were playing South Africa. I mean, South Africa are my tip for the tournament, so I'm very, very hot to trot on South Africa. But we did see that, unfortunately, England fell again. And are they out of the tournament yet?
Not quite. They're pretty close to it. Yeah, it's they're not looking fantastic. They've got a game against Sri Lanka coming up, but that's not what we're concerned with here tonight. We're concerned with India and New Zealand to see which one of these two will go to the top of the table all by their lonesome.
And which one will go to second on the table. I mean, it's these two are so strong. They've both won all four of their matches. I mean, eventually, because everyone plays everyone else, it's impossible to win, for every team to win every match. And simple maths, right?
That is very simple maths.
Yeah.
That's what works.
And that's going to happen tonight. So, yeah, all excitement. So what about the net run rate?
Net run rate, well, South Africa obviously did well with theirs last night, but cool.
So we are getting started now, first ball of the day, and that is almost edged through to the keeper. Bumrah has created a beautiful bit of swing away from Conway, and first ball up, lots of action there, Dan.
Yes, a play and a miss there, but that's okay. You expect that when you're facing up to Jasprit Bumrah. He can do anything with the ball. He's a wizard.
Yeah, absolutely.
And,
So we are seeing a lot of the Indian players in shades, in sunglasses. Not
all very cool.
Not Jasprit Bumrah though. Anyway, India won the toss and decided they would field. Pretty popular. Very open stance here from Conway. He plays an indoor cricket shot, just backward a point, and 2 dot balls straight up here.
Yes, so hopefully it's not quite as hot here today for India as they field first as it was for England yesterday. Basically just melted and set alight as they tried to field for 4 hours under the blistering Mumbai sun.
We are, of course, playing in Dharamshala today, and I'm not sure whether up in the mountains it's hotter or colder, but please let us know on the social media if you do know the temperature in Dharamshala, and let Anth know. He will be talking at the end of this over as his next ball's played to the leg side defensively. So Conway trying to get the shine off this ball, this white ball. Very difficult to do with Bumrah bowling at whatever, 200 kilometres an hour, presumably.
It's 200 kilometres an hour. As we said, he can do anything, just with Bumrah. So India have been forced to make a couple of changes to their side. Hardik Pandya was the one who was injured, and he's going to be the big loss. So they're restructuring their efforts. We'll see how they go as they they set forth with this new team?
Yes, indeed. We will bring you all the information about the changes to the team once we've worked out whether there are any. We really don't know. Anyway, at the moment, we have a couple of slips in play as Conway, the left-hander, faces up to Bumrah. He tries to defend, squirts off an inside edge, dribbles out to short mid-wicket, and 4 dot balls straight up for Bumrah.
Yeah, this is looking like a Bumrah maiden over. It's classic Jasper Bumrah. Impossible to get away. Probably take a wicket at some point in the next, half a dozen deliveries that he sends down. Maybe that'll be this over. Maybe it'll be next over. But I fear these New Zealand batters are doomed.
Well, I'm pretty high on the New Zealand batters. They've already survived 4 balls. I mean,
more than I could.
Yeah, absolutely. So Bumrah steaming in again over the wicket. This one's shaping away from Conway and taken by the keeper. No chance of a wide. That was 136 kilometres an hour, Dan.
Yeah, so that's a decent pace there from Jasper Bumrah. So we can see that they have tweaked their side a little bit. Shami's in, Siraj is in, Kuldeep and Bumrah. They're the 4 at the tail, and of course Jadeja will be providing some much needed spin.
Yep. And so we have at the other end, Will Young hasn't faced a ball yet, but he's the other opener. And Bumrah's coming in now for the last ball of this first over. He's over the wicket and left alone by Conway. Again, a lot of shape off the seam there. Almost taken right in front of first slip. That is the end of the first over. A maiden for Jasper Bumrah. New Zealand are none for none after New Zealand was sent in by India. Now, Anth, welcome to you, and have you got any socials for us?
Yeah, there's got a little bit there. We've got Muttley saying, woof, morning all cats and kittens. Come on, New Zealand, love and sausages. And Mog just asking what's the miniature semi-trailer with the ball on top was all about that I missed, but I think was on the ground at the start of the game. And
okay, we missed that too.
Yep. Someone else will have to tell us on the social media channel what that was.
And just a quick update on the weather, 19 degrees, 55% humidity, so 34% chance of rain as well. So it's going to be a pretty wet night, but very cool, very cool.
Well, that sounds lovely. Sounds like a lovely evening. Sounds very similar to what we've got here in Melbourne.
Indeed.
So Siraj will be taking up the attack here.
Yeah. How would you like that? You got the reprieve, it's Bumrah, and then all of a sudden it's Siraj for poor old Young at the other end. So we're seeing some beautiful, beautiful weather here. This is the place you'd want to play. Yeah. We know it's been absolutely sweltering, boiling and humid at some of the other stadiums. So Young, the right-hander, there are 2 slips in place. He leaves this first one alone. Fairly innocuous outside off stump.
Yes, Will Young facing up to his first delivery and doing exactly what Conway did, not playing a shot. Do we think New Zealand are going to score any runs at all in this innings?
Well, that would be a pretty revolutionary kind of strategy. It's possible. I'm not sure the captain and the coach have advised them this, but who knows? The openers can decide what they want. I mean, they're the ones out there. No one can tell the openers what. No.
If they want to dot it out for 300 deliveries, no one's going to be able to stop them.
No, they can send out all the drinks messages they like.
If they're stubborn enough.
At the moment, we have no evidence to the contrary that is their strategy. So this next one, though, from Young will put paid to all of that. In fact, he's sent the ball out through cover point and it's gone all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So India, a little bit wild on that shot. I mean, it wasn't a terrible delivery. It was just set up juicily, though, didn't it? Outside off stump.
A little bit short, and Will Young just guided it very neatly and raced away to the boundary. No fielders, of course, in the outfield, or very few fielders anyway. Just a couple running around there, and none of them in the vicinity of that particular delivery.
So now different strategy in play here for New Zealand for sure, as this next ball's left alone. Doesn't bounce very much on the way through to the keeper.
Yeah, well left there from Will Young. So obviously any theories that they were going to try and be the first team to ever score 0 runs in 50-over innings has gone out the window. They may just revert to batting like a normal cricket team, which is probably a little dull, but why not?
So we have not that we're wishing any wickets on New Zealand. We have Russian Ravindra coming in at number 3, and all 3 of the top order of New Zealand have performed well so far this tournament. Another ball left alone, and Young shoulders arms confidently because he's already scored his boundary for the over. No need to do any more than 4 runs and over in these first couple.
Yes, he'll set a steady platform and not play at anything outside off stump that he's prone to edge through to the keeper. We'll let that one go.
Very nicely clean shaven here, Young. I think the beards have gone out of fashion in this World Cup.
I think Kane Williamson still has a beard, but I don't think he's playing, so that could be a problem.
Another one just left alone by Young, just absolute disdain for this bowling, doesn't want to spank it at all. So at the end of the over, the score, 4 runs, no wicket, and over
There's 1 ball left.
Oh, is there 1 ball left?
1 ball left.
Oh, I thought they'd finished. Okay, 1 ball left. 1 ball yet to come.
So 4 runs, no wickets down.
So these 2 teams at the top of the table, followed by South Africa and then Australia. How did Australia get up to 4th spot? This next one, Will Young's playing at backward of point again. This time it doesn't get to the boundary, and he just runs through for a single to hog the strike at the end of the over. This time it really is, and it was 5 runs from that particular over, 5 for none, and over to Anth.
Yes, so what have we got over here? We're talking about on YouTube, we're just having a chat about the weather. Saying it's more of a European style weather up here in Dharamshala. Muttley mentioning that 20 degrees is freezing, but this is definitely a lot cooler than any of the games I've seen start so far. They're usually up around 30 degrees, even the games that we've had here. We've also got a Ditters giving us some alternative lyrics for the Kittens, but I think I might try and come back to them before the lunch break if I remember, before we actually get that going. And just Mog talking about this mobile billboard again, another cement company advertising. You see so much of in India.
It's mandatory at the cricket. I think it's as Australian as eating a pie at the cricket. Perhaps it's cement at the Indian games.
Pouring some cement out somewhere.
Yeah,
they love doing that over there, and probably having a pie as well.
Well, you never know. Why not? So Young on strike to Bumrah this time. This one's back of a length and it's pushed down to 3rd, and it is over the rope. An attempted dive there from Siraj, and he's just bowled over, so he probably was a bit tired there, but it has gone for 4 runs.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Yes, I don't think Bumrah was particularly happy with that effort from Siraj, which might be a little bit harsh. He scurried around very quickly and did a big dive, and he did stop the ball momentarily, but it had enough momentum to get past his hand and just trickle into the Toblerone there.
Very clever from Conway. First shot was, I think, the 4 was backward of point, and then it was a little bit finer, and so, of course, Siraj was a very wide 3rd and couldn't quite get around there. 2 slips in place, though. This next one, bouncing in a beautiful spot, very wide outside off stump. Nice little channel, not tempting Young at all. He's on 9, and Conway at the other end yet to score.
Yet to score. Conway's still on the original plan. Young's completely boarded the original plan. He's going to bat normally. But Conway's in for the long haul. And of course, Kane Williamson isn't playing today. He's the one with the big beard, and he's been sacked from the team for having too much facial hair.
Yeah, he has to go off for a shave, apparently.
Yep.
So it might take him all day. Anyway, Bumrah getting ready to wind up for the 3rd delivery. And he bowls on mid-stump, angling in at the batter. And that was a vicious delivery at 138 kilometres an hour. Well defended by Young.
It remains one of the mysteries of physics and biomechanics how Bumrah is able to actually get that much speed up from his short little run-up. And, I don't understand how he does it, but he does indeed do it, and he does it very well.
Yeah.
It's a very short run-up for someone who can get a decent amount of pace. And it's not even particularly energetic. It's just a little trot.
Quite a lot of it is just stepping.
Yeah.
Very conservation of energy, this next one. Driven into the covers by Young, but can't penetrate the ring field. So I'm just having a look at Will Young's performance in the last few matches. So he made 54 against Afghanistan, 70 against the Netherlands, It was a duck against England and 12 versus South Africa. So that's his performance so far. Actually, the South Africa one, yeah. So that was the 2nd of October. That was not.
That was previous.
That was previous to the
was a
tournament. Okay, so that was just a warm up.
So we don't count warm-ups.
No, indeed. So that 12 doesn't count. So he's pretty good recent form here, getting 250s. He leaves one alone, watches it through to the keeper to make sure it doesn't hit his bat on the way through, and 1 ball to come in the over.
The slip fielders got momentarily excited about that. I think they thought that maybe he left it after it had gone past his gloves, but we shall check that on the replay. And yeah, he did leave that after it went past his gloves, so not fully in control there. And Virat Kohli's very, very excited about the possibility of perhaps taking a catch and perhaps taking a diving catch, which will get everybody very excited.
If you're going to leave a ball from Brummer, you've got to anticipate the speed accurately. Let's see what he can do with this next delivery in exactly the same place. Brummer is a wizard. This ball is pushed out to point, end of the over. And they'll score 9 runs for New Zealand after 3 overs.
So, yeah, not a whole lot going on the socials yet. We're still waiting for people to roll in on this Sunday evening.
And have we got anything on the nothing on the YouTube either?
Nah, not a lot going on. Oh, just got a new notification. Hang on, I'll see if it's anything interesting.
Oh, exciting.
Yeah, here we go. It's like the old-fashioned days. You could see someone was going to send you a message.
No, I think it's just
when people used to get excited about email. We are seeing some views of the number 3 Russian Ravindra, who obviously didn't have enough time to put his best photo in for the mug shots. That is the most dreadful mugshot I've ever seen.
Well, I think his hairdo's like a lamb's wool.
Yeah.
It's like he's got a
It's
lamb's
like a
wool on his
1980s
head.
perm.
it's a selfie.
Yeah, so much. But it's all up the front as well.
Yeah, lots are going on. Party at the front and sense at the back, presumably. Conway's on strike now. He drives confidently to short cover where it is fielded by Kohli. Cannot get through the field.
Yes, no run for Conway again, as you'd expect. Yeah, so that is I assume, once you get below a certain age in this World Cup, that they are just taking selfies, these players. Pulling out their phone saying, this is what I want. And they're probably adding, some kind of Instagram filter to it to make them look silly.
Well, that one's definitely a hair filter, right? It's like a poodle filter, maybe. This next one, Conway drops defensively at his feet, not in total control, but nonetheless, he keeps it out. Siraj, 2 dot balls to start here. I'm just having a look at Devon Conway's recent form in these ODIs, and Afghanistan, he made 20 against them, versus Bangladesh made 45, Netherlands 32, and versus England, 152 not out.
Handy.
He's in pretty good recent form.
Yes.
He may only get to 30 odd, but look, that'll be a good start as well. At the moment, though, he is going 100% behind the strategy of not scoring, and he's on strike. And this time he flicks the ball to square leg. It's been caught, and Conway is out for a duck. He has gone heavily with a strategy of not scoring at all. He faced 8 balls, not able to score. This time he saw Siraj coming straight onto the pads, and he lifted it through to just forward a square leg where a very good catch has been taken, and New Zealand have lost their first wicket. It is 1 for 9.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Yes, Conway stayed completely committed to that strategy of not scoring.
Yeah, he's a man who knows his own mind. He came out with that theory. He stuck to it the entire way. Shreyas took the catch, a wonderful diving catch there.
It was.
And Conway has to go away and think about what he's done and whether he could have, achieved the same result by getting up first ball instead of wasting 9 deliveries.
Indeed. I mean,
anyway, it does bring our young
favourite,
hero in.
yes, our young hero. Rachin Ravindra, and let's look at his recent form here. He's played, looks like he's played all of the ODIs so far, and he made 32. He does bowl as well, by the way, but he made 32 against Afghanistan, 9 against Bangladesh, 51 against the Netherlands, and 123 not out versus England. In the match where, I don't know, New Zealand must have made, 500 or 600 runs?
They chased about 270, and I think it was just those two who got all the runs. So... sadly, he has come out with the helmet on, which means we can't see his hair. But maybe the spinners will come on a little bit later, and his hair will be released from the helmet, and we'll be able to see it.
I think that's what Kohli's saying as he mutters something to him as he comes to the crease. So Ravindra, he's a left-hander, I think.
Yes.
And here he is. Yep, getting his mark ready. So Siraj, glorious figures, only in his second over. He's got 1 for 5. And Young up the other end is on 9.
So big test here for Ravindra. He's not sure he's faced anyone quite of the caliber of Siraj and Bumrah in India previously. So
he's almost 24. He's almost 24 years of age. And this first ball he leaves alone and angles across the left-hander and goes through to the keeper. So I don't know what his birthday is, November the 18th. Will he have a birthday before the tournament's over?
Might be on the final. Isn't the final around then? The final's very close to November the 18th.
That would be glorious.
I'm not sure. I'm guessing that, but
we would like people who are listening to tweet into Anne.
19th.
When is the final? Is it on Rachin Ravindra's birthday? Because
it's on the 19th.
Months away. This bloody World Cup goes forever. But, at some point there will be a final, and I'm suggesting if it's not on his birthday, put it on his birthday.
Yes,
give the kid a chance.
Because of course New Zealand will be in the final. We're already predicting that. Anyway, there's 2 slips in place. This next ball pushed into the offside. It looks like Ravindra, at least to this kind of bowling, is playing very much on the offside.
And of course, Mitch Marsh scored a century on his birthday just the other day, so
it's tradition.
Big opportunity there for Ravindra to follow in Marsh's. I'm assuming Marsh was a childhood hero of Ravindra's.
Yes.
And he's be looking forward to playing against him. I think next Saturday, Australia-New Zealand play.
That's going to be a good match. All of them have been good matches so far, particularly the upsets.
Yes.
Upsets like England beating Bangladesh, for example. Big upset.
Biggest upset of the Cup so far.
Mm-hmm. Siraj heading for a wicket maiden. All he needs to do is manage one more delivery to the very handsome Ravindra. He's facing up and he defends his ball into the offside. So Siraj at the end of that over, figures of 1 for 5, a wicket maiden for him, and New Zealand have lost their first wicket in the 4th over. The score is 9 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yes, so the final's on the 19th, so it's the day after. So that means we need to move the final. We need to move the final up a day. Yep. So we've
you
got.
Can't celebrate too hard, though. You know, it depends, I guess, whether New Zealand are playing in that final.
Yes, well, I think we could be seeing a preview of the final here today. Farong saying greetings all. Hope everyone is well. Possible weather interruptions during this match. Don't know what to expect from this match. The good news is that the BRU, which I believe is the Bangladeshi Rickshaw Union, is offering free milk and tea and a piece of cake for those unfortunate English in Bangladesh who wish to use the BRU rickshaws. And Jongjina over on YouTube, as an Indian, it's lovely to hear some old school relaxed commentary, watching the live feed on mute and hearing your commentary. Yes, Adam Collins had a good thing on Final Word today about leaving the space.
Leave the space for everyone to watch. Anyway, this next one is from Bumrah to Young. It squirts not in complete control off the edge, and he's run through for a single.
Well, if you're always at a 10, then you've got nowhere to go when something actually does happen. Cricket is a game of ebbs and flows, and your energy needs to match that.
Yeah. Speaking of always at a 10, Will Young is at a 10. He's 10 off 13 deliveries. As is New Zealand, who are 10 for 1.
Yes, that's right. We're not rating the players on how handsome they are, but I must say Ravindra is also 10 out of 10. So anyway, the score... 10 for 1, 4 overs done. Bumrah is bowling his 3rd. And they're going pretty slowly so far on the over rate.
They'll make it up when Jadeja comes on.
Jadeja, always there for the over rate. Taken on the bounce to point So Ravindra, he's middling everything so far. I'm really impressed with Ravindra. He may be winding up for another 150.
Yep, middling it straight to fielders, unfortunately. But apart from that, he should be fine.
He's picking out the fielders, lulling them into a false sense of security.
He's just letting them know, you have a touch of the ball, you have a touch of the ball. This is what it feels like coming off my bat.
Yeah.
Enjoy it, because you're not going to get much of a chance a little bit later.
Pick out the field that well, you can also potentially pick out the gaps, correct?
Yeah, that's the logic of the game.
Yeah, he's just warming up to that. Anyway, he's on strike, yet to score. This time he tries to angle the ball to square, hits him on the pads and just dribbles away, and someone is getting very irritated here.
Yeah, Boomer's come around the wicket. I think they're thinking about a review. I'm not quite sure why. I think it was going well down leg side, but it's been a funny old day.
Oh my Lord!
It upstairs. Boomer's saying I swung that in all kinds of directions.
Yeah.
I
think Boomer was just saying it was going down leg.
Boomer's saying I've distorted space and time. That's going on to hit.
So we have the first review. This is very exciting. People are burning their reviews.
They do like to burn their reviews
very early
in these matches. Worth burning it on Ravindra as well, I guess. If he gets going, we know that he can score lots of runs. So that's going more down leg side. I'm not quite sure why they're reviewing that.
Terrible review.
Anyway, it's missed the bat, so who knows? It was given not out on the field, so to be out, it's going to have to cannon into leg stump, which it's clearly not doing. At best, it's umpire's call on leg stump. I'm not even sure about that. They may have actually lost a review here.
Yeah. It's missing leg stump by a long way, surely.
Surely, yeah. I mean, it's barely hit, missed by a long way. Even the impact with his leg was umpire's call for the leg side, and then it was going even further down leg side, and possibly even bouncing over the stumps as well. So not a great review, that one.
Yeah. It's a bad review when they don't even show the umpire considering it.
Yeah.
And that's what the cameraman decided, the camera person decided. Anyway, India have lost a review. That was an eventful thing to happen in this over. 1 run so far. Boomer bowls short. Ravindra just takes it high on the bat and defends it away as if it was nothing.
Yep.
A remarkable batter.
At least they didn't. They waited till the 5th over before they decided to burn their review. Unlike, say, Australia and I think it was Pakistan, who both are in the record books for burning a review first ball of the match.
Yeah.
And I think England reviewed one yesterday, but they actually got it to go their way, which was a little bit disappointing for everybody. But that was second ball. So lots of first over reviews. In India coolly waiting till the 5th over.
Another one wrapping him on the pads, I think. There was a bit of an appeal. It's gone into the leg side and they've scampered through for a single.
Yeah, I think there was a slight inside edge on that one. So they were able to go through. There's a shy at the stumps. No real risk of a run out. But yeah.
And again, the camera people very confident, not even going to the umpire to see if it was a leg by.
No.
Just confidently putting a 1 straight into the batter's column.
Yep. So Ravindra off the mark with that shot, such as it was.
He's 1 from 7. He'll open up his shoulders at some point. But Young is on strike now. Young is the right-hander. He's facing the last ball here from Boomer. He leaves it, I don't know, on length. I wouldn't be leaving that ball. It's shaved the off bail. Maybe I'm talking it up a little, but that is the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 11 for 1 is the score after 5 overs. Over to Anth.
Yeah, it's all starting to happen over here now. Adida's saying that they like Ravindra's hair, and yeah, I don't think any of us were saying that we didn't like it. It's just definitely worth mentioning. Jay Grover's read my book and liked it, which is nice to hear. Thanks for that, Jay. And over on YouTube, Disinterested Hand Job saying that was disappointing regarding the wicket, and upsets like Australia winning anything, talking about upsets during the tournament. And yeah, there we go, we're all up to date.
One of the things I'm the most disappointed about is that none of these smaller teams have beaten Australia just yet. As Ravindra faces up to a ball from Siraj, he tries to pull it and he comes a bit early on it, in fact, and it just goes, harmlessly to mid-wicket and they can't even take a single.
Yeah, the smaller teams haven't had a chance to beat Australia yet, so
It'll happen.
It'll happen soon.
We're looking forward to it. If you could please tell Anth on the tweets, who do you think will beat Australia in their upcoming fixtures? We would love to know. Oh, that's promising.
Opportunity for the men in orange to do some damage.
I would love the Netherlands to beat Australia.
Yeah.
So who would you love to beat Australia? Let Anth know. Siraj is bowling again, and this time it's edged through to the keeper. Did he get bat on that? No. So then he hasn't edged it. But, you know, Ravindra came very close. He took a wild swing at a ball, moving away from him, a beautiful delivery from Siraj. He has almost edged it through to the keeper, who has taken it extremely well. There's probably daylight here. We're seeing the replay.
It was quite wide. I'm not sure it has been called a wide, though. The umpires have been calling not as many wides in India games as you might think would. I don't think he's called that one. And
No.
It goes well outside the tram tracks. Maybe he has changed his mind, but it doesn't look like it.
Maybe it wasn't a swing and a miss. Maybe it was just Ravindra going, look how wide this is, call it a wide. I couldn't even get my bat on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's one slip now, and this time Ravindra squirts the ball, and there's a misfield just forward a square that went through the legs, harbour bridged, and wonderful bit of misfielding, and everyone's laughing about it, but not Virat Kohli.
No, Virat Kohli won't be finding that amusing. They're finding it amusing now. Will they find it amusing if, you know, they lose by 1 run? Perhaps not.
We are predicting here
A one-run
that
match.
a one-run match.
Maybe
And
it'll be a tie. Maybe it goes to
oh
super over.
yes, we haven't had a super over yet, have we? Do
No,
they go to super overs? Do they?
Let's say they go to super overs.
Yeah. If you're annoyed by us not knowing if it's a super over or not, your own fault for not doing enough tweets to Anth, and we will be off commentary in a couple of minutes. This is your last chance to get irritated at us for not knowing the rules.
Tell us what happens if there's a tie.
Indeed. Siraj, 4th ball of the over, and he steams in. This one's defended beautifully by Young into the ground.
And you're not allowed to use the boundary count back joke if you're talking about ties. That one's done. That's 4 years old now. We don't have to do the boundary count back jokes anymore. They're done. So come up with what else happens during a tie.
Were there ever any jokes actually on that?
No, it was just references.
No.
References aren't jokes, people.
Yeah.
Boundary countbacks, they're out. They're no good. So what else happens if there's a tie? We're saying it's going to be a super over.
Yeah.
Maybe they share the points. Who knows? You tell us.
Siraj bowls to Young. Young pushes it backward of point, straight to the fielder. And that is one of his favourite positions, I would say. It is his favourite scoring position at the moment, Dan.
Certainly
That's
in
where
this
he's...
match.
Yeah.
He's quite enjoying just letting it glide off the face of his bat,
Mm.
jogging through for a single. Sometimes it beats the field and goes for 4. This is a pretty sluggish start from New Zealand. They're going along at about 2 runs and over. They may want to lift it up. The score predictor is still confidently saying they'll get 249. Score predictors, I love the score predictor this early. When it's just
No
one up
idea.
guessing.
Yeah.
They'll
They could get
score
350. They could,
712.
yeah, they could get 400. They could get...
Margins of error plus or minus 400.
And there's a bit of a swing and a miss here from Ravindra. Hasn't quite warmed up yet. End of the over, only 2 runs from it. Ravindra on 2, Young on 11, and the score 13 runs for the loss of 1 wicket.
We on to socials. So Specky94 is saying there will be super overs for tied games in all ODIs until further notice, but I don't think so. I think so. What's happening in the World Cup is that tied games are just tied in the group stage, so I believe you get 1 point. And once we're into the knockouts, then it's super overs till there's a result. So we're not going to do this thing where we have 1 super over and then do countbacks.
Indeed. We're just about to have a commentary change. Looks like Kartik is there, so we might hand over to you. And Annie, I think you're there too. Welcome. And we will see you all again in half an hour or so.
As Bumrah continues over the wickets, no run dot ball played out to cover, I'm going to say. Cover. Good morning, and good morning, or good evening, wherever you are, actually. Morning, good evening, and Aditya, and listeners right around the world.
Right, before I'm Annie, and I'm in
Annie, sorry.
England. Oh, it's all right. I'm in England. So where are you guys?
I'm in Sydney, in Australia.
And I'm in Melbourne, but not in the Boxer Troops.
Oh, okay, right. So we're
Perfect.
completely the other end of the world.
Bumrah comes in over the wickets and played down again by Young for a dot ball through to cover for no run. Score remains on 13 for 1. New Zealand slow, sluggish start, as Dan and Kat have mentioned. How have you both seen it so far, the first 30 minutes?
Well, very, very slow for New Zealand. Sad to lose Devon Conway for them as well, because he's been a brilliant run scorer so far. So, yeah, I think they'll be really getting a bit concerned about the slow run rate at the moment.
Boomerang comes in over the wickets, and this time edged or past second slip out through, beats the man, a deep third man, and that goes through a boundary. Won't be too disappointed with that, Boomerang. That was very edgy, but nevertheless picks up a boundary. New Zealand 17 for 1.
But obviously they won't be too concerned because they've scored a boundary already. So Young's a dangerous player.
He is a dangerous player. So India wouldn't want to give him too much, but I'm not sure that it warrants a third slip just yet. Maybe a few more edges. We'll wait and see. But yeah, good start here for India. Bumrah's been right on the money so far as he continues over the wickets to Young, and this time played defensively. This time not so flashy outside off stump. Still an edge, still down to third man. This time it's fielded by the fieldsman there, picks up a single, and the score moves on to 18 for 1. Young is 16 not out with 2 balls to come in this over.
Yeah, 5 already off the over. That's what they'll need to be aiming for, obviously, and off the fantastic Bumrah as well, which you can't complain at.
Yeah, look, he certainly started well. I think he sets it up for the bowlers around him with his pressure. And you see Siraj and the others pick up wickets around him as Bumrah comes around the wicket to Ravindra, and this time it's driven, but straight into his pads, and they pick up no runs. It's another dot ball. Ravindra remains on 2. We see the replay coming in, and yeah, played onto his pads. Didn't time that well. Gasps of oohs and ahs all around the field by the Indians. They were hoping for an LBW there, but not sure he would have wanted to review that one.
Yes, they've already had a bit of an odd review, as we've just seen recently, so need to be a bit more circumspect.
Bumrah continues over the wickets, around the wicket I should say, and again played defensively back down to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 5 runs off the over, as you mentioned, Annie. New Zealand 18 for 1 of 7 overs so far.
Greg Grover on Twitter saying that that they want any result that will piss off Moody. That's yeah. No comment. Adit RS, who sorry. What was that, Annie?
That was very typical Jay Grover, that is.
Adit RS, who is me, saying that 9th placed Minners England might have a chance against Australia. And,
very good.
And Anton White Line Wireless replies, now, we're not supposed to call them Minners anymore.
But they are. They're right at the bottom, practically.
Well, Australia was on the bottom not too long ago.
Yeah,
but, are up in 4th now. It's all moving very quickly.
Siraj continues over the wickets to Young, and this time is driven straight down to mid-on for no run. Driven with authority, but straight to the fielder at mid-on for another dot ball. Remains on 16 not out. In New Zealand, 18 for 1. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting challenge, interesting battle between the Battle of Minnows, England and Sri Lanka, I think.
Yeah, I mean...
Obviously, Sri Lanka caused an upset last night against the Netherlands, so that was good. Good for them.
It shouldn't really be an upset, though, should it? That they have been a fantastic side.
Siraj continues over the wickets and played defensively straight into the ground for another dot ball. Siraj almost tried a bit of a run out there, bit of aggression, picks up the ball and throws it back at the field to the keeper, but not sure Young was buying any of that. Remains a dot ball.
I mean, I'm really, really fond of Sri Lanka, and I think they're a great side. Obviously, quite a lot depleted these days, and suffering from injuries as well. But I'd expect England to beat Sri Lanka. having been thumped by a few now.
Siraj continues over the wickets, and this time, big shout. Not sure that was going to be given. He did step outside of the off stump. They're thinking about a review. Rohit's wondering why. They've obviously got one left, so they're going to be a lot more critical, you'd think. And no, they've run out of time to review. So
It's a
it won't
case of
be.
not. Yeah, they shouldn't have reviewed last time, should they?
The replays suggest it's probably closer than
bit
we
high.
thought. A bit high, though.
I would say a bit high, but
What do you
Yeah,
two
you think
reckon?
India from... Sorry, you go.
What do you two reckon are the cause of all these bad reviews that we've seen in the World Cup so far? There have been
I
plenty of
think
terrible
they're all.
Come back to that. Siraj over the wickets and played down for another dot ball. Score
They're
remains
also
on 18
used
for
to
1.
playing short form cricket. They're not actually allowing for the fact that this is quite a long game is part of the reason, I reckon.
Yeah, it's. India's traditionally been against the DRS for many
Yeah, they
years
were.
before the next generation or the current generation came through and wanted it. So they're probably still not entirely used to, or not used to. They're used to playing it now, but not entirely sure they've figured it out just yet. MS Dhoni was a very good reviewer, but since then they haven't been as good or as consistent.
Yeah, I think they forget what it's actually for.
Yes, Siraj continues over the wicket and squared him up again. Another appeal, stifled appeal this time. They're not sure whether it's clipped the bat or the pad along the way through. They're going for another review. They're thinking about it? No.
He said
so
go
they're
over,
gonna
I think.
Yeah, and they run out of time anyway. I
Yeah.
think they're going to be very sceptical now. It's almost like the boy cried wolf sort of situation.
Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, reviews, to get rid of howlers, basically. It's that's what it's for, and it's used so much now because of umpire's call. But
Yeah, what's your thoughts
really,
on umpire's call? I think it can go either way. It's a bit controversial. It's a bit well, it's certainly a topic of conversation and frustration at times if you're on the wrong
I
side of
think
it.
it gives the power back to the umpire a little bit, and I think that's right because it should be an umpire's call. But yes, it's a bit
Last ball
controversial.
of the over, Siraj comes in and it's clipped away down to deep square leg for a single. That's one off the over. New Zealand moved to 19 for 1 after 8. Young is not out on 17 and Ravindra not out on 2.
Question from Jay to Annie. Why have you cut me off from County Cricket Matters? I sent you the money. Please don't break my ankles.
Yeah, but well, I'll tell you why. Because your card keeps getting declined on my silly sensitive system, Jay. So I can't. I keep trying to email you, and it comes back as not known this address. So we need to sort that out. But we'll do that privately.
Yep. Well, there you go, Jay. Annie will take it offline. And Martin Lawrence asked, should we go back to one review like it was pre-COVID? And like you mentioned, Annie, even in Test cricket now, post-COVID, we have 3 reviews. So there's more than there were before.
Yeah.
And
I mean, one review. God, what would they do?
Change the bowler, new bowler for India. Shami for the first time in this World Cup. Over the wicket and picked up a wicket first ball. What a start. Where has he been all tournament? First ball of his tournament of the World Cup. Mohammad Shami picks up a wicket, played on to the stumps, and India pick up their second. Young has gone for 17. New Zealand now 19 for 2. What a great start for Mohammad Shami.
Wow, what a fantastic start. What a fantastic comeback. And to get the dangerous Young as well.
Absolutely. Just off the seam, inside edge, and it almost looked like it was happening all in slow motion there.
Yes.
Bounced,
Well, we were
hit the leg
watching it in
stump.
slow motion.
We were watching the replay in slow motion, yes. That's probably what explains it. But nevertheless, Young has been bowled, as I said, for 17. New Zealand now 19 for 2 after 8.1 overs.
Well, that's not going to help their speeding along the runs. They are a bit. They seem to be a little bit shackled at the moment.
I think so. I think something needs to happen. Usually, when it's sluggish and it's quiet, either one of two things happens: someone comes in as a bit of a circuit breaker and hits a cameo 20-30 off about 10 balls, or there's a flurry of wickets. So we'll wait and see how it all plays out for
Daryl
New
Mitchell's
Zealand.
the man, obviously. He's going to do it for them.
It's going to have to
And
be.
yeah.
It's going to have to be.
Yeah.
New man in, of course, as Annie mentioned, Daryl Mitchell, averaging 69 this World Cup, the strike rate of 114, 89 not out is his best. So they're going to need a lot of that for New Zealand to put up a decent total, going at a run rate at the moment of 2.33 after 8 overs. Very, very slow start, but obviously very, very good bowling by India as well. Shami continues over the wickets, and this time it's driven through the covers. Brilliant shot. Great way to start his innings. Is it going to make it a boundary? No, it's just going to fall short. But they pick up, I think they pick up 3 off the first one there. Yeah, great running there by Mitchell. Picks up 3. And the score moves on to, we salute the great man, Richie Benaud, 22 for 2, or as they say here, 2 for 22 in Australia.
That certainly looked like it should have gone to the boundary. It was a beautiful shot. And is the outfield a bit slow there, or is it? I haven't had a sense of the ground yet. Is it a big ground, or?
It's the famously sandy Dharamshala.
Ah, right, okay.
Yep. There's probably some potholes there that's slowing it down. But he didn't look like he timed it that well, though. He timed it relatively well.
No, but it did race off the bat a little bit, but.
Sharma continues around the wicket to Ravindra, and this time, that's almost kept low, that one. He missed it all, played all around it, all over it, I should say. Through to the keeper for no run. Ravindra remains on 2 off 14 balls. Very slow start by New Zealand here.
I do really like Ravindra, the look of Ravindra. He's a very impressive young player, isn't he?
He is. Obviously comes from South Indian background. Name, we'll tell you a story shortly. Sami continues around the wickets and punched out through to cover, or square cover, but for no run. Bit of trivia here. His first name, Rachin, believe named after the great Rahul Dravid and Sachin Tendulkar. So a combination of Rahul and Sachin.
That might be a good social media call out. Tweet us in what are some other good cricketing portmanteau names like Rachin?
Yeah, no, good.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking forward to seeing those. Shami continues around the wickets and again punched through the covers. This time, brilliantly timed off the middle of the bat, straight through to the boundary for 4. That was a great shot by the young man. And he moves along to 6, not out. Yeah,
yes, he's a very impressive young man, isn't he? It's 23, I think.
Yeah, he's 24 the day before the final.
Oh, is he?
There you go. That would be good.
Well, let's hope he makes it. Let's hope he makes it to the final and he does well.
Sharma continues around the wickets to Rachin. Another drive down, but this time straight to mid-off for no run. End of the over. New Zealand 26 for 2. Ravindra not out on 6. And new batsman Mitchell, Daryl Mitchell, not out on 3. This run rate is 2.88. Still a lot of work to do for New Zealand. Still have plenty of work to get themselves out of this hole at the minute.
Supun Ambapitia, White Line Wireless's very own, says bring on the New Zealand collapse. And Anthony and producer Anth chimes in saying Dharamshala, aka the sandpit.
Yeah, need to be careful here. You see sandpits, there might be a few Aussie cricketers floating around with some sand. No, too soon.
We don't we don't want to mention sand too often, do we?
It's rough and gets everywhere.
Not in this part of the world. That's still a soft topic. Siraj continues over the wickets to Mitchell, bouncer. And that's It's a good one. It's been called one for the over. Yeah, a bit of short pitch bowling, Siraj. Always fired up, Siraj. You never see him relaxed or chilled. Probably not a bad thing for a fast bowler.
Talking about Australia and sand and stuff, but it goes back to Australia. What are your thoughts on Australia, England? Who do you think's going to come good out of that game? It's interesting, isn't it? Because they're both not firing on all cylinders.
Siraj continues over the wickets. Mitchell comes down the wicket, but plays it defensively as Virat Kohli runs in to pick up the ball, almost as if to say, I need a bit more airtime, guys, because my sponsors aren't happy. And naturally, the TV broadcasters happily oblige.
Well, we were talking a few games ago about the shitting the bed ashes as a competition between Australia and England as to who can shit the bed worse.
Yes, that's quite a good one, isn't it? They're both not. They're both looking very undercooked in this tournament, though, aren't they? It's interesting. I mean, it might just be the conditions, but and the heat.
Right, continues over the wickets, and Mitchell trying to forcefully nudge it past mid-on, but only gets it past bat pad, in fact, for another dot ball. Score remains on 26 for 2. Score predictor at the moment is saying 232. You feel like that's probably not going to be enough for this Indian batting lineup.
I mean, 26 for 2 off nearly 10 overs is really, really not very many for this tournament so far, is it?
No, not at all. But we'll wait and see. Siraj continues over the wickets. That's going to probably go down the leg side. Is that going to be called a wide? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Good decision there. That was not the line that he wants to be bowling.
No, but apart from that, he's been bowling pretty nicely.
He has.
Like you say, they've all been bowling well, haven't they?
Yep, right on the money. Siraj has had a relatively on and off World Cup so far. He's certainly given away a lot of runs, but seems to have a knack of picking up wickets at regular intervals. Had an off game last game, but it's good when the team's winning. These things generally get hidden. So we'll wait and see how he goes tonight.
Yeah.
So Siraj continues over the wickets to Mitchell, and that another one down the leg side. They're stifled appeal again, trying to fool Fox the umpire, but he's having none of it. That's definitely a wide. Siraj 2 wides in a row now. Just as we were talking him up, he's once again given us a commentator's curse. We'll wait and see.
We'll stop doing that because otherwise people will start blaming us. What's the crowd looking like there? It's very hard to see on this screen.
Yeah, obviously I'm at the ground here in Dharamshala, so it's picking up nicely. It's still not a full crowd just yet.
Right, good.
But,
you've had a good chat with some of the crowd, have you?
Yes. As you can see behind me, they're all slowly coming in behind me.
Yeah. Well, they're a bit late, are they?
Well, I mean, we're not Indians. We're not known for being on time.
Right.
So hopefully the full crowd turns up before India starts batting in the second innings. Siraj continues over the wickets, and this time it's played down past fine leg. In fact, fine leg is very square. No one out there. That's going to be a boundary. Very good shot. That's 3 balls down the leg side. Eventually, he was going to middle one, and this time Mitchell gets a boundary. Moves along to 7, and the score now is 32 for 2. 2 balls to go in this over.
Siraj is off target at the moment. Definitely, he's not bowling where he should be bowling.
Yeah, his radar's a bit off this over.
Yeah, New Zealand are happy for that. They really, really need the runs. I'm happy to take the extras as well.
Siraj continues over the wicket. That's much better line. And of course, the fake throw by Virat once again for the airtime. Any excuse to get on on Virat Cam, I should say, as we see on the
I think
replay.
You're a tad cynical.
You think? Well, I didn't think it was that. I thought I was being quite subtle there. But no, we're having this discussion in the last India game, or last few India games, actually, I should say, with some of the guerrilla cricket folks. And yeah, there seems to be the broadcasters seem to be getting messages through whenever there's something not happening to rile the crowd up, just show the camera on Virat and everything will be okay.
Yes, it's quite true, isn't it, though?
Even if he's not doing anything, it has no bearing or nothing to do with this particular delivery or anything. He might
Just
be on the
cheer
other
up
side of the
crowd,
ground.
yeah.
He might be on the other side of the ground with the action, but still somehow they'll find a way. Siraj continues over the wickets, and another attempted bouncer.
Yeah.
Is that going down the leg side? Are they going to get away with it? No, he's not.
No, it was definitely
Yeah,
leg
another
side.
Hands on his shoulders.
Not
as if
happy,
to,
is he?
Yeah, hands on his thighs as if to say, well, what are you talking about? But it was pretty evident to everybody but Siraj that was down the leg side. So he's going to have to bowl that other one again. And KL Rahul, you think KL Rahul knew, but he was again trying to fox the umpire by starting to run towards the other side as the end of the over. But this umpire's not going to have a bar of it.
Is that umpire incredibly tall?
He looks like it. He must be.
Because he looked like he was really looking down on Siraj there as he walked past.
Siraj continues over the wicket, another bouncer. Not sure he's going to be called for this. That's a wide. Yeah,
oh, another
definitely.
wide.
What is going on? Just bowled the man. Yes,
Like I say, New Zealand would be quite happy with these extras.
They will happily take these extras at the minute. He's just giving away free runs here, Siraj. This is poor bowling. It has to be said.
Yeah, they're all ticking a little bit, aren't they? They're not happy about all these decisions.
But they're all the right decisions.
They are.
Absolutely. None of them
Absolutely.
haven't been incorrect. Siraj over the wicket, hopefully not a wide this time. There you go. Outside the off
It's
stump.
definitely not a wide, that one.
Driven out to mid-off. We'll check for the no ball. No ball there. That's the dot ball, end of the over. Finally, Siraj finishes his fifth over. New Zealand moved to 34 for 2 after the first power play. Certainly not what they wanted, not the start they wanted, but nevertheless, they've still got plenty of time to bring it back.
Yep.
Daryl Mitchell, 7 not out, and Rachin Ravindra, 6 not out.
Okay.
How are we going on the social?
Clarifies that Tendulkar was against the DRS. India didn't give two shits. And also, they blame Modi, the BJP, and Shiv Sena for fucking with my debit card.
Right. Okay, Jay. I'll bear that in mind.
Oh, and also clarifying, I need to update my app. I have no app ability. Can I just send you 50 bar in a brown envelope with sparkly Halloween stickers on it and call it a day? That's all from Jay.
Do you accept Bitcoin, Hanny?
No, I don't actually. No, I haven't gone down that avenue of Bitcoin. Maybe I should.
Maybe. As we see Rohit, is he walking off the ground? He's walking off the ground. Not sure what that's about. One hand in his pocket. Almost think of the Alanis Morissette song.
Oh, yeah.
As it's the start of the new power play. Shami will continue around the wickets, I think. And Thakur, who got dropped for this game, he's come on as 12th man. Ravindra, Shami around the wicket to Ravindra, who's clipped it down through to mid-on for no run. Yeah, Shardul Thakur dropped for this game, rightfully so. He's had a poor start to the World Cup. As we're seeing a replay here, Rohit, looks like he's just jarred his finger whilst fielding in that previous over there. Or he might
That's
have
why he's got his hand in
dislocated
his
finger as
pocket.
well. Looks like
Yeah,
almost like a bit of dislocation there.
What's the word on Pandya?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that it wasn't as bad as it looked initially. He's certainly not fit for this game. They are expecting him to be back for the England game next Sunday. So
Right.
and then he'll miss another game in between. I can't remember who they're playing. I think it might be. Oh no, they've already played Afghanistan. Shami around the wickets. Tried to pull. Is that a bottom edge? Their appealing has been given out. Oh, and Ravindra
He's reviewing
appeals straight away. Reviews that straight away. He very confidently reviews that straight away, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything these days because batsmen are never out and bowlers think they're always out. So
You can tell
we'll wait
how
and see.
confidently it is, can't you? When they don't just do one little tap, they do like 7 taps
Yeah,
straight
yeah.
away.
Correct.
Really.
Or whether it's that or whether it's youthful exuberance. But generally the Kiwis are usually on the money. As we see, the replay here shows that it's very hard to tell from that replay. If anything, it looks like
doesn't
a
look
faint
like
edge.
it gets near the bat, but it is
And
near
we
the
go
bat
past
now.
ultra edge, flat line there, nothing past the ultra edge there. So looks like this could be a very good review here by Ravindra.
Well, those 7 taps, they're definitely, definitely showing.
There you go. Yep. Reverse decision given not out. Very good review by Ravindra there. As Shami will, if nothing else, silver lining is that it's another dot ball. But he'll go back and continue to steam in and try to pick up another wicket. But very good bowling nevertheless. It was not there to pull. That ball is probably a bit too full to pull.
How many batters across the world have been given out that way and gone back into the pavilion annoyed? Oh.
Shami around the wicket, and this time it's played out to deep third man, very squarish. The comeback for the second, that's good running. Up Kuldeep out there, the fielding, it's good running there, and picks up 2, and Ravindra moves along to 8. Yeah, absolutely right. Before DRS, I'm sure there was plenty of people over the years that would have been given out, and probably ruined their careers too.
No, absolutely.
Unfortunate.
You were speculating who India's next game is, and that is England.
Oh, is that right? Okay, so they don't play for a whole week. Okay, right. Shami around the wicket, and this time played on past the mid-on. That's a brilliant shot. On drive through to the boundary for 4. You know this man's in form when the on drive comes out. That's typically
really
the sign
classy.
of a good batsman in form. That's another boundary to Ravindra, and the score, he moves on to 12. Score now is 40 for 2. New Zealand starting to pick up the pace a little bit.
So you were talking about Pandya coming back for...
Yeah, they're saying that he'll be back he'll be flying with the team, at least.
So he might be playing against England, is what you're saying, possibly.
Potentially. He's got a week to recover, obviously. But if not England, definitely the game after that, I think you should see him back in the side.
And this is word for...
It's around the corner. And is that a drop catch there by Jadeja? I don't think so. It might have been well fielded.
Yes, I mean, they're looking a bit sort of smirky about it. I think it might possibly have been a bit of a drop catch, but it would have been a very good one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the replay here. This is it? Oh, yep, definitely upish. And that's a sitter. Oh no,
Especially for Jadeja.
Ravindra Jadeja. That's very, very uncharacteristic. Normally he swallows those.
I think it was going faster than you give it credit for. But you see, I did this last time I was on Grill. I said it was a difficult catch, and everyone disagreed with me. I think I'm a bit too kind to the fielders.
Shami continues around the wickets, and this time, and of course, the crowd jeers as Ravindra Jadeja picks up the ball this time. Ravindra to Ravindra is.
Well, you should know because you're live at the ground.
Correct, that's right. Live here from Dharamshala, the crowd very much up and about when Jadeja picked that one up. That's the end of the over. 11 overs gone.
And is that the end of us? Yes.
That is the end of us, yes, as we welcome back Dan and Kat. And Anth, I believe.
Hello, yes, we are back. We are back. Thank you very much for that stint. Almost Costa was reviewed and not out, so we do have Ravindra continuing on, as I'm joined here by Kat Jones.
That was a wonderful commentary stint there from Annie and Kartik. Very amusing, and we really did enjoy that. And make sure you send us some appreciation just on the tweets. Anth is waiting there for your every comment. Oh, we got Jadeja.
We do have Jadeja. Jadeja, who just dropped a catch. We'll try and make it up by bowling, and he is bowling in the headband and sunglasses combo, which is my absolute favourite bowling combo for anybody. He's coming in here, left arm around the wicket, and it's just defended onto the onside. past the bowler, and they're going to jog through for a single, move to 2 for 41.
Confident little push there. I mean, there is a mid on there, but it went past the bowler's hand. I think Jadeja should have been onto that and fielding that a bit more sharply.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit embarrassed about that dropped catch, and he's decided he's not going to make a fool of himself by diving for anything else in this particular innings.
Fair enough. So what do you think of, New Zealand managing to get to 40 after 11 overs?
It's a foundation. It's a start, isn't it? It's better than not getting to 40 after 12 overs, 11 overs. Next ball from Jadeja is short, and it's cut backward a point. That's racing away to the boundary. There will be no fielder coming around to stop that one. That is 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And we'll take this opportunity to mention that highlights of this match, including probably that 4, are being replayed on the Gorilla Cricket channel for most matches. I'm not sure if it's all of the matches, but someone will correct me if it's not. It is a wonderful podcast on the Gorilla Cricket stream where if you miss a match, you can catch up with all of the Gorilla Cricket and White Line Wireless highlights from the night before. And it comes out pretty quickly the next day. So really recommend listening to that.
Yeah, it's almost all of the
Delivery by
matches.
Jadeja is driven through to the offside for a single from Ravindra, and Jadeja is back to his mark very quickly, and he's bowling to Daryl Mitchell, and he darts one in straight at Mitchell's pads, but he squeezes it out to the leg side, and they go through for yet another single. So lots of singles in this over so far.
7 runs so far from the over. It is, as you said, predicted, getting the run rate or the over rate up.
He's in again, left arm around the wicket, and Ravindra pushes it through the offside. He calls for the single. Mitchell's not so keen because he thinks a fielder might cut it off, but that fielder can't be bothered doing so. So they do end up taking that single, and they move to 48 for 2.
It's almost like India is saying, well, this is a tame scoring rate. Doesn't matter if they get a few singles. We can easily make this up once Sky winds up his shoulders and starts to
they'll
hit.
only stress if he gets 380 or something. And the last ball of the over from Jadeja angled in and defended by Mitchell to the offside, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 48 for 2. Do we have any news, Anth?
We do. Josie Oki is saying, morning from Johannesburg. New Zealand, England in disguise, which has many layers to it, I think. Jay Grover saying, I don't have a smartphone. Do you think I'd understand Bitcoin? I agree, Jay. Bitcoin is for perverts and sailors. And then also saying India versus England, clash of the evil empires.
Yeah.
Bitcoin is for sailors. I mean, that's going to catch on as a saying, isn't it?
Perverts and sailors.
I guess it's for piracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of all ties together.
A certain type of sailor, you would say. Anyway, I'm really impressed that New Zealand have that in that last over. They've scored 8 runs, and of course their run rate is precisely 4.
Excellent. So Sharmi will continue. He took a wicket with his first ball. He's not taking a wicket with the first ball of this over because Ravindra has clipped it off his pads out to the onside, and they go through for another single. The score moves to 49 for 2.
It's a good lesson, I think, Dan, not to peak too early in your innings when you're bowling. You don't want to get a wicket with your first ball. It's all downhill, from there.
Silly old Nathan Lyon got a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket.
Oh.
From there, he's just been hopeless. Never been able to maintain that strike rate.
Yep.
He looks like an absolute idiot.
But I guess people have short memories or maybe long memories. But if you're getting a wicket with your first ball, you're probably going to be selected again. Maybe that's a good con.
Yeah, perhaps. So Sharmi now right arm over the wicket, and this one's turned around the corner from Mitchell, but there is a fielder there, so they decide not to take a run on that. Score remains 49 for 2.
We can see, of course, the keeper has now taken off his helmet and is resting behind him. And we did have a helmet strike in the most recent match. I think was it last night?
Last night.
Yes.
Yes, 5 runs. The helmet was struck.
The penalty runs.
Yep.
And, I think he's also trying to entice Ravindra to take his helmet off and let him have a look at those glorious locks.
Yep.
Sharmi back at the top of his mark now. He's charging in, right arm over the wicket, or charging in as much as Sharmi ever charges in. And this time it's Mitchell lofting it straight back over mid-on, and it races all the way to the boundary for yet another 4.
Hit the ball, 4 runs.
And that brings up the 50 for New Zealand, 53 for 2.
We do have a jingle for the 50. We may not be
yeah,
able
I
to
can
find
play
it
it. There
at
we
short
go.
notice.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Long
It is the longest jingle we have.
Wow.
Very long. Next ball is left by Mitchell outside off stump, and there is no run. So that was a lovely shot from Darryl Mitchell, the ball before, wasn't it?
Absolutely glorious. Opened up his shoulders and lofted the ball. You could tell it was either going to go over the fence, but nothing like a straight drive when the camera is facing straight down the throat of the batter. It is just wonderful to see.
I don't think he quite got it right in the middle of the bat. It seemed to twist in his hands a little bit, but it was still a very nice shot.
Indeed. But the bowlers, I mean, they lost their radar for a minute there. They were bowling a few wides. But other than that, these fast bowlers have been just spectacular.
Next ball from Shami is short of a length and it's defended out to the offside by Mitchell. What did we think of Shami's shoes? His shoes are very colourful. They're blue with yellow stripes on them. Take a note next time he comes charging in.
I think they need to be wearing one shoe of one colour and one of another colour. It ages you to wear shoes of the same colour. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Ravindra would be wearing one fluoro pink, one fluoro yellow shoe.
He'll be changing it every drinks break as well.
Yeah. I think that if you're wearing shoes of the same colour, everyone can tell. Yeah. You're basically one of those, I don't know, Gen Ys maybe even.
Next ball from Shami is defended straight back down the pitch to him. He gathers it in cleanly. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 53 for 2. Anth.
Yes, so Pirate Badash on YouTube saying that he prefers doubloons. I think unaware
nice.
that doubloons is actually a cryptocurrency. There is a crypto called
you
doubloon.
can't bite into a Bitcoin though, despite the name.
Yeah, no, exactly. Also, Stephen Kelk saying morning from Maastricht. And also asking, will there be kittens for lunch, so to speak? Yes, we're getting positive nods on that. And we'll go to YouTube next over.
It is Jadeja resuming left arm around the wicket, and again is Ravindra just driving it straight past the bowler, down to long on for a comfortable single. The score moves to 54 for 2.
Now, of course, we're not actually eating the kittens for lunch, but we do watch them eat sometimes, and
Correct.
we certainly watch them be petted.
Jadeja again, left arm around the wicket. This time it's Mitchell. He's defending onto the offside for no run.
I'm really impressed by Mitchell's open stance. I think it's a nice aggressive way of standing, but I'm not so impressed by his continual open mouth.
Keep your mouth closed, Darryl Mitchell. He goes for the sweep here from this next delivery. It's swept out to the leg side, but there is a sweeper coming around. And that sweeper will clean up the sweep, and that will be just the single there. New Zealand 55 for 2.
It was an incredible strike, actually, from Mitchell there. It was a flick sweep. He really flicked his wrists there, and it was a glorious thing to watch. It would have been better if it got to the boundary, but, you know.
Next ball from Jadeja is driven back, and Ravindra can't get it past the diving Jadeja. This time, Jadeja's got his dive out again, and he prevents the run on this occasion. Jadeja, of course, flying through the overs as usual. This one's tossed up, and this time Ravindra decides he's not going to try and put it past Jadeja's left hand. He'll put it past his right hand, back to that man at long on for another single.
I don't know if it's been completely chanceless innings from Ravindra because I missed 15 minutes or so, but he looks pretty comfortable now. I don't want to give him a curse of any type. He's off strike anyway.
It was close enough that he had to review an out decision.
Ooh.
Mitchell defends the last ball of the over. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 56 for 2 after 14. Man.
Yes, Jay Grover's saying, fuck you all, I'm missing church and baking some potatoes. And then we've got two tweets that pair nicely here. Ada's saying, I firmly believe that the only team that can beat India is India. That being said, India is very good at beating India. And Messi Jazz saying, evening all, it seems as if NZ are very cleverly going to let India win this to further inflate their sense of invincibility while saving their knockout punches for the finals. So New Zealand losing this one in a 4D chess style manner. We shall see.
Yeah, well, you want to save your knockout punches for the knockout games. That's just common sense.
Yeah, makes
I
sense.
think we may be having a drinks break here. Everybody's very thirsty.
Yep. Yes, this ad's gone on a bit longer. Yes, not a lot more going on the socials. Managed to clear it out. I can update and see if there's any more. No, not yet.
Well, when Jadeja's bowling, of course, we need an increased effort from the Gorilla and White Line Wireless listeners because there is more and more time available for reading out of tweets. So you've got to double your efforts as well. You've got to keep up with Jadeja. Put your sunglasses on, put your cap on,
Put
and
your headband on.
get your thumbs moving, people.
You've got to move very quickly. Race through the tweets as fast as you can.
Yep.
Should be able to get at least 6 tweets out within, I don't know, 90 seconds or so.
That's right. If we can just blather on in between overs like this and talk up all of the balls, you can at least put a tweet in.
Well,
You've got to keep Anth busy here. And I might just say, whoever it was there who just said, fuck you, I'm going to church, just because you're not going to church doesn't mean you can swear.
Yeah.
So just, bearing in mind, you next week you're going to have a lot more to do in the confessional if you keep that swearing up. Yeah, we don't swear here on White Line Wireless, apart from
The occasional F-bomb.
the occasional F-bomb, the occasional bloody ball by bloody ball.
Yeah.
We don't do fucking ball by fucking ball.
No, it's ball by
No,
bloody.
it's far too crude.
No fucking swearing. That's what we're saying, are we?
No, that's right, indeed.
Since as we're having a drinks break and we're vamping about swearing, I thought we might break for this for just a couple of seconds.
Drinks break. Drinks break.
Lovely. Very beautiful. Yeah, so we did see Kane Williamson out there. He's delivering the drinks
Yes.
with his beard. He hasn't had time to get off to the barber yet and get his face shaved. He's just stirring some drinks up for his teammates. What a lovely young man Kane Williamson is.
That's glorious.
COVID really put a stop to the beards. It took an extra level of commitment, as you've got to keep them a lot shorter if masks are involved.
So it is Shami resuming here. He's got the figures of 1 for 18 off 3, and it's driven straight back down the ground by Ravindra. That bisects both the mid-on and mid-off fielders, races all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. A beautiful shot there from Ravindra.
I just got so confused at what we were looking at then.
A boundary from Ravindra.
Yeah.
Takes the score to 60 for 2.
Even though the weather, it's quite mild there in Dharamshala, only 19 degrees, but we know Ravindra has a lot of hair there under that helmet, and he's starting to look a little bit warm in the face. But I mean, good that he's warmed up because he's scoring more runs as a result.
He is indeed, and now he's facing up to Sharma, who's again right arm around the wicket, and this time he's just turning it to the onside, but there is a fielder there, and it is no run. And we have missed the opportunity, because I'm sure there has been the chance to call Ravindra facing up to Jadeja, so I'll try to remember that next time it happens.
Yeah. We have got that. I've got the figures here for Shami, his performance so far in this match. I'll bring that up shortly. We have a lot more time. I was just thinking we better get on to this next ball, but of course...
It is Shami bowling the next ball, and it's defended straight back to him, and he tosses it to a fielder scurrying in, who tosses it to the keeper. It's all throwing about, looking very cool and dapper and very Indian style.
We have a lot more time in between the deliveries, of course, when we have the fast bowlers on. Poor old Jadeja. He's just forced to run back to the top of his mark and go as fast as possible.
Does well, though. He makes up all the over rates for India. It's a well-honed unit, this Indian team. Everybody's fulfilling their own separate roles. So Shami back at the top of his mark, just wasting time because he knows Jadeja will make it up a little bit later. Doesn't care.
He doesn't care at all.
Here he comes in again, right arm around the wicket once more to Jadeja, hits him in the dick, but there is no run.
Very cool there. Doesn't even wince.
Barely winces.
Yeah, Jadeja.
What a good box he must have.
Yeah, he must have an extremely good box. Maybe he has it packed with hair as good as the hair on his head.
What a lovely image.
We had Jadeja applauding that hit on the box. Good form. Applauding a hit on the box.
Sure it is.
No, it's disgusting.
It might have been tempered slightly. Might have got a slight glove on it on the way to the box.
Okay.
Which might have made it less painful than it would otherwise have been. This next ball is driven straight back past Shami, but the fielders this time cut it off, and they just run through for a single. New Zealand moved to 61 for 2 with 1 ball remaining in the over.
Now, of course, Shami doesn't always play. He hasn't played every single match, I don't think, so far of this World Cup. But when he was playing against Australia a little bit earlier in the tournament, in the warm-ups, 5 for 51 against Australia.
Yeah, but that's just against Australia. Any fool can get 5 wickets against Australia.
Yeah, indeed. That is true.
Anyway, he's got 1 ball left in this over. Tom Latham will be the next man in for New Zealand. Assuming these two ever get out, he may never get a bat. Poor old Tom Latham. I feel sorry for him already.
Yeah, I thought you were just calling him out as if you know there's going to be a wicket next over.
Maybe.
Next ball, perhaps.
Mitchell will face the last ball of the over. Potentially. He's thinking about it. Shami's taking a lot of time with his next delivery. But here he is now. Right arm over the wicket to Mitchell. He turns it to the leg side. It's fielded comfortably at mid-wicket. And there is no run. New Zealand 61 for 2 after 15 overs. Anth.
Yes, Jeremy Henderson saying they had some visitors over, one of whom knows nothing of cricket. He looked at the screen and concluded that New Zealand were thrashing India by 17 to 1. And it makes me think of we've all had that one. Who's winning? We've also
17-1 is a massive score.
We've also got Don Diego de Silly Pants saying that's a lovely stadium. Does it have toilets / sell alcohol? Not 100% sure. It's definitely got pigeon toilets. We've seen some of that, and they are where the crowd seats. And then I have 5 tweets from Josie Oki taking that tweet challenge. I'm going to do them all in a row. Tweet 1, tweet 2, number 3 tweet, the 4th tweet, and tweet number 5. So he's obviously got a little bit of Twitter life in his life.
Maintaining the Jadeja rate of tweeting. That's good to see.
Yep.
We've just seen a vision of Shami somehow being ejected from the ground. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah, not taking a wicket, presumably.
Yeah, maybe. He was following the physio out to, I don't know, the nearest hospital, perhaps?
Yep.
We're not sure entirely. We're perhaps over-dramatising it, but who cares?
Yeah, it's more exciting to it. And as we mentioned, it is Ravindra facing up to Jadeja, and he's driving it back, and Jadeja is fielding off his own bowling. Not completely cleanly, but cleanly enough to prevent a run.
Do you think Jadeja is angry that someone has stolen his name?
Oh, almost certainly. New Zealand, if they were sensible, will get a batter named Jadeja out there.
Yes.
Next ball is driven back to Jadeja by Ravindra, and there is again no run. Imagine if you had Ravindra and Jadeja facing up as partners to Ravindra Jadeja. It'd be very annoying.
Yeah.
So Jadeja back at the top of his mark.
So Daryl Mitchell on 14 from 19 deliveries. He's not facing at the moment, and I don't know why Jadeja's taking so long to bowl his next delivery, but I will continue my thought when he has concluded it.
Next ball from Ravindra, or to Ravindra, from Ravindra. It's driven back past Ravindra, and they go through for a single, which means Daryl Mitchell is on strike. And are you going to suggest that he should face up to Mitchell Starc?
I was not going to suggest that. I was just going to suggest that he may have scored more runs. I want to see him against Mitchell Starc too, but he may make more runs if he just closes his mouth. Everyone knows that mouth breathers have reduced performance when they're in a sporting contest. And why hasn't the sports physiologist told him this? He needs to close his mouth while he's batting.
That's the question. Left arm around the wicket here from Jadeja, and Mitchell pushes it between two fielders, and they just go through for a single there. Jadeja's got his hands on his head. He's got his head on his hands as well. And yes.
Has he got his hands on his head in response to an umpire request?
Possibly, yeah.
Hands on heads,
Yep.
perhaps.
Next ball from Jadeja, and again it's driven by Ravindra straight down to that long on fielder who's getting a lot of work off the bowling of Jadeja. But again, I think Jadeja's happy with the single, Ravindra's happy with the single, everybody's happy with a single, and the score moves to 64 for 2.
We are seeing some entirely dubious shots here from the host broadcaster.
Last ball of the over from Mitchell is driven past the fielder there at cover, and they just jog through for a single. That will end the over. New Zealand 65 for 2 after 16 overs.
Yeah, the cameraman, I'm presuming it was a man, but actually I think it might be a woman, is panning the camera to everyone's box. And I really don't know what the purpose of that is, but
Very heteronormative of you.
it could be either way. The camera person is either way. They shouldn't be doing it.
Yes, exactly. And how are we going over there?
Oh, I'm saying you guys are giving yourselves thumbs downs over this conversation on the Zoom call. I'm not sure if you can see that. So we've got Jay Grover. We're forced into swearing due to my faith in global politics deserting me. Fair enough. Not really.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to put a bunch of duvet covers on it, and I hit me sen in the dick. I'm not sure what me hit me sen in the dick is.
Oh, that's hitting yourself in the dick, isn't it?
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, now we have the camera person showing someone's feet. So they've got the message. They've got the message to get their cameras off people's dicks. I think that's a jolly good thing. And we have a new bowler.
We do indeed. We have Kuldeep Yadav. He's coming left arm over the wicket, and Mitchell's going down on one knee, and he's turning around the corner. They're going through for a single. He's thinking of a second. He will get a second as the fielder comes around to prevent the boundary. And that is all they will get. 2 runs there to Mitchell.
Nice bit of fielding there by, I think it was Shubman Gill on the boundary. It might have been Rohit. I'm not quite sure which one it was, but they came around sharply and prevented the boundary, which is a shame for us. It's been a while since we had a boundary.
It's been a long time since we've had a boundary. A lovely delivery there. Love to see a good left arm wrist spinner. And speaking of which, here he is again, and this one is again down the leg side, and again it is Mitchell turning around the corner, and again that same fielder has to run around. That's Shubman Gill, and again there's 2 runs. So that is the exact same delivery. Will this be an entire over of ball turned around the corner for 2 runs?
Well, it depends. If Kuldeep gets some spin, then maybe it won't be, but he hasn't managed to turn it yet, and that could again be deliberate. He's lulling Mitchell into a false sense of security. He's saying this open mouth breather is going to hit 2 balls in the same place, and then I'm going to turn the fucking thing.
Very cunning. So this is the 50 partnership though, 50 or 53 balls. So they have accelerated a little from the opening partnership as Kuldeep comes in again, and this time it's squeezed forward of square, and they just go through for a single. It goes past mid-wicket for a run. New Zealand moved to 70 for 2.
Again, it was a straight one from Kuldeep, 3 in a row.
He's lining it up here, but now he's going to have to bowl to Ravindra, who may completely ruin all his plans. We'll have to start setting Ravindra up now. It takes so much work to set both batters up. That's the problem. And Ravindra will face up to Kuldeep. This one is chipped straight back to him. Is that a caught and bowled chance? I think Kuldeep might have dropped that one. That was hit high on the bat, lobbed back to Kuldeep. Did it carry? We shall have a look. He looks pretty disappointed, so we shall see. No, just fell short of him.
Well fielded, actually. He came down on his knees on the hard pitch and bounced in front of him. He couldn't have caught that.
No. Next ball, the over is outside off stump, and this time Ravindra is going back in his crease, and he's pushing it through the covers, and they will jog through for a single as the score moves to 71 for 2.
Just having a look at Kuldeep Yadav's form in this tournament so far. I may not have time to give you the form, but I will in between deliveries.
Well, it's something very exciting to look forward to as Kuldeep prepares to bowl the final ball of his over, and this time it's pushed to the offside by Daryl Mitchell. Pushed with his bat, I want to be clear. He didn't push it with his hand. He wouldn't be allowed to run if he did that. Instead, he pushes it with his bat, and they get one more single to end the over. New Zealand 72 for 2 after 17. Anth.
Yes, Cat speaks Yorkshire, top lass. That's where it's coming from. That's Jay Grover, and he also says, semi-serious question, is that why people chew gum to reduce mouth breathing? I wonder if it's to let you get away with mouth breathing.
Unfortunately, a lot of the time they chew it with their mouth open, which is not required.
That's what I'm saying.
But it tends to be the preference.
Chew the gum with your mouth open, then people don't, you're actually mouth breathing.
Yes, indeed.
But chewing the gum does release some kind of chemical, right?
That's right. It does improve your relaxation at the pitch.
Jadeja now left arm around the wicket. This is defended by Mitchell, and there's no run.
So lots of sports science behind the chewing of the gum. I don't have all of the research papers, but it is science-based.
Jadeja back to the top of his mark very quickly, and Mitchell is defending it back to him just as quickly. It's a race now to see who can get through this over quicker. Jadeja or Mitchell, they're both very keen to see the end of it.
So Jadeja's figures against Bangladesh were 2 for 38.
Next ball. This time Mitchell's trying to push it past the fielder, but the fielder does well. He comes from a wide mid-off and he comes all the way around, prevents the single. So still no runs from this over. 72 for 2.
And Jadeja's figures against Pakistan, identical, 2 for 38.
He's the 38 man.
Yeah.
I think he might have got 38 in his third match as well.
Okay, I'm just about to tell you that, but I was going to wait for another delivery, and here it comes.
Jadeja left arm around the wicket. This time Mitchell's pushing it through the offside. He's found a gap there, and they will be able to go through for a single.
His figures against Afghanistan, none for 38.
Oh, what happened to his 2 wickets?
I don't know. I don't know where they went. Someone stole them.
Someone stole his wickets. Who stole his wickets against Afghanistan?
Anyway, against Australia, his figures were 3 for 28. 2 for 38 or 3 for 28. There is some kind of pattern going there, Jadeja.
Yeah, well, he's currently number 16, so I'm not quite sure how that works, but he's got plenty of overs to sort it out.
If you can work out the pattern, it's an IQ test of sorts. We have 3 for 28, none for 38, 2 for 38, 2 for 38. What's the next score going to be?
Last ball of the over, or second last ball of the over. It is Ravindra pushing back past Jadeja for yet another single. This time, though, for a bit of variety, he's pushed it to the offside, turned a long off.
And that brings the mouth breather back on strike.
Mouth breather Mitchell, they call him. And he will face the final ball of the over from Ravindra Jadeja. And he will defend it to the offside for no run. That's the end of the over. New Zealand 74 for 2 after 18 overs.
On Twitter, Frong's posted up some fun stats that I won't read all the way through, but just some high scores and lower scores of this World Cup. And Jay Grover saying Mark Butcher used to chew nicotine gum. He also used to snort cocaine. Top lad.
Okay, allegedly.
Allegedly, I think that's a good one to add. And I was also just having a look at some stats, just while we've got a minute here, that there's been 4 games on this ground so far in this World Cup, not including this one, and England's 364 is a standout, and the next highest score is the Netherlands' 245, so not the highest scoring ground this one so far, this World Cup.
Okay, so perhaps New Zealand aren't such the crazy fools after all. As Kuldeep comes in, left arm over with the wicket, and he's driven straight back over his head for, I think that may be a maximum. That's 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6.
Lovely shot there from Ravindra. Used his feet as he danced down the pitch to Kuldeep, lofted it straight back over his head, and that was a beautiful shot.
Not much here for the spinners so far. We haven't seen a single ball spin, I don't think. And it's really a fast bowler's pitch, a batting pitch.
Next ball, he again tries to drive it. This time he drives it into the ground and back to the bowler for no run.
Kuldeep's figures so far versus Bangladesh, it was 1 for 47. Pakistan, he made 2 for 35. He bowled against Afghanistan, 1 for 40, and versus Australia, 2 for 42.
Excellent. This next delivery is clipped away back down to mid-on for a single. So that's Ravindra moving the score along to 2 for 81.
As a batter, it's always so wonderful to get a 6 off the first ball of the over. You basically don't have to do anything else for the rest of the over. It's all freedom from there. And we know now so far off this over, 7 runs and a couple of 3 deliveries left, in fact.
I'm not sure that was South Africa's mentality. They'd hit 6 off the first ball of the over, then they'd try and hit, let's hit 4 or 5 more 6s off the rest.
Yeah.
They're far more aggressive. Next ball from Mitchell. He's decided that Kuldeep's got to go as well. He dances down the pitch. He's hit it onto the roof. It bounces into the crowd. And that is another massive 6 as New Zealand move to 87 for 2.
The run rate now, 4.66. You don't have to have a big run rate at the start, do you, in these one-dayers?
You can certainly accelerate. As Daryl Mitchell is doing, he closed his mouth. And he tonked that one straight back over Kuldeep's head. Could this be the end of Kuldeep? In this little spell, at least.
May not have him back.
Next ball is on the pads of Mitchell, and he turns it around the corner, and they just jog through for a lazy single. The score moves to 88 for 2. There's 1 ball remaining in this over.
And good follow-up ball there from Kuldeep, putting it more onto leg stump and a little bit fuller and not quite where Mitchell likes it, which is outside off stump. So good follow-up delivery, difficult to do. Close your mouth, Daryl. Goodness me.
Last ball of the over. Kuldeep Yadav has positioned one fielder in the crowd,
Yeah.
ready to take a catch.
2 or 3 in
You
the
should be
straight
able to
position.
put fielders in the crowd, shouldn't
You
you?
should, yeah.
Last ball of the over, and Ravindra
Ravindra.
rips this off his pads. They run through for a single. They think of a second. They are coming back for a second, and they make it quite nicely. That takes the score to 90 for 2. That might be the end of us, I think, Anth, is it?
It certainly is. It certainly is. We're due a change here. I'm going to jump out for a ditcher, and Kartik's going to come in for the ball by ball and Armchair for the comments. We're just going to play a sting, and I'll hand over to you guys on the Zoom.
Guerrilla cricket.
I don't think I'm armchair, but I think I'm in for the comments. But if I'm not,
I think I'm the armchair in question.
you're the armchair in question. Are you?
Annie, you're in at 11:30 your time.
I'm in
You're
at
with Kat
11:30. Thank you.
Nonetheless, great to see you, Annie. Lovely to see you.
Yes, welcome back. Finally got our commentators sorted out. As last time we were on, New Zealand was struggling, but now they seem to have brought it back nicely. These two put a partnership on of 71 not out. Ravindra Jadeja around the wickets to mid-on for no run. This is the type of over that you probably won't get much of a word in, Armchair, because...
Indeed. No, they have done last 9 overs, they have done a run a ball. But you're right, Jadeja tends to bowl fast.
around the wicket again, and reverse sweep straight to, what will probably be now called a short fine leg after the reverse sweep.
Indeed. That's a well-positioned fielder there, I think. They know both these batsmen tend to sweep and reverse sweep.
Jadeja around the corner, and this time, around the wicket, I should say, this time played down to mid-on for no run by Mitchell. Yeah, Jadeja races through his overs. Probably, I think there's a world record of about 45 seconds or something like that.
Look, I think these are very important. He's taking dot balls after a costly over.
Jadeja around the corner again, and this time Virat Kohli absolutely smashes the ball through to the keeper, past the keeper, almost an overthrow, as if to say, "What about me, guys? I'm still here. Don't forget about the Virat Kohli show."
I think it might be a little bit of a gamesmanship to see if he can get them to leave the crease, potentially.
Yep. Jadeja around the corner again, and this time played to that man. 5 dot balls. Let's see if Jadeja can finish off with another dot ball and make it a maiden. So he continues around the wicket to Mitchell, and forward defensively played. Unfortunately, can't pick up the maiden. This is punched out to deep mid-off for a single. That's the end of the over. After 20 overs gone, New Zealand 91 for 2. Ravindra, the batsman, not out on 39, and Daryl Mitchell not out on 31.
And speaking of Ravindra, Mogg says that picture of Ravindra makes him look like he was a synth player in an 80s New Romantics band. And Stephen Kelp replies, that gets him plus points in my book. Yeah, his hair is maybe not out of depth among the flock of seagulls.
Must
Maybe
be quite
to be a little
hard
crazier.
crop, right? Sorry. All that brooding hair, the brooding looks. Must be. Curly hair and brooding looks, I must have said. Must be quite the heartthrob, Ravindra.
He's a good looking dude.
Are we talking about Rachin or are we talking about Jadeja?
Both.
No. Both in this case, but the younger one.
Over the wickets continues Kuldeep to Mitchell for another dot ball played straight back to Kuldeep. We might get a few more words in with Kuldeep. He doesn't take. He takes a bit more longer than Jadeja does. But we'll wait.
Important over this for Kuldeep, I would say. He has to make a point here, otherwise he'll be hit out of the attack.
Over the wickets, and this time straight down the ground. That's a straight 6. That's out of the stadium almost. Hit the roof again by Mitchell. Straight down the ground. This is brilliant batting. A brilliant counter-attack by New Zealand so far. Another 6 to Mitchell, and he moves on to 37. New Zealand now 97 for 2.
You know, from the 10-over mark, they've done really, really well, in as much that they have counter-attacked to better than 6 an over the next 10. And it's sort of setting a template to what's going to come for the next every 10 over potentially.
Correct. Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this time expertly played down through mid-off to deep mid-off for 1. Mitchell moves on to 38, and New Zealand 98 for 2.
Have you already had a quick chat about the awesome performance of English yesterday? Or I have not. I was not listening in. Maybe
We've
too much
mentioned it.
Schadenfreude?
We've mentioned
Okay.
it, but there's no reason why we can't mention it again. Kuldeep continues over the wickets to Ravindra this time, and back foot punch down through to deep mid-on. He was previously deep mid-off. Now that man is deep mid-on. Obviously, the left-hand, right-hand combination. Another single, and the score moves along to 99 for 2, approaching the 100 for New Zealand.
No, very mature approach. They were under 4 and over. Now they are going to touch, I would say, 5 and over by the end of the 20th over. Still, if you were to look at it in balance, that's not a very bad start at all.
Correct. Kuldeep over the wickets and punched out to mid-wicket for no run. 1 ball remaining in the Kuldeep over. In fairness to Kuldeep, he's had a better over than the last previous 2, but still not up to his standards.
Correct.
Continues.
I mean, it's good batting. He's using his feet.
Yep,
Now Kuldeep is
and-
forced to bowl defensively.
Correct. As it is, we've done the commentator's curse, and he's bowled a ball down the leg side for a wide. And that's 100 up for New Zealand. 100 for 2.
Somebody need to tell these guys that there's 1 more ball left in the over.
Yeah, the broadcasters have forgotten that was a wide. So we'll be coming back shortly, as we've just seen. We've lost the coverage. Doesn't matter for us, though, because we're obviously live from Dharamshala.
And we missed the last ball. It was a dot.
Dot ball to finish. Kuldeep finishes his 3rd over. He's none for 32 after 3. New Zealand
Exactly.
100 for 2 after 21 overs. Daryl Mitchell not out on 38, and Rachin Ravindra not out on 40.
If the dot ball happens off air, did it actually really happen?
Exactly.
Jay-
Schrodinger's dot ball.
Yes.
What?
Jay mentions that he's probably failed the IQ test that Kat and Dan put forward, and that he shall only now breathe through his mouth. And Kiwi by Day mentions, I love the nickname off this ball.
Jadeja continues around the wickets to Ravindra, and he pushes it out to mid-wicket for no run. Ravindra to Ravindra once again proves a dot ball.
The nickname that the Alternative Commentary Collective New Zealand that they gave to Daryl Mitchell is Son of a Mitch.
Of course. Yeah.
Continues around the wickets,
Understandable.
and another dot ball played out to short cover, or square cover even, almost a gully or a point, whatever you want to call it. Either way, it's a dot ball. As we see Ravindra and Mitchell meet in the middle, almost as if to say, we need to slow down the overs of Jadeja. He's just bowling too quickly for us, and let's just talk to each other with sweet nothings. Jadeja continues around the wicket to Ravindra. This time he, off the back foot, punches it past cover, and that's gone to the boundary for 4. Really poor ball by Jadeja, and you'd have to say India a little bit rattled at the moment.
All right. You can see this is, again, a tactic. This is not all that bad a ball. That's just good cricket, by the way. That's an excellent back foot shot through the off, if you ask me, by the way. It was a little bit of width on it, but he did well. So I expected they will now start pressurizing the other spinner. One of India's trump cards is Kuldeep. They're hitting him out of the tag.
Yep, Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this time he's punched out to deep mid-wicket. This time we're coming back for a second. That's really good running by the Kiwis. Ravindra moves on to 46. That's Rachin Ravindra on to 46, and the score now is 106 for 2. As we've seen, the score predictor all of a sudden has gone from 232 now up to 287. It's amazing what wickets in hand and a partnership can do for the score predictor.
I mean, this is going to be the danger one, because they're going to now, having hit a 4, they're going to look to target this over for more than 7-8 runs an over. So this is very good batting. What I'm saying is this guy, Rachin Ravindra, has all the shots in the book. Very attractive player. Not only an attractive individual, apparently.
And Ravindra Jadeja continues around the wickets. This time, Rachin Ravindra can't get it away. And there's too many Ravindras here. It's almost a bit
Call
of a
one Rachin, call other the Jadeja. Let's remove
Maybe let's remove
the
Ravindra completely.
Out. Completely out
Rachin
of the
and
picture.
Jadeja. Let's go with that.
There you go.
Okay. 1 ball to go in the Jadeja over. As he's almost to say, I need a break himself after all this speed bowling. He continues around the wicket to Rachin, who plays it down, punch down to deep mid-on for another single. He moves on to 47. And New Zealand now 107 for 2 after 22 overs. Ticking along nicely at a run rate of 4.86. And the other batsman, Daryl Mitchell, not out on 38.
No new tweets, but I wanted to ask if you could think of any other portmanteau names. So we have Rachin Ravindra Jadeja. We could also have someone like Daryl Mitchell Stark or Daryl Mitchell Santner. Can you think of any others?
Marsh. Marsh.
Yeah, exactly. Daryl Mitchell Marsh, yes.
Right there in the Australian team, you can make a few, right? Mitchell, Marsh, Stark, or Marsh, Mitchell, Stark. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit easier for Anglo-Saxon names.
I think there's a French joke, right?
Angelo Matthew Wade.
Yeah, Angelo Matthew Wade. I mean, I think.
Well, it's Matthews,
joke, right?
so that's not quite right, that one.
Yeah.
Angelo Matthews.
Okay.
But,
well, I'm
we'll
just saying, right?
One.
What was the joke in Friends? I think he says Chandler Bing is frustrated by how weird his name is. He says at some point, I'm going to call myself John Markson or Mark Johnson. I don't care. Let's change my name. So, yeah, it's all possible.
India persisting with Kuldeep. This is an interesting move here by Rohit, backing his left-arm Chinaman spinner. Rightfully so. He's done really well so far in this World Cup, and he backs him to get it back. Let's see how he goes. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Rachin, and this time played defensively straight back to Kuldeep. That was a good delivery, and also very well.
He held it back a little. You saw, right? He held it back just that little bit. If they were going to advance on it, potentially there was a chance of miscue or even missing it altogether. So he has a few tricks.
Smart bowling by Kuldeep.
That's good to hear.
Continues over the wicket to Rachin, and this time punched down, clipped off the pads out to fine leg. Are they coming back for a second? Yes, they are. Good running by the batsman there. Put the pressure on the fieldsman, and Harry happily obliged by not picking the ball up cleanly, and they scamper through for a second.
I was actually looking forward to Mitchell versus Kuldeep again. But let's see. Let's wait. Let's see it happen.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come. He needs a single for his 50 here, Rachin, so it could still happen. Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and short ball punched back down to deep mid-on, and that'll be his 50. Rachin Ravindra, this young man, continues to take the cricketing world by storm, and especially this World Cup as well. 50 off 56. Well played so far, young man, as New Zealand score moves on to 110 for 2.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
Nice.
Nice jiggle
Again,
there.
some retro jingles. You guys have some really nice retro jingles that have not been seen on Guerrilla Cricket or heard on Guerrilla Cricket for 2-3 years now. Great to hear.
And here you go, as you requested. It's now Kuldeep to Mitchell with 3
what will it be?
deliveries.
First ball jumping down the track, or a bit more wait and watch?
I think it'll be a bit more wait and watch. Kuldeep continues over the wicket. Oh, reverse sweep. Almost a stifled appeal there, but I think that's come off the bat. Not sure that was worth a review, but it is a dot ball nevertheless for Kuldeep.
I think he just yelped in sheer surprise / excitement.
Yep.
It was off the glove. Not a lot could have been had there. Yeah.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets to Mitchell, and this time played defensively straight back to Kuldeep. Another dot ball. This has been a really good over so far for Kuldeep, actually. Just 3 runs off it. Let's see if he can finish it off, or if Mitchell will continue the hammering that they've given him so far. One ball remaining.
I sense a potential commentator's curse coming up.
Over the wickets, and that's down the leg side. Oh, very lucky there. Almost beat the man at short fine leg. Of course it is. That man, Jadeja. Very hard to get past him. Another dot ball. Great over by Kuldeep. Great comeback, in fact. His figure's a little bit better now, but still a bit to go. 4 overs for 35 in New Zealand. After 23 overs, 110 for 2. Ravindra Jadeja. Not Ravindra Jadeja. I keep getting mixed up. Rachin Ravindra for 50, not out. And Daryl Mitchell, 38, not out.
I'm quite confused by this tweet by Jay Grover saying, I just read a very good book yesterday about the Cato Street conspiracy. I'm sure Kohli is a jolly nice chap, but I now wish the people's vengeance upon him. Don't worry, R and AW. I am as incompetent as all the shoemakers. I don't understand what Kohli has to do with the Cater Constrict conspiracy.
Not sure, but Jadeja continues around the wicket to Rachin, who scampers through runs the first one hard, comes back for the second, and always going to make it two comfortably. He's not only has he got the shots, he's also got the temperament and the smarts to race off the blocks for the first run and easily make it back for the second. This is really brilliant batting here by Rachin.
Very mature.
Very mature for his age, yes.
He knows if he can't get a 4, he can always run quickly, get it to. Probably he's identified which is the longer part of the ground and who he may target if he wants to run quickly as well. That's all very mature approach.
Jadeja continues around the wicket to Rachin, and this time punched off the back foot out the offside as well, and another misfield by India. Very sloppy fielding here by Surya. You should have done better than that. They've come back for another 2. It's almost like Indian fielding seems a bit lethargic at the moment.
They seem to be a bit down body language wise. You see that they're not as enthusiastic as ever. You see some differences there. I'm surprised. This is hardly any pressure in theory because they're still going under 5 and over.
Yeah, correct. So the Kiwis have just seems like they've rattled India, but you're absolutely right. It's still a long way to go. India's still slightly ahead, but that doesn't look like it based on what they're seeing in the field. Jadeja continues around the wicket to Rachin, and this time forward defensive punch because of the mid off his back. He'll pick up another single easily, and the score moves on to 115 for 2.
Nah, they have the platform in theory. Though they are a little slower than they would have liked. They would have liked under 30 runs on the scoreboard potentially at this point in time. But outside of that, they have a platform. From 20 odd for 2, it could have been all a bit more disastrous, 22 for 2 or whatever. So they've done well here.
Yeah, Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this time it's driven through the covers by Mitchell. They're running for another second. This is easy pickings, another comfortable 2. They're running the first one hard, and so coming back for the second is always going to be the case. India needs to do something here. They can't just keep giving the 2s away like that. They should never have been getting 2s that easily. And the score moves on to 117 for 2.
This is just simply good cricket. I think he was aware of the fielder, but also the moment he hit it, he thought there's a chance of a 2. He started sprinting from the moment he hit the ball. That's very, very aware and very, let's say, good cricket. This is good temperament that New Zealand is showing. The sixes have dried up, fine, not a problem. We'll keep you busy in the field. There's one side of the field that's quite long and 2s. See, Jadeja, you can't hit him, you can't get under him, fine, but you can always tonk him, dink him here and there, and go for 2s and 3s.
Absolutely. Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this one's a straighter one, played straight back to Jadeja for no run, and he'll race back to his mark to go again. 1 ball remaining in this over, and he continues around the wickets, and another forward defensive shot by Mitchell. End of the over, that's 7 runs off the over with no risks at all, and the run rate has now crept up to 4.94 after 24 overs. New Zealand now 117 for 2, and
Indeed.
Rachin Ravindra 55 not out, Daryl Mitchell 40 not out.
Mog asks on YouTube, would it be controversial to call the Indian side a bunch of pea-hearted, frauds, running home track bully boys?
Perfect. Keep going. Why stop there?
It's a bit rich coming from someone who's from England, so I'm
No,
not
he's
sure.
not. He's Australian. Don't call him English. Good
He's
gods.
from Melbourne.
Wow,
Yeah.
even more richer than coming from an Australian.
Well, I know Mog can switch sides.
Yeah.
More so messages, but Mog is definitely Australian. And if you want to get on his wrong side, call him English. It's going to be fun.
No, look, yeah, it's a bit early for that, I think. But look, no, in New Zealand certainly batting well. They're certainly playing well.
But I see where you're coming
first.
from, right? We all
Yeah.
want to bash the English. All right. You're saying, sorry.
Cricket Info is saying that the win probability is now 55% New Zealand halfway through their batting innings.
I'm thinking what's a good par score here. So this is Dharamshala, it's sort of fast bowler friendly, so to say. If New Zealand get to 275, 280, do you think they'll be above par here?
Well, Netherlands defended 245.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a tough chase. Anything above 250.
I think that
I
was a
mean,
rain shortened game, but I get your point. I take
Oh,
your
true.
point.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I take your point that probably 270, 265, 270, you're in the ballpark of a proper score here. And anything more, the way they're batting, they could get there.
change of bowling here. Siraj back into the attack. First ball, Ravindra clips it out to deep mid-wicket for a single. He moves along to 56. Not out in New Zealand now, 118 for 2.
In keeping with the sort of a slightly, rattled thought process potentially, I think Rohit Sharma has decided they don't want to take the risk. They'd rather bring their one of their strike bowlers back. So you see Siraj back. Today you have all three, so he has one more luxury. His third or fourth seamer is also still one of his winning seamers. So that's going to be fun, right? So.
Yep, absolutely. We'll see how Siraj goes. He continues over the wicket to Mitchell this time, who clips it out also to deep mid-wicket on the other side of the ground. And he picks up a single as well. And that brings up the 100 partnership between Ravindra and Mitchell. Came in at 19 for 2 with New Zealand in all sorts and have steadied the ship and have actually consolidated as well and moved the score on to 119 for 2. Brilliant batting by both of these. Off just 102 balls as well. So
exactly.
going at
That's
just
what I was
about a
going
run
to
a
say.
ball, which is exactly what they need.
They got together around the 7th over, if I'm not wrong, and 8th over even. So that's fantastic batting.
Absolutely. Siraj continues over the wickets. Short pitched ball and this time pulled out to deep fine leg for another single. And you're absolutely right. This is just risk-free cricket. The singles, the scoreboard is ticking along as these two continue to consolidate this partnership for New Zealand. The score moves to 120 for 2.
So what would probably bother India is more than the run rate at this point in time, the ease with which these two are playing. They don't seem to feel any pressure. Everything India is throwing at them, their trump card, the spinner, one of their good pacers, everything seems to be handled with aplomb.
Siraj continues over the wickets and forward defensive by Mitchell. Textbook forward defensive there. Straight to cover for no run.
One dot ball or two more here and there will really not matter in the long run as long as these two stay together. They can put
Correct.
They can put it up, they can make it up and put up a huge score. If these two stay and bat past the 30th over, well, India will be in a lot of trouble.
Absolutely. Siraj comes in over the wickets. Short ball, and that's pulled away into the gap for 4. Brilliant shot. That's just sat up there by Siraj. Not what he was after. He was hoping for the short pitch ball that went past and made the batsman get on the back foot and duck, but this time they just sat up. Daryl Mitchell rocked back and that pulled that away through the boundary. It moves along to 45 not outs, and now the score is 124 for 2.
On such a pitch, right? So that length, it will become a little bit of a cannon fodder, especially to somebody who grew up playing on faster pitches. That will be very, very easy. Dharamshala is fast, but not that fast.
Siraj continues over the wickets, and this time driven through the covers out to deep cover for a single in the over. And Siraj, after 6 overs, has figures of 1 for 24, still very economical. Daryl Mitchell moves on to 46, Rachin Ravindra 57, and New Zealand after 25 overs, now going at exactly 5 and over, 125 for 2.
Some clarifications. Mog saying that he's Tasmanian, thank you very much, and that the Australian team is not his preferred choice of support, while Jay Grover clarifies that they're not English, they're from Sheffield.
All right, so he's Tasmanian, so he's not Australian then. So that's fair enough.
Yes.
No. Apparently
West New Zealand. When do you guys reckon is a good time to bring back Jasprit Bumrah?
I think he has a 2-hour spell. Go on.
I think he's off the ground. I think I saw him walk off the ground. As Jadeja continues around the wickets, swept through to deep mid-wicket, or deep square leg even. And that is another single to Mitchell. And he moves on to 47. New Zealand 126 for 2 as the captain Tom Latham watches on, hoping to get a chance to bat.
His turn will come.
Yet.
I'm thinking, look, they always bring him back for a 2 or 3 hour spell, but first he'll have to come back and make up the overs that he has been off.
Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this is clipped out to deep square leg again. They seem to be playing identical shots to the identical fielding positions, albeit on the opposite side of the ground. Work that one out.
Exactly. One is the sweeper cover, the other is the sweeper on the leg side. But yes, same answer, same question, similar answer.
Jadeja continues around the wicket to Mitchell, and forward defensive shot for a dot straight back to Jadeja.
Jadeja is the pass master of building dot balls in an over, but Mitchell seems to be keeping a lid on that, not getting too bogged down.
Around the corner, around the wicket again to Mitchell, and this time punches it to cover, and they have a quick single, a bit of a misfield there by that man Virat Kohli. Picks up another single. And we've also started to notice that broadcasters dropped off the Virat Kohli cam. I think they'll be getting a phone call from Kohli's sponsors very shortly. Jadeja continues around the corner, and ball is punched to mid-wicket. It is, of course, that man Kohli. And there you go. There, the calls come in. Virat Kohli cam is back.
No, I mean, what's it come to that even Kohli is misfielding? Surya is a known candidate, but what's going on with India, I wonder?
And Jadeja continues around the wicket, and this time Rachin tried to punch it, but rolled straight back to Jadeja for no run. End of the over, 128 for 2 after 26.
There's a correspondent on Cricinfo saying that they don't see the same intensity from India like the matches before, and that they've been sloppy in the field. The commentator responds that the ground is such that the fielders are a bit tentative. What do you reckon?
We have heard, right? This is a very good point. We have been hearing that the ground could be a bit iffy, so to say.
Dodgy.
Maybe is that what we are worried of? If you're a fielding team, about throwing yourself around freely?
Well, the English team made a lot of comments about the Dharamshala outfield, especially before the game. I don't know about after.
No, there were some issues. So I understood not very long ago the grass on this ground caught some weird fungus, and they all had to be replaced. And because of it, a test match was moved out.
Yeah, that's right.
I think it's not fully bedded in, if that's the term we use. Maybe that's why they're a bit, it's a bit loamy, maybe a bit sandy rather than, properly bedded in grass where you feel comfortable.
Siraj continues around over the wickets and punched off the back foot straight down the ground through to mid-off, who's a little bit deep there, still, I think, on the edge of the circle, but nevertheless, no run. And the score, Mitchell remains on 48 not out. I'm sure he'll be hoping to get his 50 in this over. And chances are that he will.
They're moving around the strike very comfortably. So if he gives the strike over, he knows he'll get it back in a ball or two. He's fine. And again, he snuck up on a 50 very, very quietly.
Yep, Siraj continues over the wicket. That's much better. That's the ball he was hoping for last over. But
exactly.
He got it much better, the line and length this time, and played back with a straight bat for no run.
He hit those sixes, right? Daryl Mitchell, he hit a couple of sixes, but then after those sixes went away, he's quietly doing the work. He's quietly pushing the ball around, running those 2s and 3s quickly. This is very, very efficient cricket, and again, that's what would probably be bothering India. They need to find some way to break through, and building a few dot balls is a good one.
And this is short pitched, and just wide of the fielder there at short mid wicket. That was the one that Siraj was going for. Top edge. They're hurried on to the batsman. Luckily for the batsman, it didn't make it to hand. And just wide of Virat Kohli. That would have been a brilliant catch if he got there. But alas, it did not. And Mitchell gets away with that one. But he'll take all the luck that he gets. He was
beaten,
exactly.
He acknowledges.
Absolutely. Picks up a single and moves on to 49. And the score now is 129 for 2. Siraj continues over the wickets. And this time, also played up-ish by Rachin Ravindra. Out to short mid-wicket there for no run. The last 2 deliveries, things are starting to happen a little bit.
Exactly.
Not going to hand, but it's going to be an interesting little period coming up.
what we were discussing, right? Some things may happen if you build like 4 or 5 dot balls in a row. Batsmen who are able to get singles and doubles at will, they'll start feeling a little bit of pressure. You might consider boundary, but they make things happen.
Absolutely. Siraj continues over the wicket. Short pitched, slower ball, I think, and punched or pulled down by Rachin Ravindra out to deep square leg as we see Jasprit Bumrah back on the field. So I'm sure he'll be into the attack very soon. And we've got one ball to go at the end of the over, and then we'll get the next set of commentators in.
Wow, Ravi Shastri looks very young-ish. Nice head of hair. All of a sudden, or am I mistaken?
As camera angle.
Fair enough.
Siraj continues over the wickets and punched out to mid-off, to the side of mid-off, and they pick up a single. That's the end of the over. That's also the 50 for Daryl Mitchell. He raised his bats, and New Zealand now 131 for 2 after 27 overs. That's the end of our stint. And next up, you'll be hearing the voices of Kat, Annie, and Anth right here on Guerrilla Cricket and White Line Wireless, wherever you're listening right around the world. We'll be back soon.
Thank you, Kat.
Greetings, Annie and Anth. And I think this is a really great commentary team, isn't it, Annie, tonight?
Of course it is. We're on there, Kat. How
Yeah.
nice to see you again. It's been a long time.
Yes, I can't remember. It was probably during the Ashes that we were commentating together, I would say.
Yeah, those wonderful Ashes, eh?
Ah, those wonderful Ashes. Back in
Back
the
in the
English
good old
summer.
days.
Yeah, the good old days when England was good at cricket.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, we have Jadeja bowling to Mitchell. His left arm around, and Mitchell opens up the shoulders. He's hit the Toblerone on the full, and that will be 6 to Mitchell. He has also rocketed to his 50. So 50 from 60 deliveries. Congratulations to Daryl Mitchell.
All right, let's get a couple of jingles in then.
Will you just go for one? Take the easy run. Or will you have some fun and try for smack some mum?
And
50 yeah, 50 yeah, 50 yeah.
So this is slowing down Jadeja's run rate just a little. A 6 from the first ball, and this one's pushed backward a point. There is a fielder in this precise position for Mitchell, and Mitchell is complaining that there's a fielder there. He says, "No, you shouldn't put a fielder where I'm hitting it. That's not fair, is it, Annie?"
Well, do you know what? I can't actually believe he's made it to 50 being a mouth breather and all that. You know? I just... I really enjoyed your commentary about him being a mouth breather.
Yes, you can't unsee it now, can you? This one's a reverse sweep, and it's gone to the same fielder again. He knew there was a fielder there, but yet he still pulled out the reverse sweep. Excellent bit of fielding in that position there. I think it's Siraj who's fielding there at the short third position. Knocks it away, doesn't prevent a single, but he does stop 4.
An excellent bit of fielding. I mean, they need to do something now. This is it's really changed from when I was first on, where New Zealand were 2 down and struggling.
That's right, 138 for 2. And this next ball is driven back down the pitch and fielded by Jadeja, who falls over but fields it cleanly.
Yeah, this partnership is really, really impressive. And, you know, before coming into this game...
So we have another ball here, of course, from Jadeja. This time he pushes it square, and there's a fielder there, so another dot ball.
Before coming into this game, New Zealand were ahead on the run rate, aren't they? So obviously India need to try and quash that a bit, and they did to start with.
Yes, indeed they do. So Jadeja bowls again, squirts a ball out, just forward a square. The fielding very sharp here from India. And Jadeja's figures are none for 42. He's at the end of the over, 7 runs from it. And New Zealand are 138 for 2 after being sent into bat by India. The run rate just about on 5 at the moment. So let's see if we have any social media commentary.
we do. I got Jay saying, "I do love the word iffy. My life has been proper fucking iffy for a long time now." I agree. It's up there with dodgy and sketchy. Kiwi by day, quite happy to claim Tassie as the West Island of NZ. Yep.
I think that's fair enough.
Yep. And Jay saying, thankfully I'm not English, I'm from Sheffield. And I want to point out,
that's fair enough.
One of my supervisors, Tom Fletcher from Leeds Beckett University, has written quite a lot about Yorkshire sporting identity. So Thomas Fletcher, if you want to chase him down, Jay, I reckon he's probably got some stuff you'd be interested in reading.
There you go.
It's very hilly, Sheffield. So I think it could claim to be New Zealand.
So we have Siraj resuming. He's bowling to Mitchell. Mitchell pushes the ball down to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, I'm interested that you're very keen on Ravindra, Kat, because he's really classy looking young lad, isn't he?
He's an incredible looking batter. I've missed a couple of the matches. I just happen to have missed his innings because, of course, it's the middle of the night in Australia watching some of these matches. But I'm glad I've got to see him this time. Anyway, Mitchell's on strike and Siraj is bowling to him, and he pushes a ball down to mid-on. They get a single. So Siraj is in his 8th over. I think they're bowling him out really. It feels early, doesn't it, Annie? They're going to bowl him out.
Yeah, it does feel early. Yeah.
Yeah.
But well, I haven't seen a lot of India play either for some reason. Just not quite. So it's really nice to be able to see this game.
Indeed.
What time?
They don't have to save
Australia?
Siraj, do they? Because they've got a lot of fast bowlers here, plenty. This one's short, and Ravindra has a wild swing at it, and I think he played underneath that shot. That's the first short ball, but it wasn't called a wide. Good delivery.
Yeah, I was just asking, what time is it in Australia at the moment then?
It is 9:40 in the evening. What about you, Annie, where you are?
11:30, 11:40, yeah.
Yeah,
in the morning.
In the morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Civilised time for both of us, and even more civilised if you're in Dharamshala. Wouldn't that be wonderful?
Yeah, like Kartik is, in fact, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He's the only one.
Yeah.
So Siraj steaming in over the wicket. He bowls short again, and this time Ravindra takes it on the rise and pushes it just behind square where the fielder comes around, and they have scampered through. Ravindra moves to 61 with that 2, and the score to 141 for 2.
Talking
We're
of,
at the 29th over.
Talking of Kartik, he says India are ahead of the over rate for a change. He obviously says that from the ground, but yeah.
Yeah, he's doing the maths there. We have Batman. He's going to be commentating here for a short period. If anyone is on the YouTube, they can see. Come in to say hello. Yeah, he's got a separate microphone here, and he's about to. No, unless Dan says he's taking him for a walk, he won't talk. And this one is full. It's a beautiful Yorker. It struck him on the toes, and he's been given. That is LBW Ravindra for 61. Is he going to review this, Annie? We're not sure. The DRS timer is ticking down. It is a wicket. They're talking.
He is reviewing it, but he's not doing a 7-pat, tapping. He's not looking so confident about this one. That's for sure.
Oh no! So it's only a couple of little taps. He tapped his a fist onto his bat. I think. I'm not sure what that means in the psychology of DRS, body language.
I mean,
anyway,
I
think they're
understand.
pretty. Look, I think I'm pretty sure that it's out.
Yeah, but I understand why he's reviewing it. They've got a great partnership. They don't really want to break the momentum.
Yeah. Plenty of reviews in the case. He's hit it. I think he might have hit it. Let's have a look and see if there's a spike. Oh, it's hard to tell. It's a very good Yorker, and it's just hitting the ground. The bat's hitting the ground.
I think he'd know if it hit it.
Yeah. He doesn't look confident, does he, Annie?
No.
The New Zealand camp are very morose. The Indian camp, on the other hand, exhilarated. Let's have a look at with the ultra edge. It's going to be very difficult to tell. The bat has hit the ground. The ball has hit his foot, and it doesn't look like there's any kind of spike from the bat there.
There's a little bit of movement on the ultra edge,
spike. Yeah.
Not enough to be conclusive. That's for sure.
No.
Yeah.
You shouldn't overturn a decision on that. That's for sure.
No, it's a tiny, tiny spike. I think. We're not going to see that one overturned. We do have the glorious shot of Ravindra with his helmet off. And we can see his beautiful
and his luscious hair.
Yeah,
course,
even
Ravindra's
more
already-
gorgeous with a little bit sweat soaked, and it looks like it has been. Well, we haven't actually seen the decision, but presumably he's out. He's still greyed out on the scoreboard, so
Pitching outside leg.
we're seeing the ball tracking. It's pitching
Ooh.
outside leg. Oh my goodness!
That is
Pitching outside leg,
very,
Annie.
very minor.
So that's the second review that Ravindra has had in this innings, successful review, and he's been dropped. So this is one of those ones where if he goes on to make a real big score, that's going to be your story.
Yep. The 9 lives of Ravindra.
Could have been
look
out
at
3
that-
times
that
already.
Curly hair, Ray.
Look at that beautiful curly hair. The contrast to Mitchell, who has a completely shaved head, is just glorious.
And keeps his
That's
mouth
what
open
happens
at all
when you breathe
times.
through your mouth, Annie. You lose all your hair.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, Ravindra is on 61. He's still there. We are extremely happy. Poor Siraj really deserved that wicket. It was definitely in the line, but was pitching outside leg. This next one is a little bit short, but Ravindra lets it go. He survived the over from Siraj, and that last ball was 140 kilometres an hour. Just the 3 runs from it, and no wicket. And New Zealand 141 for 2. Over to you, Anth.
Yes, so we've got some comments on the commentary team here. Martin Lawrence saying, Annie and Kat, 2 of my favourite people on together.
Oh, lovely Martin.
And then
Thank you.
at the other end, we've got Jay saying it is not a great commentary team. Annie refuses my money. Ant is a communist. And, well, I can't think of a reason to dislike Kat. Yet.
I'm a communist.
no,
I'm so left-wing, you could almost call me a communist. Is that enough of a reason, though, I wonder?
There we go. And then we've got Kieran Roseblade over on YouTube saying, morning all. Hopefully this will turn... Oh, I'll just break off there.
Yes, we do have Jadeja coming back in, and Mitchell is facing up, and he pushes the ball into the covers, takes a lazy single, because of course we want to see more of Ravindra, who's really happy that he is still batting out there. And I'm just having a look at the win prediction here, Annie. In Crick Info, it says New Zealand win score 56%. This one's short from Jadeja. It's pushed down towards third, just a very wide third. The fielder comes around, it's Siraj. Why are they so cheerful? They have cut off the 4, and that was a very good bit of fielding, but they're very cheerful, aren't they, this Indian team? I've never seen them this cheery. What's going on?
It's they're playing a nice side, and it's all very very friendly.
It certainly is. This next one from Mitchell, and he almost plays it on, and he's dribbling a ball. He was trying to hit it into the covers. Instead, it squirted off an edge, and it's gone down along the carpet, through the vacant slips position, almost hitting his own off stump, I think.
I think Jadeja will be unhappy not to have got a wicket so far. It's not like him.
Did he actually get any bat on that in the end? I'm not sure. But anyway, this next one is here already. And he's giving it a bit of a ramp shot behind him. Lots of action here for Siraj. And they've run extremely well to come through. Good bit of fielding as well. But they've run 2 and they've got home safely. So that's 5 runs so far from the over, Annie.
Yeah, a bit like South Africa. New Zealand are really, really good between the wickets. It's very fast. And so... I mean, it's really important to get these runs. They are playing the amazing India.
Absolutely. So Jadeja around the wicket to Ravindra, and Ravindra this time sending the ball out into the deep for another single, turning over the strike beautifully. We're seeing a rare shot also on the host broadcaster of Virat Kohli even smiling.
Yeah, I know. I can't believe it. I don't quite understand why they're showing him.
Interesting. All sorts of antics going on there in the field. A bit of a half tracker here for Jadeja to bring up the over. He gets away with it. It's a dot ball and accepts his hat from the umpire. 147 for 2 after 30 overs.
That's Jadeja bowled out, isn't it?
Oh, that is him bowled out. Yes, of course. He's had his 10 overs now. None for 48.
So Jay Grover's saying, I do love the fact that whenever I pretend to be a Yorkshire hard man, one of Dan and Kat's or SNS beasts come on camera and I just fucking melt. Adidas.
I know, so cute.
Adidas, DRS Whisperer, Ratchin Ravindra, the anti-Watto. And Kiwi by Day fell asleep there for a while, but glad to see NZ are still alive. And Disinterested Handjob on YouTube saying, look at that rose between the two thorns there on comms. So I'm not sure which one of us is the rose and which two of us are the thorns.
I think you are, Anne.
Well, if you look at the screen, I think I'm the rose, and I'm not sure what Disinterested Handjob's going with there.
Well,
I don't
Kat
think
and I
there's
are
any
happy to be
controversy
thorns,
about that,
aren't we? I think we're happy to be thorns.
Okay.
Very happy to be
I'm happy to
thorns.
be a rose then.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what I change my name to, I'll smell good.
Oh, what's your dog called?
Oh, this one's Bobbin. The other one's Batman. We have Batman and Bobbin. This one
They
is
are
Bobbin. Bobbin is very
incredibly
cute.
cute.
It does look a bit better on the camera because a white dog shows up a little bit better than a black dog.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are delighted to be still commentating on Ravindra, and he is getting ready to face up to Kuldeep. His ball goes down leg side, called a wide.
Yeah. There's been quite a few extras from India actually, because last time I was commentating there was 3 and 1 over.
I haven't seen any turn yet from the spinners. And this next one, a straight one again. It's pushed out through square by Ravindra, and the deep fielders coming in. They're going to get just the single, I think.
So we're up to the 30 over mark, and you know, you usually, of course, double the score at this point. So you're looking at about 300. Do you think it's a 300 pitch? I think that's kind of what I'm getting the impression. I don't think it's a 400 pitch anyway.
Not at all.
No, just for a change. We've seen quite a lot of scores north of 350, but this time I think you're right. I think it's about a 300. I mean, it really depends. Only 2 wickets down. They could go 320.
Yep.
320 perhaps.
Yeah.
Quite possible. Kuldeep is bowling, and he's over the wicket, bowling wide again. This one's called a wide. Another bad delivery from Kuldeep, and he is not having a good game. He's almost up to the same number of runs as Jadeja, and he's only bowled. This is his 5th over. Mitchell on strike now. Another half tracker from Kuldeep. This one pushed out square, and they amble through for a single. I think the conditions here are just perfect for batting, really. It's not too hot for these batters. We know that it's not even perhaps 20 degrees there. So,
Did you watch the game yesterday between England and South Africa? I mean, I have never seen people look so hot on a pitch before.
It was sweltering. Yeah.
Oh my goodness, he was just dripping.
Yeah, indeed. So Kuldeep bowls again, and Ravindra using his feet. He comes way down the pitch and drives straight. The mid-off comes around and cleans it up, and they've run another single. Yeah, they looked so hot. It was incredibly interesting decision. You really don't want to be fielding first out in those hot conditions, do you?
I bet his team just wanted to kill him when he suggested that to field first. I don't understand. It must have been
It's like a free sauna. This next one is lofted into the sky. It's gone out over the fence for 6 runs to Mitchell.
That was an absolute beauty.
I would jingle that.
6.
They just got hold of that perfect timing. Went miles.
One of his favourite spots is that straight drive. We've seen a lot of them from Daryl Mitchell
There's
today.
nothing nicer than seeing a straight drive through, is there?
Glorious there. Kuldeep has been taken for quite a few sixes. This time it is another straightish shot down to long off. And
I tell you what, I think everyone's going to take in mouth breathing from now on. It's
true.
obviously the thing to do.
He's doing okay on it now. I mean, he's obviously hit his stride here. We've had 10 runs off the bat just this over and 2 wides. Not the best, and maybe you'd be taking Kuldeep off, but they may not have an option. This one a little bit flatter, and Ravindra sees this and thinks he can get it out through cow corner, but he can't. There's a fielder out there just in front of square. End of the over? Finally, the end of this over. It was a lot of runs. New Zealand now 160 for 2 after 31 overs.
We've got Martin Lawrence on Twitter saying, I don't know if it's just me and my imagination, but it seems like Ball Tracker is taking ages to build graphics this tournament. Some broadcasters seem much quicker than other nations, and we actually lost ball tracking completely in one of the games the other night. So
we did, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're just having general technology issues with it.
Maybe it's too hot.
Well, not today. Not today. No excuse today.
Maybe.
No, it can't be that today, can it? No.
Oh, apologies, I'm just flashing my lightsaber at people. My microphone turns into a lightsaber from time to time. If you're on the YouTube, you can see it glowing.
Yeah.
Just put my finger over that. There we go.
I didn't know you were a Star Wars person, Kat.
That's when I'm using the Force. I'm actually a Star Trek person more than a Star Wars. I think.
I think I am too. Yeah, I think I am too. I like.
Because you're not 12.
Sorry?
Because you're not 12. That's going to get some hate, I think.
So what are we assuming there? What are you then, Anth? Are you Star Trek or Star Wars?
Oh, Trek, because I'm an adult.
You're an adult. I see. You graduate. Well, you're really provoking the tweets.
I am.
You know there's a big crossover between sci-fi and cricket.
Yeah.
We want to hear your angry tweets.
Once again, Star Wars isn't sci-fi, so it's fantasy.
What? And Star Trek is?
Yeah, Star Trek's sci-fi. Star Wars is fantasy.
So sci-fi.
Oh, yes.
It's the ultimate sci-fi.
I do lean towards more sci-fi, and I only found out yesterday there was such a thing as soft sci-fi. Anyway, we'll get back to the cricket. It's Shammy bowling around the wicket to Ravindra. He's lofting the ball out over cow corner, not quite over the rope, but to the rope for 4 runs.
Yeah.
There we go. We had a lovely jingle there. Thank you.
Yeah, when I remember them.
I think India are starting to get a little bit anxious now. Because these two are not only staying there, they're starting to tee off a little bit, and that run rate is going up 5.26 now.
And often the boundary comes off the first ball of the over, and this one's flicked behind square straight to the fielder. So they've run through. Ravindra's done his job for this over. Over to Mitchell, who will pick it up because they're both batting just so beautifully. Just a minute ago, I think at the end of the last over, they were both on 68 from a similar number of deliveries, almost 100 strike rate. So what's been your favourite game so far, Annie, in this tournament? What's your favourite England game?
Oh, the Netherlands game.
That was fun.
It really was. I really enjoyed it. I'm a terrible. I mean, I really like underdogs. I don't, and I always go for the underdogs. So I thought it was a really, interesting game, and I think England have been complacent, certainly domestically, about the 50 over game since winning, and I think it's coming back to bite them a little bit, and I think it should. We beat New Zealand, but that was very, very difficult. That was so slight win, and I think New Zealand deserved to win.
Yeah. There's a little bit of movement in the field. Mitchell has wandered off, and we've had to have a pull out of the run up here, and we'll bring you some more cricket action as soon as they get back into it.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about a little bit about India. I was saying that India will be worrying a little bit about the run rate creeping up because they, of course, New Zealand have got Santner, who's a top wicket taker so far.
Shammy is steaming in over the wicket. He bowls shortish, and Mitchell just defends back down the pitch.
And obviously Matt Henry's been bowling incredibly well, and there's Bolt. So they're no mugs with the ball either, and so India will need to make sure they get one of these out fairly quickly.
We don't know what's going to happen at the tail end of this innings, obviously, but when the openers do their bit and the bowlers don't have to have a bat, it really does make them a lot fresher for the bowling attack in the second innings. That's what you're supposed to do. That's how you're supposed to play cricket. This next ball's short, and it's pulled competently by Mitchell straight to the fielder who's there at backward square, fine leg, and they get runs, but not a boundary. So we say thank you to everyone who's been joining us on social media here, at Gorilla Cricket or at White Line Wire. Either way, we will find you, and also on YouTube. There's often quite a wonderful group on YouTube having a chat amongst themselves and talking to us there as well. I think they're the main
YouTube
places, aren't they,
community.
Anth, where you can
Yep.
join in? Shami, wide delivery here from him, and this is driven down to mid-off. The short fielder just misses it there. I don't know if that was Rohit fielding, and they've run through for a single.
Yeah, YouTube and Twitter are our two social media outlets. They're the ones that we check during the games. And I have noticed this series a significant shift over to YouTube and away from Twitter. So yeah, it is starting to get interesting on YouTube now. So if you don't listen there and you want to have a chat, that's a good place to do it.
So Shami bowls again, last ball of the over, back of a length, and Mitchell hits the ball into his pads. So a little bit of slower action there, but they've still managed to get 7 runs from the over. Shami's figures after 5 overs, 1 for 30 in New Zealand, 167 for the loss of 2 wickets after 32.
I love that we still call it Twitter, even though it's this ridiculous X now. But it
refuse to
will
call it
always be
X.
Twitter to me.
Yep. Elon Musk has
is.
enough X's already.
My prediction is that Blue Sky will take over, and Dan and I are both on Blue Sky. If anyone wants to join us there and do some Blue Sky
What is
chat,
Blue Sky?
it's the
Jack Dorsey's new Twitter.
original founder of Twitter has moved to a new social media platform, but you need an invite code to get there. And so we're happy to share our invite code. Send us a DM on Twitter. Twitter can't tell if they send us a DM, can they? Send us a DM, we'll send you an invite code. Come and join us on Blue Sky. It's way more fun,
Yeah, I
far
need to
less
get over
toxic, and looks like, I reckon, that's my prediction for which of the new social medias are going to take over from X when it finally falls in a big black hole.
Yeah,
Well, it's a
'cause
nicer name, isn't it? Blue Sky than X. It
Although-
just sounds
a lot of people, and I think I'm going to go down this path and calling it Blueski.
Blueski.
Yeah.
Are you on Bluesky yet, Anth?
No, I'm not. I'm actually on a social media hiatus that may be permanent, so I haven't rushed over there. Tell you what, getting off social media in your personal life is a really great way to improve your day.
Yeah, no, I bet. Unfortunately, if you need it for your business life,
For work, yeah.
it's yes, absolutely. But I'd be right up for you sending me a
Excellent.
invite to Blue Sky.
We shall do that. We shall organise that. I'm sure Dan is almost doing that soon. If he's got a code, I've definitely got some codes there.
Yeah, no,
so
that'd be
it's
great.
a much nicer place, by the way. If anyone's listening, very happy to send you some invite codes. I don't know how often we get them, but it's easy enough to get a list going of White Line Wireless people and Gorilla Cricket people, and we'll.
It's just so much more difficult to use Twitter for this now, because you can't tweet from multiple accounts anymore. You can't use TweetDeck anymore, and
and you have to pay if you're from New Zealand now, don't you?
Really?
I think you have to. Yeah, you have to pay. I think there's a couple of countries. New Zealand's one of them.
Interesting.
Where you're being asked to pay to be on the social media platform.
Wow.
No one's doing that.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, are they having drinks, or are they? Yeah, they are having drinks. So we might play the drink break song.
Oh, we'll get some more drinks breaks action happening. We just got to
Drink break song.
we just got to skim through this and go. Woo.
And then we'll probably have a change halfway through this drink break, I reckon.
Yeah, all right. We should have a change and start going now.
Drinks break. Drinks break.
All right, some very interesting things going on in the half hour or so that I was not here. Something seems to be, the 4 seems to be with Rachin, if you want to talk of Star Wars. He seems to have lasted through 2 reviews. All right. Now I thought the rest of the commentators may already be in place. I don't know if I'm talking into the ether.
Oh, I didn't realize I was on mute, but
No, it's all
yes,
right.
I mentioned that that Ratchin has been the DRS whisperer.
He's been great
The
today. hasn't
DRS
he?
whisperer. Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, if India were worried during the previous hour or so, they'd be very worried now if you look at the score. There is a chance, well, New Zealand can from here potentially double their score, do we think, gents? Or
Yeah, look, 320's on the cards for sure, if not a bit more, with Kuldeep starting a new over to Ravindra. And he hits it back to the bowler for no run.
With also only 5 bowlers from India and Bumrah nowhere to be
Right.
seen, how do they get through their overs?
They're really missing that sixth option
they'll get
today.
there. I think Bumrah is just getting a massage or just maybe relaxing, resting. I think he'll come back. He's important for the end of the innings. Surely.
Kuldeep to Ravindra, and he hits it back to Kuldeep for no run. Yeah, India's really missing that sixth option with Hardik Pandya not being there today. Anyone surprised at Ashwin not picking up that spot?
You're on mute.
Sorry, I was speaking on mute.
And Kuldeep back
I was
in,
saying,
and they take a single.
Yeah, no, I was saying if it was any other place, potentially we would have seen Ashwin in the 11 because he also gives you that little bit of balance with the bat. Now it's Surya and Shardul has been taken out. So we can see that that's the game plan because they'd rather go in with 3 full fast bowlers than I think he's also been a bit on the costly side, Shardul. So maybe it might have worked against him.
I think with the biggest
2 full
score,
spinners.
Surya Kumar Yadav might get a bit of a hit and might see some fireworks later tonight.
I mean, the way they're going, I think he'll definitely be required towards the end of Indian innings, if not earlier. Right?
We'll leap back into Mitchell, who reverse sweeps, hit on the pads, no appeal. It's a nice tidy over so far from Kuldeep. He's had his last few overs where it started off with a 4 or a 6 and it's kept it quite tight, pegged it back a little bit. It's almost a seam-up delivery. The wrist spin isn't quite working for him today, is it?
Exactly. Well, I mean, you got to do, right? You got to mix it up a little. That was a straight, fast one. No wonder they didn't actually go for a review. I was thinking, I don't think they have any reviews left. I have to check. But I was thinking that might have been close, adjacent. But
114
it was a
kilometers an hour,
full
that last
25, 30 kph faster, no? That ball.
Definitely faster. Kuldeep coming back into Mitchell. Pitches outside the off stump, and that's hit down the ground and dropped and gone for 4.
Wow.
There's been some shocking fielding from India today. That's just Bumrah.
Is that Surya again?
Is that Bumrah or Surya? Let's just wait for a
Yeah,
replay.
one of those two. That I don't think he was in the game at all. That was hit straight to him. It was Bumrah.
That's Bumrah.
You're right. That was a dolly, I thought. It was just straight to him. Straight in, straight out.
It was a wrong in and hit straight down his throat and completely misjudged that. Pushed it over to the boundary for 4. The day just
Not
keeps
only
getting
has he
worse for
misjudged
India.
it went right out of his hands behind him.
Kuldeep to Mitchell and hit out to point for a single.
That would have been a very crucial wicket for India, right?
Great
Because
over
these
for
both are looking as good as they are.
Yeah, that's very costly. 2 drops so far, and the DRS LBW's decision. I thought that would have been an umpire's call with how tight that was on the leg stump, but another day would have been a different call. But it is what
Anything
it is.
on socials?
Some talk about from Farong saying the Kohli obsession by the broadcast is unbelievable. It never stops. IPL, every second advert is Kohli. Stands down as RCB captain to AB, every Tata ATM review, and the camera zooms in on guess who?
Well, he does his bit.
Just giving the
sort
people
of acts
what they want,
animatedly.
right?
He does act animatedly, and he does want the cameras. He doesn't mind the cameras to be on him. Let's put it like this. But at the end of the day, look, I'm very, very disappointed. Coming back to the game here, how India are fielding.
Shami, full delivery, hit wide for a single. Yes, it's been a pretty disappointing fielding display from India today. They've been pretty good this whole tournament so far. But yeah, not up to their standards today.
Indeed. I mean, the way India dropped that catch, at least Bumrah, it looked like his head was not in the game. He was not prepared for it at all.
Yes, he's
it was
been off
just
the
straight
field and
up and down chance. Rohit
And you have
ringing in the
Jadeja.
changes as we see.
Yeah. And you have Jadeja of all people dropping a catch. Like,
Jadeja,
he's one of the best
yeah.
fielders in the
Was-
world.
And that was also an easy one. It was not a tough one by his standards, by anybody's standards. It was straight in. That was weird.
Sharma
All right.
charging in to Ravindra, hits him on the pad, bit of an appeal, and it evades the diving keeper and down to the boundary
God.
for another 4.
That's Bumrah again.
Jasprit Bumrah is not having a great day today, lads.
No. He never bent down at all. He doesn't look happy in the outfield.
No,
Maybe it's all that talk of the outfield being a bit unsafe for the bowlers. But look, that was shocking. He walked past it almost like me. He escorted it to the boundary.
he does look a
He
bit
never bent
ginger,
down.
doesn't he? Yeah, he's not really pushing his body there. Replays from the host broadcaster of Jadeja being quite surprised at that effort by Jasprit Bumrah.
Nah, he's having a couple of off minutes here. Somehow he needs to do something right and then put this behind him. Otherwise, it would cost him and the team.
Shami to Ravindra, and that's hit straight down the throat of Shubman Gill, and he makes no mistake about that, takes it in. The end of a fabulous innings, 75 of 87 balls for Rachin Ravindra, and India finally strike with their 3rd wicket.
Wow. Will that be the balm that soothes all the pain so far and maybe lifts India up?
Bit of a
Yes, we
cutter
think.
there from Shami. Yes, this could open the floodgates for the wickets, but New Zealand do bat very deep, so there's a great effort by the number 3. Heartbroken to be walking off. Century staring him in the face, but
Absolutely. That was a bit of a pity. I would have thought he had the 100 for the taking there.
But at this stage of the innings, with Latham, Latham, Phillips, and Chapman to come, and even Santner, I think New Zealand are gonna look to accelerate the run rate.
Of course. There's
I
a
mean,
great platform set there.
I think that's what he was trying to do even. I think he may have just
Yes.
miscued that, thinking he's sort
He's
of
being a
got
team
in half
player.
mind. Whether hitting it to the fielder on the ground or hitting it over him, I think he was caught in the mid-ground. And the other thing I saw, there are a lot more jumpers on the Indian fielders suddenly. Maybe it's gone a little cold in Dharamshala that you see a lot more people wearing full arm jumpers. Maybe it's not going to plan maybe because of that. I know when it gets a bit cold, fielding gets a bit tough. The ball stings your hand, of course.
Yes.
That much more.
Quite a different climate up north in Dharamshala as it has been compared to the other parts of the country where India's been playing, or the rest of the countries have been playing as well. Very, a vast country India is with different climates, so it's a key challenge in getting used to the different conditions.
Sami is still smiling. He seems to be seeing the funny bit. Rohit Sharma looks grumpy. He's not
He
happy
always
with the
looks grumpy.
proceedings, clearly. India could have had both these batsmen.
Bowling to Latham,
Both the
short
set batsmen.
delivery, and that's fended down to 3rd for a single. The score moves on to 179 for 3.
Well, if Bumrah had been aware in the last over, potentially India could have had both the set batsmen out. That could have made a difference.
That's true.
Now
And
with
two new batsmen
Mitchell there,
in the back half of the innings. It's it wouldn't been ideal for New Zealand to capitalise on the platform that they've got.
absolutely. And they have a couple of hitters coming. And, we saw Mitchell tapping Ravindra on his shoulder as he walked off,
But should
saying,
be
well
Gill
done, mate.
in his
And
full
just,
flitter as well.
That was unfortunate. Yeah, we had a 100 for his taking. But nonetheless, India finally had the breakthrough. It's in the 34th over, but they'll take it gladly.
Ahmed Shami coming in to Mitchell. Pitches on off stump and hit to Kohli for no run.
That was the first over of Shami's new spell, wasn't it? He's again managed to break through in the first over of a spell.
Yeah, he was could have had a couple of wickets, but no.
I think he could have had Rachin Ravindra twice
Yeah.
in the same over. Once he was dropped by Jadeja, once he was approved by the DRS, or he chose to call the DRS correctly. So
Last ball of the over, Shami coming into Mitchell. And that's driven straight down the ground to long on for a single. End of the over, 180 for 3 after 34.
There is a lot of chat about the decline of Twitter and the potential rise of Blue Sky, and our producer Anth clarifying that the in places where Twitter is charging, it's $1 a year, and apparently it's stock bots. But either Elon doesn't understand how bots work, or he wants your bank details. Both of these seem likely.
I mean, we all are discussing about the demise of this platform. I don't know if these reports are exaggerated, but I see many people more and more wanting to have an alternative option in case it gets, so to say, out of hand. If you were to, have a specific expectation, you think, no, this is going more and more out of hand. You're like, okay, I have this other platform where I have a presence now. I'm going to switch over to that. That's what I expect. But we all spoke the same way when he took over, right? We're still
Kuldeep
here.
starts a new over and beats the outside edge of Mitchell. Everyone's got hands on their heads. That could have been another close one. As we watch the replays, just evaded the outside edge.
It was not a googly, but it just went on with the arm.
Straight. Yes, that
was
that's
very
correct.
interesting. Whoever is in the field of dreams, you may have to do something about the projector.
Cool leap to
We are
Mitchell.
seeing that it's going to power down.
It's a reverse sweep out to... Is that Surya Kumar Yadav's collected the ball there? And two runs taken.
Rohit's not happy.
Rohit's not happy at all. These are all extra runs he's going to have to make tonight in India's batting reply.
I think all the turn, they were not happy that it was not anticipated, that the fielder coming in from the deep left it a bit too late. Some miscommunication happened between the fielder
between
who was
point
running
and
from
third.
within the circle backwards and
Kuldeep
Surya.
back to Mitchell. Plays it out on the offside for a single. Surya Kumar Yadav collects and back into the keeper. Lots of grumpy faces out in the Indian camp.
Rightfully so. They've been a bit under par and they know they're up against it here. The same New Zealand, how they built it last time, you remember how far they went in the previous game with, they were 4 down for nothing and they were able to build from there. Now they have a solid platform. So
Very solid
they're
platform.
rightfully afraid, aren't they?
Latham marking his guard to Kuldeep, left-hander to left-hander. Should be a good contest.
Well, Latham takes a bit of time at the start of his innings.
Of course.
He's more of a test match batsman.
I think
Let's see
Kuldeep will appreciate bowling to a new batsman. Kuldeep to Latham, played out to Siraj for no run. Dot ball. Kuldeep's pegged it back a bit in the last couple of overs. He's being very expensive in his first 4.
Correct. He's pulled it back a little, but he's not going to have pretty figures before his turn
not at
today,
all.
considering there are only going to be 5 bowlers. He's only in his 7th over.
Comes in
57.
again to Latham. Chipped.
Oh.
Again evading Bumrah. Chipped over that short fine leg, and that's gone for 4. Looks like they were laying that plan
Exactly.
for Latham, and it's just gone over the head of Bumrah. Played a little bit
And you
too
see
well.
Rohit applaud. So you saw there was some plan maybe potentially.
Yes, definitely. I think that's what they were going for, and there's size all around. Shman Gill not too happy with that. Yadav again to Latham and defended for no run. The score is 187 for 3 after 35 overs.
There's some analysis from CricViz saying that Daryl Mitchell, since the 2019 World Cup, when going down the track against spinners, which he's done a lot today, 120 runs, 56 balls, average 120, strike rate 214. Only Shubman Gill and Nicholas Pooran have scored at both the highest strike rate and average than Mitchell in this period when going down the track.
Wow.
He's obviously doing that very well today.
Definitely.
He was really effective against both the spinners as he danced down the track, especially Kuldeep, but also Jadeja. I remember coming out and hitting him for a flat 6 behind him.
Spinners have taken no wickets today and leaked 109 runs and the economy rate of 6.4 in 17 overs. So
Yeah, this is
not very
this is
like
potentially-
India, is it? Normally they get the spinners to perform the squeeze in the middle overs, and we haven't seen that today. The conditions haven't suited them too well, and they haven't
Correct.
had a backup plan without having that 6th or 7th bowler, and this is what the Indian teams are missing, you know, and then they've left out Shardul Thakur as well.
What they miss is somebody who can bowl a few overs of part-time off break or something in the top order and take some of the pressure off these spinners.
I've been thinking
On-
about
on
We
a
should
that
get
a lot
Virat Kohli
today.
bowling again.
Oh no, not him.
Bumrah is back in the
Somebody a
attack.
bit more regular than him.
Bumrah's back in the attack, bowling to Mitchell, and that's a good ball to start off with. At aimed in at off stump, defended, back down for no run. I was actually thinking about something a bit more left field than Virat Kohli. How about Rohit Sharma? You know, he's got 2 IPL
Exactly.
hat tricks, but that is going back almost 20 years ago. It was back in 2009.
We saw him practice in the nets. I saw some videos of Rohit Sharma practicing in the nets, by the way.
I don't think
does
he's
he
We
going to
may
be
see him
bringing it
before
out
the
in
tournament
this
is
game.
done as a part-time off-break bowler. Who knows? Skipper says, you know what, I'm not going to tell any of you. I'm going to do it myself.
Bumrah
Right.
back into Mitchell, who drives it down the ground on the up. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the boundary rope for 4. The score moves on to 191 for 3.
This is very, very good batting by Mitchell, the
Very
set
good
batsman. And this was a good ball. It was on a length, but he hit it on the up and knew that the mid-off fielder is up in the circle. So he cleared him and it ran away to the boundary. So this is also, a batsman who knows if he turns the strike over, the other guy can take it a little easy. Take 2 or 3 balls more, get his eye in. So this is very, very effective batting again. Once again, Mitchell, that's the efficient and effective. That's how you can define him. He's very good.
Bumrah makes his way back in for the 3rd delivery of this over to Mitchell. On the cracking Yorker there, just dug out for no run. Good comeback delivery by Bumrah after that last boundary. He's getting
We expected he would go to one of his defaults, let a Yorker or a bouncer, you would think. But the other thing, you don't see any movement in the air at all. Around this time of the innings, Bumrah gets some amount of reverse swing going. I think he troubled Pakistan very much with that in that game, right? So you see that missing here.
Yeah, definitely.
And that means he'll have to use the rest of it, the length, the seam, and he has to make his own way. So it's very interesting.
Bumrah back in to Mitchell. Shorter delivery, and that's pulled to the leg side for a single. They've come back for 2. Ball seems to be following Surya Kumar Yadav around the field.
Nah, we saw earlier the fielding coach or the coaching staff of India sort of cleaning the shoes of one of the fielders in the team. That gives more credence to that sandy, loamy sort of underfoot feeling in the outfield. They were cleaning off some excessive grass. That's very unlikely. If you see it in a proper grass field, you get that, but that did not look like it.
Bumrah back into Mitchell. Defended back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, with the newly relayed surface at Dharamshala, it's disappointing to see the state of the outfield. You would think that they wouldn't have relayed the ground in a World Cup year and given it a couple of years to actually sink in there. And but that's India for you, and we've sort of come to expect these things.
Under normal circumstances, you would not have had this as one of the grounds. But Anurag Thakur, being a
let's stay
functionary
away
within
from
the BCCI and being
the
from this
politics
part
of
of the
cricket
world,
in India.
he wouldn't miss
As
out.
Bumrah comes in, and that it's down the leg side and clipped away to fine leg for 4. That's a very expensive over from Bumrah done, and he's not had a good run in the field. Dropping a catch, letting a couple go for 4, and now an expensive over. Unlike him, he was none for 11 coming into this over, and 10 off. That's almost doubled the run scored off him in his comeback over.
That was very good cricket again, where he respected the good balls, kept the good balls out, but then he's capitalized fully on all the other balls. This is excellent batting.
Definitely great batting.
You see
by
that
Mitchell.
batsmen know Bumrah is the danger man almost. They are very careful with the balls that they defend. They are fully defending it. But when they know there's a freebie, like the one in the last ball of the over, put it away comfortably.
Bumrah
And again, in this match, there'll be more freebies than usual from Bumrah.
Indeed. Now he looks a bit unsettled. he had to go off. Maybe he's hurting from one part of his body. Maybe he's not all there. He dropped the catch in the field and was a bit, clumsy while trying to chase that ball down going to the boundary. We'll see if he's going to bounce back. But, these are champion cricketers.
Kuldeep starting a new over, bowling to Latham, and that's gone down the leg side, just missing leg stump, gone through the keeper, and Rohit Sharma's chasing that and gets it, collects it just before it gets to the boundary, and I think that's going to be, is that called as byes?
It's just byes.
It's called as byes. I thought that might have been called as byes. 3 byes to the score.
And not to forget, Rahul actually dropped a catch as well. Yeah, he was very lucky to get away with that. That should have been wided. But, he dropped a catch as well of Mitchell, if I'm not wrong. A ball sort of went off Mitchell's face of the bat and went right through Rahul's keeping gloves.
And that's the 200 up for New Zealand as well.
But India needed one of these days. If you're an Indian fan, you'll take it. Doesn't matter whether they win or lose. You don't want this to be the semi-final. You don't want this to happen in the semi-final of the tournament. You rather get this, the yip out of the way. The yips that you get.
Bowls to Mitchell, and that's a half tracker, and that just helped on its way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 by Mitchell. He moves into the 90s, 93 at the moment. Score moves on to 204 for 3. And that was
a faster ball.
That was misdirected seam up delivery. He's channeling his inner Anil Kumble there, but not on the money. And that was not the line to bowl with a short fine leg in place.
No. That was a terrible ball. That was a gimme. Absolute gimme.
Yadav back in. Better directed delivery this time. And that's just squeezed out to point for to cover for a single. Score moves on to 205 for 3, and Latham is back on strike. Yeah, that was that previous delivery was just brainless, if I want to be brutally honest. But
that was a club cricket special to get a new batsman going, sort of a ball. Yeah. And he just placed it so well. He just guided it with his bat. He never tried to overhit it. Well done there.
Yadav to Latham. Played out for no run to Shubman Gill, and Rohit's brought himself in at leg slip. Interesting position.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the traditional ball is going to turn away from him, but if it goes on with the arm and if it goes on his hip, there's a likelihood he'll just nick it there. Good thinking.
Oh, Yadav to Latham, and he traps him in front, and that's given out. Is he going to review that? I think that hit him on leg stump. Let's see if he reviews it.
That looked absolutely adjacent. Maybe they're looking for an umpire's call. The batsman, Down Latham, did not want to review it.
No, he didn't want to, but Mitchell's talked him into it, and we're going to go upstairs.
Indeed.
I thought it looked maybe a little bit high, and maybe that's where Mitchell could have some good feedback.
I think it's going to hit the intersection of the bail and the leg stump. Around there, top of middle and leg. Just about there it's going to hit, I think. But I think...
okay.
Oh, it was even lower than that. Sorry, it was lower than that. There's no doubts on where it's going to hit. Yeah. Just middle and 3/4 of the way up the middle stump and leg stump.
We're checking Snicko for the edge. There's no movement on ultra edge. It's crashed into his back pad in front of leg stump. So we'll see if this is going to keep sliding down. Latham's walking off. He's not even waiting for Hawkeye.
Now sometimes when it's palpably plumb, you know it.
Yes, that's all 3 reds. India get their 4th wicket. Kuldeep gets his 1st today.
Struck in front of the stumps.
And Tom Latham dismissed for 5 of 7.
What would this do to Kuldeep's confidence, gents? Do you think Kuldeep will now be able to bounce back? He still has a good 3 overs to bowl.
I think so. I mean, that if you see that delivery compared to the rest of the over, it seemed like he finally got his arm to do what he's been wanting it to do all day. A couple of the last overs, he pegged it back a bit after going for some tap in his first 4 overs. So this wicket's going to do him a world of good. He has to make up all 10 of his overs. There's no 6th bowler we've harped on about all day as Glenn Phillips arrives at the crease. one
a
ball
good
to
time if you're
face.
Glenn Phillips. 205 for 4 with about 13 and a bit overs to go. You can take the 3 overs to bed yourself in, get Mitchell to 100, and then you can start teeing off, isn't it?
Of course, there's a great platform laid for him, and much of the middle lower order for New Zealand.
And look, New Zealand, they have built up the run rate very well over the period as well. What was just around 5 is now comfortably above 5. And I dare say about 5.5 right now. So I'm thinking, 300, 310 is now on the cards. That means India are under the pump. Here, that's 310, I think, is above par.
Kuldeep bowling to Phillips, who defends back to the bowler for no run. That was number 23 bowling to number 23 and the over. But yeah, I think you're right. India's going to have to work particularly hard to keep it under that 300 mark. We all know that it can be pretty difficult to chase under lights in Dharamshala. So they just have to get their radars right.
But it's exactly the right time for batters like Phillips and Chapman, the next batter to come in, because if they start hitting out, then that's a good way to get the bowlers off their lines and lengths.
Definitely the next couple of batsmen.
Nothing on socials?
No, which is why I mentioned that instead of
sorry, it's not to ask you again, but in case you were carried away with the conversation we were having.
Yeah, no, I know.
Nonetheless, we look at the beautiful, the bigger picture around the stadium, where the stadium is all in red, and everything around it at this time of the day in India is in grey. And
Bumrah to Mitchell, defended for no run. Mitchell can take his time now in the 90s.
Feeling they are trying to go for a leg trap for Mitchell to get him to hit in the air to mid-wicket square leg area and try to get him caught. You see a catching fielder very close to the wicket on the leg side. I'm thinking, if you saw the shot, the pull he played in the previous over, and earlier in the innings he tried playing one where he just missed Virat Kohli, a diving Virat Kohli around mid-wicket. They may be going for a catch somewhere there in that region.
Bumrah into Mitchell again, outside off stump, defended out for a single to cover. Jadeja picks up the ball. Yeah, I think you're
Mitchell
right.
was gone.
I think they are trying to set that leg side trap for him, but Bumrah's not being as consistent as we've usually seen him to be.
Correct.
So they've so far failed at laying that trap. But now he gets his chance.
You can try.
New batsman.
You can still come back. You've had a crap day until now, very bad day. But then you say, from now, the last 3 hours, I'm going to do my best, and things suddenly fall in place. Sometimes it can be a fielding. You do well in the field, and with leg break bowlers of any variety, I can tell you, everything will be fine on Wednesday in practice.
To Mitchell squeezes it out, and it's gone to deep square leg for a single. That was an interesting ball, wasn't it?
Well, it was a Yorker. It was near full ball, but I think he had a bit of a French cut at it. He got lucky. It went straight to square leg, deep square leg. And, well, at least in this case, I think Surya did well to stop a run. It looked like 2, by the way. But coming back to what I was trying to say, it's very weird with leg break bowlers. It'll be leaving your hand perfectly, like you'll be beating batsmen, all ends up. Come Sunday, suddenly the ball starts going full toss. You don't know what's going on. Something is wrong. Maybe a breakfast, maybe the humidity in the air, I don't know. And it starts going full on their hips.
Bumrah attempted Yorker to Mitchell, and that's played out to mid-wicket for no run. Mitchell still on 95 off 94 deliveries.
Didn't eat enough baked beans like Shane Warne.
Sorry?
Didn't eat enough baked beans like Shane Warne did.
Oh yeah, canned beans, right? Yeah, there you go. Could be that. I mean, I remember the best cricketing day I've ever had in my life. I had muesli for breakfast. So maybe that's the truth. But yes, we all know as club cricketers where we stand. Sometimes we have good days, sometimes bad.
Bumrah into Mitchell. Short delivery pulled away to deep mid-wicket for a single. Mitchell on to 96 off 95 deliveries. Better over by Bumrah this one. 3 off it so far with 1 delivery remaining.
Well, not to jinx him, but he looks suddenly things are maybe coming together for Bumrah. He's shrugged off whatever that was. We'll see if that is the case. Mitchell, we have to also observe how quickly he's gotten above run a ball. He was about 7 to 8 runs or balls behind. Now suddenly he's found a way to go above, and he even dotted a couple of balls this over, so he was well above.
From a final ball of the over, to Mitchell, he squeezes it back, just missing leg stump down to fine leg for a single. 4 off that over. 38
Phillips,
overs gone, 209 for 4. We've got 8
yeah.
change at the end of the over.
Welcome
Thank you.
the new commentators. Yeah.
That was my last hint of the day. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you very much to Ajit there and Kartik, who've been wonderful on commentary, and also Adit's still there. I think he's probably coming back at some point today. And we're not sure who is on the socials here for us, but we will continue to commentate on the socialists, of course. Yeah, socialists. They've radically left their post and they're back again now. It's Amp with a very dapper-looking jacket. You really do have to go on the YouTube and have a look at this jacket. It's very cricket, I might say.
My jacket, I'm wearing a
my
shirt.
dress-up box, which is quite similar. I should be wearing that for commentary. And Kuldeep finally getting some spin away from the right-hander. And we are on 100 watch, Dan.
We are very much on 100 watch. Mitchell on 96 off 95 deliveries, so just one decent shot away.
Held it. Second delivery. This one is, it's a French cut. And it's edged through to fine leg.
Just get you to talk down the microphone a bit more, Dan. It's
Yep. So Mitchell is on strike now, so he's got his chance to bring up his century. I think that was the second such inside edge that we've seen. That's how he's going to score all his runs.
Yes, indeed. His favourite shot. It's consistent for him, and it's now Mitchell who's just easily stroking a ball down to mid-off to bring up one more run for him, and he's on 97, the score to 211.
Yeah, no flashy fours for his century for Mitchell.
No.
He's just content to do it in singles, because the most important thing is that you get your milestone, not that you score as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Do you think he's getting any sledging from Coley?
I hope so.
In the infield. And this time it's Phillips who's setting off at a massive pace. He's wanting 2. This ball goes out into the deep cover area, and they have in fact run back for 2 or maybe even 3. It's excellent running. I think it was 2. Kuldeep's figures now, I mean, he's being bowled out because he kind of has to be. He's in his 9th over, but he's almost heading up for his century as well.
He's closing in on them. I think he's 1 for 70 now.
Yeah. There's a slip in place, and Phillips reaches for a ball, goes through to the keeper.
Not great footwork there from Phillips. He just kind of stuck his bat out, thought he'd have a hit, and almost got a bottom edge through to the keeper.
Yeah. Some good beard action, though, from Phillips. He's got one of the rare beards in the New Zealand lineup, and he's this time playing the ball far more confidently. And it goes out to deep cover. Kohli is furious as he fires it in, and I think this is the key to the India comeback here in this innings. There were, 5 runs from that over by Kuldeep. His figures 1 for 71 after 9, and New Zealand are now 214 for 4 with a prediction of about 320, I think, Dan.
Yep.
Anyway, over to Anth.
Yeah, not a whole lot happening on the Twitters. Even my Star Wars, Star Trek trolling didn't get people going. It has gotten a bit quiet Sunday night. I think people are starting to nod off. Also, just battled our way through the boring middle overs of this match, but now turning into an exciting one.
Yeah. We're about to hit the last 11 overs. Traditionally the most exciting 11 overs of the innings.
Yeah, well, the first 11 overs for New Zealand, I think they only made 40 runs. So let's hope they can make a few more than 40 off the last 11. In fact, the predictions are maybe north of 300. What do you think? I mean, I did say 320 before, but they can't really get to 320, can they?
I don't think so. I usually estimate about 10 and over from the last 10.
Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. Shami's bowling. He's in his 7th over. He strays onto the pads of Phillips and he turns it round the corner for a single.
Of course, that 10 and over assumes you've got a decent amount of wickets in hand and a decent batter at the crease. So Mitchell qualifies, and 6 wickets in hand is probably decent. So
And that would be
maybe they will get
320.
to 320.
Maybe.
Worth noting
So
that
we'll ask Anth to consider who his favourite Star Trek character is in a minute, because
7 of
first up
9.
we will see. Oh, you can answer that straight away.
7 of 9, yeah.
Oh, 7 of 9.
Oh yeah, that's a formative experience for me.
Yes, interesting. Sorry, that's making me cough now. Shami's bowling over the wicket. In line with off stump. It's a straight drive from Mitchell. It takes him to 98.
Yep, one more run to Daryl Mitchell. He's going to inch his way there. It's very exciting. I hope Richard Kettleborough springs from nowhere to umpire and not call a wide from the final ball, or would otherwise deny him the century.
Do you think it's going to be a final ball before he gets there?
He's taking his time.
It's remarkably slow. He could not. He may not score for the next 10 overs. You just never know. He's got a very strange squatting stance. I think he needs to go to the toilet. This is Phillips, and he doesn't hit this next ball. It goes straight through to the keeper. Is that because he is busting to go? What do you think, Dan?
I think so. He certainly looks like it needs potty, but he's not going to be able to get one at least until the next drinks break, I would have thought.
Yeah, exactly. You can't just go there on the pitch.
Well, ideally not.
Ideally not. He's certainly in that chair pose that is very hard on your quadriceps. I mean, he's using far more muscles than he needs to be there in his stance.
He's basically doing squats.
Mm-hmm. He's very low, unnecessarily low, and he looks very strange. Is he putting Shami off? No, that's a beautiful delivery from Shami. He squirts off the edge, going down to third. Zipping in comes the fielder, and there's a single taken.
So Mitchell back on strike now. Will he get a single, or will he get a 2? Or a 3 or a 4.
I don't feel like we need to ramp up the tension until he's actually on 99, because he's probably going to go for a single.
He'll probably dot the rest of this over out.
He may well. We've already had 3 runs and 1 dot. 98 from 97, and that's what we're looking at here for old Moose mouth breather Mitchell. His real nickname is Moose, apparently. I don't know if they have their mouths open or closed, and he does try and dot out the over, but no, instead he takes a single. He lazily guides the ball down to mid-on, and he moves to 99.
To 99, Kane Williamson comes out to get a close look at this imminent century. He's very excited, is Kane.
Yes, I think the beard of Kane Williamson looks better with the full kit. It doesn't look so good with the t-shirt and the warm-up kit.
Scraggy, unemployed man, which is basically what he is at the moment. Now that he's injured,
I guess so. He looks like he belongs in like a camper van or something, doesn't he? We did talk about the caravan show yesterday. Anyway, Shami's now bowling to Phillips, who's not squatting quite so deep, and as a result, he's managing to squirt a ball out through point for a single, and that is the end of the over. And we've had 5 runs from it, with Mitchell remaining on 99, and New Zealand 219 for 4 after 40 overs.
We've got some tweets here. Jay is saying, just found a reason to hate Kat. She just tried to convince us Ant was wearing a jacket when I know it's been the same shirt all along. Damn your Navy tricks, Kat. And Added is saying, Kuldeep is Yadav. He really means to learn and has done so, improving his bowling through the innings.
Yes.
And we've got, Brian in Brisbane. I'm here, still in Northampton, heading up to my local working man's club, Kingsley Park, to see these last few overs. 315 runs is his prediction.
Okay. It's not a bad prediction. Particularly if Mitchell gets his century and decides that he might as well go for his double.
Yep.
There was a moment there where Mitchell did open up the shoulders from about 50 through to 70, so we know he can do it.
Yeah.
We've just had a power play whiz around by the umpire, and so at the 40 over mark we are, with Bumrah about to bowl his 7th over. Very economical, Bumrah.
Super economical, as you'd expect from Jasper Bumrah.
Yeah.
So Phillips, of course, hogged the strike at the end of the last over, so we've got to wait a little longer for Mitchell's century.
Phillips on 9, Mitchell on 99, and New Zealand on 219, and Phillips can't get this next one away, just guides it to point. Run rate at the moment is 5.5.
Yes, so There's all this tension about Mitchell moving from double figures to triple figures. No such tension for Phillips about to move from single to double figures. I think we should make a bigger deal out of that.
Let's talk it up. Well,
On 9, he only needs one to bring up his 10.
we need a jingle played if he gets to 10. Oh my goodness, he's wiggling his bottom here in his weird stance.
Awesome.
It's getting worse. And this time he's moving. He's moved it. He's got into the covers. He's penetrated the ring field. Everyone gets to their feet. The crowd applauds.
Raise their bat. Everyone's very excited about that.
Andrew's searching for a jingle.
I've got the jingle ready to go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Cricket balls in flight, 100 to light.
Yes, it's a fraction of 100. It's
a tenth of 100.
Tenth of 100.
Square root of 100.
Yeah, and I think Ant's played a tenth of that jingle, so all perfect.
Sorry, I was on the social medias. I thought that we were. I thought the 100 had come up.
And actually thought it was 100. Mitchell is about to get his 100 now with a single, but he doesn't. He decides instead to defend it because, as we know, he's going to try and dot out these next 10 overs.
Yeah. Don't want to get carried away. Boomer could easily dismiss him here. He needs to survive this over and try and get the century off a different bowler.
Yes, Kuldeep.
Yes.
Yeah, but he did in fact middle that, so it was well defended. We do know that Phillips is probably going to get to the 100 before Mitchell. Phillips at the moment is on 10. And Mitchell on a perfect strike rate of 100. He should be getting a jingle for that. As Boomer rolls, he pushes it into the covers, and this will be the 100 for Daryl Mitchell. He cannot believe it. He opens his mouth. In fact, he closes his mouth for the first time this match, and he raises his bat to the sky, fist pumps. He has 100 from 100 deliveries with a strike rate of 100. It couldn't be better for Daryl Mitchell. Congratulations.
Oh, I won't play the jingle again since we've already had it.
Free this time.
Yep.
The jingle has been had. I mean, Phillips got the jingle.
Yeah,
Bad luck.
On that one.
Yeah.
What was Phillips' jingle supposed to be? I missed that entire play.
A jingle for a 10.
A jingle for a 10.
10. We thought he needed a jingle for
okay.
10.
Okay.
Because he was moving from single to double figures. This next one, wild from Boomer down leg side. It squirts off Phillips' bat, or perhaps his bottom, and he moves to 11.
So Mitchell, magnificent with 100 off 100.
I love that. Yeah.
I think if you can't get your 100 off exactly 100 balls, there's no point to you. Good work, Mitchell.
That's what he's going for the whole time. I mean,
we were fools. Yeah. We were idiots.
So fools, we didn't spot that coming.
Yep.
He had us absolutely, completely fooled. That was what he was aiming for. No boundaries. I mean, he would have just got there with a strike rate over 100. Can't be done.
Yep.
Glorious. And just look at that beautiful shaved head. In fact, the hair has grown. It's always a hazard. Has grown during the innings. He's been out there that long. And this time it's Mitchell on 100, and he's spanking a ball to mid-wicket, and where it's fielded competently, and there's no run. You shave your head before the match, and if you're out there for 100 deliveries, it is going to grow a bit.
Yep. What have we got, Ant?
All right, so we've got Disinterested Handjob asking, what is this pogonophilia cat has going on? Love of beards. Jay Shah gives me MODOK vibes. That's from Specky. Disinterested Handjob saying Daryl Mitchell and Glenn Phillips sound like game show hosts from the late 80s. And asking...
Good call.
And asking, do we want a jingle for double figures? So I'm thinking...
Yes, we do.
We do. Because we need it for England. Come on. Do it for England. They've got at least one or two more games, and I'm sure they'll make it into double figures for a couple of those.
And I've also got Warren saying good morning on Twitter, and then we'll go back for more later.
Excellent. Yeah, definitely need a double finger jingle.
Yeah.
Double figure jingle.
Double figure jingle.
Not a double finger jiggle.
Yes. No, but he was doing the double finger jiggle. Potentially. That could be quite rude. Shami is coming into bowl to the bottom of someone, Phillips, and he's driving into the covers, and he's getting one run. So that puts Mitchell on 100, and he's shamefully falling behind the strike rate.
Yep. So
honestly.
Disappointed, and it may cost... well, if he falls below the 100 strike rate, it may mean that New Zealand don't reach 300, which is, of course, 300 off 300 deliveries.
Yeah. I think every single time now, if we can get Anth concentrating hard enough, every time Mitchell makes it to 100 strike rate, I think we should play the 100 jingle. He is, in fact, behind the 100 strike rate at the moment.
So I think he needs to get a 2 off this ball.
Yes, needs a 2 off this one.
So challenge is on. Can he get the 2? This is edge of our seats we are here. As Mitchell, game show host that he is, he's got a job to go back to, the Wheel of Fortune, as he flicks this next ball.
For it. He's going for it.
He's going
No.
Phillips, you coward. Phillips wasn't game to come back for the second run,
Goodness
but
me.
he feared for his good run out life.
Yeah.
I was ready
If
to
he had any
jingle it
courage,
too.
he would have come back for it and given Mitchell his 100 strike rate.
Yes. Phillips is it's all an apology now. Phillips is saying sorry. Mitchell is saying sorry. The score, in fact, is 224 for 4. There are plenty of wickets in hand for New Zealand now to open up and get a few more runs here. And it's going to be Phillips trying, but he can't get the ball past a wide gully backward point.
Phillips needs to hit a 6 off this ball to bring up his 100
Yes.
strike rate.
Yep,
I don't
and
think
then
he's capable of that.
he'll get the jingle again. We're going to try and see how many times we can play the 100 jingle for Phillips when he doesn't get to 100 ever.
Yeah.
But he may get to 100 strike rate. And close your mouth. I think Phillips.
Yeah, he's infected him.
Mitchell's mouth is getting wider and wider here. He's lost his chewing gum, so his teeth are on full show. Shammy's steaming in to Phillips. Phillips tries to get the ball straight into the hands of that backward point, and he manages to do so again.
Yeah, Phillips is definitely dragging this innings back down. Mitchell dragged it down with his efforts to get the 100 strike rate.
Yep.
And Phillips has gone along with him, and neither of them have noticed that it's time to actually go the other direction now.
Well, it's time to get a boundary. We haven't had a boundary since we've come on the call. In fact, I think it's been at least half an hour since the last boundary or thereabouts. So fabulous bowling here from India, particularly from the fast bowlers. I mean, even Kuldeep Yadav has definitely pulled out a few more deliveries that are reasonable in the last 2 of his overs of his spell.
Yeah, they looked like they were falling to pieces a little bit in here. Now they've sort of recovered, and they may still only chase a very small total.
So Phillips sticks his bottom out, drives the ball down to mid-on. There are runs there every time. Mid-on's very deep there. And I can see exactly why India have improved. There's no smiling anymore.
Yeah.
Kohli's just told them to
Kohli's-
shut their gobs.
Yep. And you should just tell Daryl Mitchell that. You should
Yes.
say, Mitchell, close your mouth,
Yeah.
open your eyes.
We have no idea if he can bat with them closed
Yeah.
mouth.
So, yeah, Kohli's got them all angry. Kohli's still furious about everything.
He is absolutely furious. We saw him smiling before. Massive mistake. India just fell to pieces in the field when he takes the foot off their throats. So, indeed, Shami steaming in, serious as anything. Mitchell winds up, but he doesn't get a good piece of this. And
Can't get the 2 to bring up his...
no, he's still beyond he's underneath the strike rate. I'm not sure what that strike rate would be. It'd be 99 point something. And 4 runs from the over. Shami's figures after 8 overs, 2 for 42. Excellent bowling. And New Zealand are 226 for the loss of 4 wickets. What have we got, Anne?
Well, I just looked up. There hasn't been a boundary since that last wicket. But on Twitter, we've got Farong. I'm sure if Virat needed to take a leak during his innings, the umpires would allow it, or cameras and drones would focus on him exiting and returning to the field. Dave Wood saying zipping in is a necessity if one is desperate for the toilet. And it did us saying we need Kendall Roy's The 100 is Substack Meeks the New Yorker, etc. as a 100 jingle. I know. I think that's I think that's being unfair to Substack and too fair to the New Yorker, that one.
We do have Bumrah about to continue with figures of none for 28 off 7 overs. Somehow only going at 4 runs and over, Jasper Bumrah. But Mitchell keen to get the 2 that will bring him that 100 strike rate and get Anth back on jingle duty.
Well, it's a very lazy period for jingles when we have no boundaries. And we don't really want a wicket because we do want to see this fantastic competition continuing between Mitchell, Phillips and India.
Not sure what Bumrah's doing. Here he comes.
Eventually, he's coming. I don't know how he's only bowled 7 overs. Anyway, he's coming in to start his 8th. And we have Mitchell on strike. Mitchell does a gentle pull shot.
Come back for 2.
He may well come back for 2. They are attempting. It's an attempted run out. We're going upstairs. There's an attempted run out on the throw. It's an excellent throw. This could be close, Dan.
I think he's run out going for the 100 strike rate.
I was ready to jingle it too.
We can't jingle it just yet. We're
No.
waiting for the DRS.
Gotta wait now.
Very exciting. I think he's out. I think he's gone. He's running very hard, but it was a great throw straight over the top of the stumps. And I don't think Daryl Mitchell has got back.
Was it a direct hit or did the keeper
No,
come into
keeper
play?
took it. Oh, he's made it.
Yep.
He's made it because the keeper's just a little slow getting the ball, getting the bails off. If it had been a direct hit, it would have been out. But no, he is safe. And time for the jingle.
Time for the jingle. 100 strike rate.
Cricket balls in flight. 100 delight.
I'm not going to do the whole lot every time though.
Fair enough.
No, he doesn't deserve the whole thing. Is that our only 100 jingle? Because
It's the only one I've got on this menu of the soundboard. I'll have a look
You might have to
around.
play 250s if he gets to it again, but no.
All in mind.
Disappointing. He's driven the ball to mid-off and he drove it so smartly that there was no chance of a single. Whew, it's exciting.
Very exciting, keeping an eye on Daryl Mitchell. So, New Zealand are falling away here in these last 10 overs.
Yeah.
We were eyeing off potentially they might get, 10 runs and over, get 100 runs off their last 10. I don't think they may struggle to get to 300 from here.
Yeah, I don't think the Manhattan's looking very good. It's going to peak in this middle overs, and that's never a good thing. An excellent next delivery from Boomerang. It's slow, it's short. Well, it's not slow. It's short, and Mitchell plays underneath it and over the top of it and absolutely no idea where it's going. It was beautifully bowled. Plays it very late and unable to make contact.
Yeah, this is Boomerang. Boomerang is such a wizard. Like in the death overs, particularly in T20s, I've seen him do this all the time. He's bowled like maidens in final overs at T20s.
Yeah.
Because he's just so good at baffling the batters, and he's pulling out all those tricks here.
So the win probability for New Zealand now is 58%, according to Cricinfo. It plummeted.
It's making them favourites.
Yeah, it is making them favourites.
Yeah, since about the 20th over.
Go home, Cricinfo.
Go home, Cricinfo. It is ridiculous. And they're projecting New Zealand to get 285 and that to be enough.
No, lies.
Yes, lies, damn lies. Mitchell on strike, flicking a full-length delivery off his toes. It's heading out to the boundary. It's been stopped by someone's foot. And I don't know why Boomer is applauding. That's a dangerous strategy. But anyway, it worked, and they're smiling again.
Yes.
Danger for India. But anyway, they've saved it. That's 2 runs to Mitchell, but he's still behind the strike rate.
Yes. That was excellent fielding there. Who's that? That's
Jadeja.
Jadeja just showing off there. Losing the hat, doesn't care. Just sticks the big right boot out. Kicks it back into his other fielder.
I think someone a little bit more woke than Jadeja probably would have done a proper slide and got it with his hands. Yeah. But,
would have messed up his pants.
Would have, definitely. Doesn't want a green patch. And this is a beautiful straight drive from Mitchell. It's gone all the way down towards the boundary where there's an incredible save on the rope. It was hit so hard that it would have taken the umpire's head off and the non-striker's head and probably the bowler's head. But instead, it's a miraculous save on the boundary rope.
Such a miraculous save that they only got 1 run for that. That was hard, almost took the umpire's head off. The umpire fell to the ground, and who was that flying around? That was magnificent.
Now, they did not use their feet. This is
proper fielding.
Proper fielding. Got it with his left hand. Somehow managed to cut that off with incredible reflexes. It was pretty incredible. And now the host broadcaster having a bit of a joke about Holdstock standing in his certain number of tests when he was barely standing there on that last delivery. Another straight hit from Phillips. Very fast running as this ball went past the bowler and just dribbled past the stumps, but they've run incredibly hard because the mid-off had to come in and field that.
I think Phillips clipped Rohit with his bat as he went past. He was running so fast that he couldn't slow down, and Rohit was coming around to back up, and he got the edge of Phillips' bat.
And
so
that is the end of the over. Yes, 232 for 4.
Yeah, bunch going over on the socials. It's all kicked off again now, I think, as we're getting into these last 10 overs. Armchair Cricket Podcast saying India getting a bit of control over proceedings with 25 for 1 between 37th and 41st overs, thanks to Bumrah and Kuldeep. Is this India recovering their senses before the death, or is this NZ waiting out the calm before the storm? Muttley saying Daryl Mitchell, the antithesis to Trent Bolt. And Jay saying people in my grandparents' generation used to get their teeth removed and replaced with dentures as a matter of course. Perhaps this trend is extended to modern dentures and the gum is adhesive.
Yes, not quite sure what that last tweet is in reference to.
Talking about the chewing gum. We've been talking about chewing gum.
The chewing gum, I see.
Yes, and so yes, getting the chewing gum in there. Keep your
I
teeth
wonder if
in.
you can chew. Can you chew gum with dentures? I'm sure you probably can.
These days, I'm sure you can. The fixtures they've got to hold them in, I think, are getting a lot better.
Is a modern dentistry marvelous?
It is. You can't. I'm pretty sure you can't chew gum with a plate or with braces. I think that's a bit more dangerous.
Yeah.
But we'd love people to tweet in as many teeth-related tweets as you like. Phillips is on strike. He's on 14. He's facing up to Siraj. This is hoiked over the onside, straight over the rope and into the crowd. It's a glorious 6.
I believe they're miracles since you came out to bat. You 6 today.
Now that was a surprise, Dan.
That was a lovely shot. He got his bum out of the road and he got underneath it and just launched it into the crowd. One of the crowd members almost got hit on the head, but he didn't care. He was dancing. He was delighted to be touched by a ball that had been hit by Phillips.
I would love to know how many times New Zealand has managed to hit a boundary off the first ball of an over. And this next one it's a wide slash outside the off stump and it's heading out into the deep, but there is a fielder and they will just get 1 this time.
Yeah, that 6 was a big hit there from Phillips. Phillips, yeah, got right underneath it and hoiked it straight into the crowd.
He might be approaching
maybe
the 100 strike rate.
I think he's one off the 100 strike rate, as is Mitchell. So they're both looking for a neat little 2 to bring up their 100 strike rate again.
Look, who cares what score, what innings total New Zealand get? As long as these two can keep the strike rate ticking along at about 100, that's all that is important now in these final overs. Kuldeep didn't manage to get 100 in the end, did he?
No, he fell short.
Shame. This one is short from Siraj, foolishly so. And Mitchell's on the pull. He sent it out into the deep again. He's hit it a bit too well, and they've only managed to run 1.
Yeah, it was a good hit. And yeah, as you say, hit too well because it was straight to the fielder and back in basically before they could complete their first run. So no chance of getting the second run that he needed for his 100 strike rate, which is all we care about at this stage.
Absolutely. Just keeping a bit of an eye on the wind predictor, and it looks like the wind predictor is very influenced by 6s. I won't bother you with what it's saying now. This one is full outside off stump, and Phillips digs it out, sends it out square, and they get another run.
Another single there, just pushed out. So India have their fielders clearly in the right place because it's going straight to them each time.
Every time.
And they can, and even when it's not, they've got crazy fielders willing to sprint around the boundary at top speed and dive and stop it and send it back in. So it's excellent outfielding from India.
We are back on 100 strike rate watch as well.
Yes, indeed. This is a very good thing. What are we calling the 100 strike rate aim here? As this next one, another big swing here, and it's going out towards the deep mid wicket, and no overthrows here. I think they've managed to run one more run here. So far 10 off the over.
That was very confusing. I'm not sure who was thinking. Someone was thinking of a second. Someone was very keen on bringing up the 100 strike rate. Somebody else, and it was impossible to tell who, sent the other one back. So very confusing piece of running between the wickets from New Zealand.
We are seeing some pictures from the host broadcaster that would suggest the dew is coming in. Not the dew. The dew is coming in, and that is apparently what happens at this time of night when the lights are on. Phillips sticks out his bum in response, and he drives another ball down to mid-on. He plays well in the V, doesn't he?
That's the end of the over.
And that's 11 runs from the over, a 6 and then 5 singles. The score 243 for 4.
We'll tell you that the humidity is up to 74% now. We started at 50 and the temperature's down to 16. All the rain danger has passed, but yes, the humidity is getting more, and I believe we're going to have a change pretty soon. We're just waiting. I'll just read through some tweets here. Farrong's saying, does anyone know the whereabouts of the ball bowled by Kohli and what it would be worth? Umpires are in charge of looking after the balls. Dickie the Dimwit probably has it. And
Yeah, the umpires might have souvenired it.
Yes.
So we're going to do a change now. We're on 11. We're on the hour. We will flick it over to Kartik, I think, is taking over.
Yep.
And we will
Adit.
say good night. Hi there, Adit. And we'll say good night to everyone. See ya.
Thank you, Dan and Katz. Great call as always. Good to be back, though. Of course, live from Dharamshala. Continues over the wickets to Phillips now. Wide pull, or wide cut, I should say, even, but straight to cover. And Rohit once again seems to have injured his fingers. As we welcome in Angad and Aditya. Angad for the first time in a long time. How are you?
Good, thanks, Kartik. It has been a while. Good to be on air with you.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this time big swing. It's gone straight up in the air. This could be out. Three fielders coming into it, and they've managed to work it out. All, of course, no one wants to get in front of Captain Rohit. Ends up taking the catch. Another wicket for India goes down. New Zealand goes down. It's Glenn Phillips is the man that held out for 23. New Zealand now 243 for 5.
I wouldn't be surprised if Rohit yelled, "Jasprit, get the fuck away from that one," with the form he's had in the field tonight.
While the ball was in the air, I was thinking, wow, this looks kind of Australian with all three fielders converging.
Yeah, well, the difference is that two of them in the end put their hand up and said, "Sorry, it's all yours." Whereas the Aussies would have all still gone for it.
And still caught it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been whilst we wait for the next batsman to come in, this has been an amazing turnaround. It's been a topsy-turvy game. It felt like at one stage India would roll them for 100, and then there was a 150-run partnership. And now there's a couple of wickets falling through as well. So anyone's game at this stage.
Yeah, India's definitely pegged it back. 330 was certainly on the cards at one stage while Ravindra and Mitchell are in. But yeah, they've clawed it back nicely, and it's even Stevens at the moment.
Absolutely. How are we going with the tweets? Anything interesting there, Aditya?
Jay Grover reaching with more reasons to hate Cat, but well.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets to the new batsman Chapman, who plays a square cut out to deep. I'm going to say deep cover or deep square, whichever one you want to call it, for a single that gets off the mark.
To be fair, Jay acknowledged that he's being facetious. Cat willfully played ignorance and then offered contempt about my denture/adhesive gum speculation. If you gave a shit, you should be worried. I wasn't following this conversation.
More about the mouth breathing and the chewing gum going on there.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and a wild swing again by Mitchell. All of a sudden, Kuldeep seems to be unplayable in this last couple of overs. Plays the wrong and another dot ball through to the keeper.
Yeah, two Kuldeeps have definitely shown up today in Dharamshala. Yeah, the one that's needed a bit of work, and the finished product.
Oh, another one wide outside the off stump, and this one bunted down off the bottom edge. Somehow managed to get out to deep mid-on for a single. And Mitchell moves on to 110 not outs. Not without a few lives along the way, but certainly has played well.
Just looking back at that replay, I think that was Boomer's catch.
Yeah. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Chapman, and this time it's played back through to mid-wicket for no run. End of the over, 45 gone. New Zealand 245 for 5 overs left, and that's the end of Kuldeep's 10 overs. Very expensive tonight, but did manage to jag a couple of wickets towards the back end and finishes off with figures of 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 73.
I think he's done quite well to leave it at 2 for 73 at one stage. He might have cracked a ton. So yeah, in the second half of his spell, he's definitely pegged it back quite a bit.
Yeah, he was definitely well over 10 runs and over at some points. Just a reminder from producer Anne that Kitten Cam is being set up for the innings break. So make sure you stay on the stream and over at Gorilla Cricket 2 if you want to see some lovely kittens being given treats and being petted and everything.
Siraj continues over the wickets to Mitchell. Another swing outside the off stump. Didn't pick up the length there. And goes through to the keeper, Rahul, for no run.
I think there's certainly some fatigue set in for Mitchell here. He's just trying to swing at everything to get that score as high up to 300 or above as possible.
What do we think is going to be enough for India, though? I mean, they've obviously got a really strong batting lineup. But probably, although tonight they're probably only bat till 8, really. Possibly even 7. Siraj continues over the wickets. Fuller in length, and this time dug out through to cover for a single. Mitchell moves on
the Indian
to 11.
The Indian number 8 today is Jasprit Bumrah, so nowhere near as deep as normal.
He's got the most runs in an over in Test cricket. Let's not forget that.
That's the one.
Correct.
With the help of a few extras.
Look, I think India would be happy with anything below 275. I think New Zealand, as we've said, will be trying to get as close to 300 as possible.
Yeah, you'd think that they should get at least 30 odd in the next 5 overs, even if India do bowl well. It's going to be very hard to keep it under 30, but we'll have to wait and see unless New Zealand somehow capitulate from here. I think they're looking closer to 280, 290, but time will tell. Siraj continues over the wickets to Chapman, pulls it out through to deep mid wicket. Another man out there is, I think, Shreyas Iyer. That's picked up, and they come through for a single.
We have seen some monumental collapses this World Cup, though. So Pakistan lose 8 for 36. We've seen England have massive collapses as well. So anything could happen in these last 5 overs.
Correct. And we mentioned earlier, remarkably, somehow India has remained on target or even ahead of target at times for the over count, so the innings timer, which is unheard of in this World Cup. Siraj continues over the wicket to Mitchell, and a short bunt, luckily uppish, but no fielder there, and it's gone out to deep cover for another single. Picking up the ones here. This is not really harmful for India. They will take these singles any day of the week at this stage of the innings.
That's definitely right. And this is an odd over where they haven't started with a 6 or a 4 and worked the ball around. Good comeback over from Siraj after an expensive one last time.
He's bowled well overall, going at 4.5 and over still in these conditions compared to some of the other bowlers. He's certainly kept it tight. As also compared to the last few games, he's certainly been expensive. Continues over the wickets to Chapman, bunted straight down. Oh, there's a run out on here. Oh, direct hit. This could be out. But also they don't seem confident. It is Jadeja, always a risky decision trying to take on the arm of the great Ravi Jadeja. But Indian fielders don't seem as confident this time. We'll have to wait and see the replay.
Jadeja's usually one who knows if he's got him or not, and as we can see, comfortably in. Yeah,
I think there's a bit of excitement there because it's a direct hit, which is usually the case, especially when we're playing.
Obviously, in park cricket, we don't have the luxury of having a DRS there.
No, that's out. That's definitely out in park cricket, for sure. And they pick up another single after all that. Mitchell back on strike. Siraj's final ball of his spell. Oh, beautiful delivery, full outside off stump. Mitchell tried to hit that all the way down to Chennai, but didn't connect. And Siraj finishes with figures of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. He's done well tonight. And New Zealand now 46 gone, 249 for 5, 4 overs to go. Darren Mitchell not out on 112. Mark Chapman not out on 3, just came into the crease.
That pose that Mitchell he just held the pose after playing that shot. It was almost like that Dhoni 6 at the 2011 World Cup. He's completely missed the ball.
Yeah, well, look, it's all about it's all about the looks, I suppose, right?
Instagram versus reality, right?
One thing we haven't
Another-
seen in a few overs, though, is the Virat Kohli cam. I dare say that the sponsors will be getting a call or the broadcasters will be getting a call from the sponsors very shortly. And no doubt you'll see Virat's face on screen yet again, even though he has no relevance to the play.
It's like the Poochie episode in The Simpsons. Whenever Poochie is not on camera, everyone should be asking, "Where's Poochie?"
Where's VK?
Absolutely. Jasprit Bumrah continues over the wicket to Chapman. And he's played it down through deep mid-on, picks up a single. And that brings up the 250 for New Zealand after 46.1 overs at a run rate of 5.41.
They've done quite well from the start that they had, but you'd think that New Zealand would be disappointed not launching in and being closer to 280 at this stage of the innings. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. I think yes, they really good partnership, 150 odd. But you'd think they could have, at that point, picked up the pace a lot more and got the run rate up to closer to 6, whereas hovering around 5 for a while. Bumrah continues over the wicket to Mitchell. This time played off the pad straight along the ground through to deep mid-on, and that will be a boundary for Mitchell. Brilliant shot. You know, he's a man in form and he can get the on-drive going.
We're back on the 100 strike rate watch for Mitchell. Needs to pick up a 2 on the next ball. But yeah, great shot. He must be going through so much fatigue. He's lost a lot of fluid. We can see just sweat dripping off him, even in these cool conditions in Dharamshala.
Yep, Bumrah continues over the wicket. This one wide and full outside the off stump. Somehow digs it out, gets bat on ball, and Jadeja, that man again. There's only one on his arm. They pick up a single, and Mitchell moves on to 117. The score now is 255 for 4.
One has to wonder the trajectory of the game if Jaddu had taken that catch. I mean, it's very, very unlikely, unlike Jadeja, to miss field or drop catches, and might have to make some extra runs with the bat tonight.
Yeah, look, let's hope that he doesn't have to get to bat. But Bumrah comes in to bowl a brilliant delivery, full right on the stumps. Unplayable Yorker, that one. He tried to make some room there, Chapman, but missed the ball completely. Through to the keeper for no run. That's another dot ball. Very hard to score runs off this man.
Yeah, Bumrah doesn't... Walking back to his mark pretty gingerly, though. Could that be a cause for concern for the Indian team? There's still a long way left in this tournament.
Potentially, it does look like he's hunching, doesn't he? Bumrah continues over the wicket to Chapman. Another full delivery, this time played off the pads out through to deep mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second on Jadeja's arm, and the throw was wide. And they pick up a 2. The score moves on to 257 for 5 with 1 ball remaining in this over.
Bumrah wicketless so far in this innings. 7 balls left for him to bowl. Doesn't look like the great man that we know. He's had a great tournament so far. He's missed out today, but he's still got 7 deliveries to take a wicket, get his name on the board.
He continues over the wicket. This one's pulled out to Jadeja. Is a catch? Yes, he's taken it. In fact, it's Virat Kohli. Of course it is. Brilliant catch there by Virat out in the deep, and it comes to an end. The innings of Chapman, short and sweet, 6 of 7 deliveries, and the fielding coach will certainly be happy with that. In fact, he's clapping on the boundary. Finally, someone's taken a catch in the deep, diving forward. It had to be that man, Virat Kohli.
Well, it's a bit of a commentator's curse. I've called that Bumrah hasn't taken any wickets so far. He's copped the wicket, and we've given the fans what they want, and it's back on the Kohli cam.
Absolutely, that's it. The end of the over, 257 for 6 now. And Bumrah finishes his 9th over, 1 for 42. And of course, yeah, that's right. The Virat Kohli fans and his sponsors will be very happy about that. So he's got more airtime.
Yeah, the sponsors have gotten to Mark Chapman.
Either or. They're either going for the broadcasters or they're going for the New Zealand team. Yeah. Somehow they find a way.
Farrell makes a bold prediction saying, I think Team Tata will need to make at least 1 more run than New Zealand to win 98% of the Bangladeshi Rickshaw Union agree. And more rum needed. And also a picture of a very sleepy cat. And we'll probably see some sleepy cats in the innings break. Or maybe they'll be awake.
Yeah, of course, exclusive here on Gorilla Cricket and White Line Wireless. We will be having cat cam, not Virat Kohli cam, cat cam during the innings break. But it is Virat Kohli cam right now. As Shami continues over the wickets to Mitchell, who's trying to play it off the pads, play it onto his pads, but short fine leg. And yeah, he's really fatiguing now, struggling to make that single, but somehow picks up a single and moves on to 118.
Look, that wasn't
a leg by.
That wasn't
leg
a
by.
bad piece of cricket from India. I think they've given that single quite easily, that leg by quite easily, because they want to get the new man Santner on strike to Shami. Mitchell, even though he is fatiguing, can still strike the ball pretty well.
And of course, if you wanted to sponsor the cat cam, you can donate to the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue, who are sponsors of the White Line Wireless Box of Dreams.
Shami continues around the wickets to Mitchell Santner, who plays his first delivery right out through to deep cover, or deep square cover, I should say, for a single. He gets off the mark. And New Zealand move on now to 259 for 6, edging ever so closely to the 280 figure that we predicted.
Mitchell just ambled back to the striker's end during that delivery. He doesn't look good at all, does he?
No, you sense that he's either going to go big here or get out. One of the two at this stage of the innings. We'll have to wait and see. Shami comes in with his funky shoes. Right arm over the wickets to Mitchell. And there's the big shot straight down the ground, but there is cover out there, deep mid-on. And it is, of course, that man, Ravi Jadeja. They pick up another single. Well, Mitchell picks up another single, I should say. Moves on to 118. What do you think Rohit's thinking right now? You see him on screen. In fact, that was Shubman Gill, sorry, that was fielded that ball, not Jadeja. Hey, what do you think Rohit's thinking about?
More opportunities for me to make a big score tonight. I'm gonna have
to do double hundreds on his mind.
I'm gonna have to do it all myself, mate. He's the great man. You know, he does so well in World Cups for India. I'm sure he's just thinking it's another opportunity for him to stamp his authority on the game.
Shami continues around the wicket, full and straight, and cleaned him up. Brilliant delivery. Off stump comes out of the ground. Mitchell Santner bowled by Mohammad Shami, who's proving to be a brilliant super sub here for India in this match. His first match for the World Cup so far, and he's picked up his third wicket, I should say, around the wicket, clean bowled, and New Zealand now 7 down for 260.
It's a great piece of work by
just over 2 overs to go.
With Mohammad Shami. It's been a pretty subdued, final block of 10 overs for New Zealand, and India just turning the screws and pegging back what could have been a really big score from New Zealand.
Yeah, absolutely. You think that they're probably now going to keep them under 280 the way they're bowling, but still, I do think that this is going to be a very competitive score, whatever they get to from here. It's going to be a tough chase. New Zealand have got a really good bowling attack as well. So
of course,
the Indian team have certainly got their work cut out, but that's exactly what you want. That's exactly what you want from the top two teams. And then both undefeated.
The Black Caps have an experienced lineup in India as well. I mean, Trent Bolt has starred for so many IPL teams, Mumbai Indians, for a very long time, used to these sorts of conditions. So they've got an experienced lineup in these conditions to really challenge the home team.
Indeed. And they've also got the wood over India as well. We'll come back to that. Shami continues over the wicket to Henry. And clean bowled him first ball. He's on a hat-trick. Right through his defence. Matt Henry he got him in all sorts. Absolutely no idea. And Mohammad Shami gets 2 in 2 and now has figures of 4 for 44.
There was a bit of a look to Rohit, wasn't there, from Shami? He's like, yeah, that's what you get for not selecting me in the first few games.
Absolutely.
He's like, this is what I can do with the ball. You're picking Shardul Thakur over me?
Unbelievable that he hasn't played any games so far in this World Cup for India. He picked up a wicket with his first delivery, and now he's got 4. So surely that's the end of Shardul Thakur for the series, for the World Cup. As Matt Henry goes for a golden duck, and New Zealand now still at 260 8 down, and potentially now may not even bat the 50 overs, which would
And
be a
someone in the
shame.
box of dreams ready the hat-trick jingle. I forget what color it is.
The
but-
producer's gone to sleep. We'll wait and see.
We're
Hopefully we
just
get
having
that.
a look.
Well, hopefully they make it. As this will be Shami's every chance here with number 10 Lockie Ferguson coming into bat. Every chance here for a World Cup hat-trick. What a story that would be. What a comeback that would be. It'd also be his 5-wicket haul as well. So it's all set up.
Shami's already got a World Cup hat-trick against Afghanistan in 2019.
There you go. Comes in around over the wickets to Henry. Not to Henry, in fact, to Ferguson. Digs out the Yorker. But no run. Straight to short mid-wicket. Brilliant spell of bowling. A brilliant over by Shami. Just 3 runs off it and 2 wickets. And he finishes his 9th over in New Zealand. Remain 260 for 8 with 2 overs to go. Can they bat out the 50 overs?
Great over by Shami. Absolutely brilliant, and back-to-back wickets and bowled as well on a pitch like this. Not giving too much assistance to the bowlers, and he's seen the drop catches around. He's like, I'm gonna have to do this myself and just knock out the pegs.
And surely he can't be batting worse than Sharul. So you're probably right, Kartik. That's probably him in for the rest of the tournament.
I just can't see how Takura gets back into this side unless it's an injury. With Shami, even if he doesn't get a 5th wicket, he's already sealed his spot for the rest of the series. He has to.
It's a travesty that he wasn't in the starting 11.
Yeah, Bumrah continues over the wickets to Mitchell, who just nudges it down. Somehow we've forgotten that he's still batting. Because all the actions have been happening on the other side, but he's taken a single off the first over. Full confidence of Lockie Ferguson. I guess they have to at this stage with just 11 balls remaining. Score trickles over through to 261 for 8.
Also, maybe worth noting that the bowlers doing well are all seam bowlers, and that might be a good sign for those like Trent Bolt, Lockie Ferguson, Matt Henry.
Definitely, like the spinners obviously went for a bit of tap today.
Bumrah continues over the wicket, full and straight in the block hole. Absolutely no chance of getting that out. And of course, as expected, that's another dot ball.
And New Zealand
straight back to Bumrah. No run.
And this is also the second highest score on this ground this tournament. Obviously, England made the highest score at Dharamshala in the only game they've won so far. So one would say that the Black Caps might have enough going on the current form.
Over the wickets to Ferguson, somehow digs it out and nudges it out through to deep fine leg. For a single, he's off the mark. Score moves on to 262 for 8. What was the England score that they made?
344, I believe.
344, geez. Okay.
Yeah. So, but then the rest of the scores have been quite low at this ground. We saw South Africa lose to the Netherlands, who were only defending about 240 odd. So, anything can happen in Dharamshala.
Bumrah continues over the wicket to Mitchell. Another Yorker dug out, and this time out to deep mid-on or deep mid-wicket or somewhere in the middle. He's either square or is really fine. He picks up another single.
That's one of the things I find quite fascinating about this World Cup. The grounds that they're playing at across the country are also different in their characteristics. Yesterday we see almost 400 runs being scored in Mumbai, and then we come over to Dharamshala, and it's a real old school battle to get a big score here.
Indeed, Bumrah continues over the wicket, full and straight to Ferguson, and plays it with a straight bat through to cover for no run. Rohit signaling all the instructions.
And sometimes we have all kinds of different scores even at the same venue. Like I think one of the Chennai games must have gone for like low to mid 200s and then low to mid 300s or something.
That's true. Chennai can be can serve up a raging turn or a really flat deck. So I guess it depends if the home team's playing or not down in Chennai.
Yeah, and obviously the players that they've got playing as well.
Yeah, that was I think the pitch you're talking about that was tailor-made for the hometown boy R. Ashwin.
Ravi Ashwin.
Hasn't played
Bumrah
since
comes
then.
in. Sorry, comes in for his last ball of the over, and he's fell full and straight, and the Yorkers dug out, but luckily didn't get bowled there. Ferguson somehow managed to miss the stumps. End of for no run, dot ball, end of Bumrah's spell, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. He's also done really well and set the tone for India. And New Zealand, with 1 over to go, 263 for 8. You listen to us on White Line Wireless and Guerrilla Cricket, live from Dharamshala, the World Cup match between the 2023 World Cup match between India and New Zealand.
I think New Zealand would be feeling that they've underachieved here at this stage with 1 over to go. 263 on the board, 8 wickets down. Mitchell's still there. He's almost batting on one leg at the moment, so we're not sure how much he'd be able to strike out in this final Mohammad Shami over.
Surely he's just going to go for every single ball. He's going to tee off. Shami continues the final over of his spell in the innings, and full and straight to mid-on, and they're not taking a run.
That's interesting.
Very interesting move.
Well, he is a set batsman, so you'd think that he'd want to make the most of the final over of the innings. It's hard for the new batsman coming in to strike from ball 1. Must really back himself. I think he's just going to stand and deliver, and not take any runs in the next 5 balls of this over.
Surely you'd try to get as many runs as you can in the final over of the innings. Shami continues over the wicket, and there is full and straight, and that's gone straight back over the bowler's head for 6.
That's huge.
Maybe you knew what he was doing the whole time.
That's huge, and it's exactly what we thought he was going to do.
And it pushes his strike rate up above 100 again.
And for those on 100 watch...
5, 10, 15, 20.
Producer Ants decides to not play the whole sting there, but that's great shot. Shami just can't believe that he's been taken apart like that.
Unbelievable. It's ruined his figures a little bit there, but he's got an opportunity to bring it back here. 4 balls remaining. But Mitchell's certainly eyeing him off.
He's taking his time. He's trying to recoup some of the energy. He's been out there a long time, 124 balls.
What is Royd saying here to Shami?
Get him
Just
out.
bowl full of
Sure,
straight.
it's something in Hindi.
Yeah, basically. Just get him out, yeah. Wonder where this one's going. See a bit of a change in field. The third man's gone out and fine legs come in. So you'd expect this to be a short ball. Short and wide. Shami comes in over the wickets. And it is short and wide, but this time Mitchell hits it over cover. And he's taken that to the boundary as well. That's a brilliant shot. With outside the off stump. Not where Shami thought the ball was going to go. And that's easy pickings for Mitchell. Picks up another boundary. New Zealand now, 273 for 8. Maybe the 280s on the cards.
That was way too loose from Mohammad Shami. Mitchell's standing practically like 3 meters out of his crease, and it's, he's playing with the crease, and Shami's just gifted him a ball. It wasn't a great effort from Shubman Gill to cut that one off either. It's been a long day in the field, hasn't it?
Apprehensive about the ground.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll be interesting to see what the New Zealand fielders would be like in the outfield.
That could be a big factor in the end result of this game. It's on how everyone's doing their outfielding.
I dare say that the Kiwis will be sliding around though. As Shami continues over the wickets and short, pulled out through to deep mid-wicket, I should say, and Mitchell again says no to the single, wants to do it all on himself. Ferguson at the other end may as well take his pads and gloves off. Doesn't look like he's getting a bat with 2 balls to go.
Back to your point about the Kiwis throwing themselves around, I'm not too sure about that. I mean, there's not much to gain in this result. I mean, you always want to win a World Cup game, but it's number 1 v number 2. New Zealand have a tougher run coming up than India do.
It's full and straight, and Shami and Mitchell hits it straight out to the deep mid wicket this time. Virat Kohli, of course he does, catches it, punches it in the air, pumps up the crowd a little bit, and it says to them, you know what, guys, don't forget about me. It's all about me, me, me. But Mohammad Shami picks up his 5th wicket, ends what has been a monumental innings by Mitchell, out for 130 in the end, just ran out of gas. Didn't connect as well as he would have liked. Straight down the throat of the king, who picks up a wicket, but picks up a catch, but also knows that India's got a big chase on their hands. Rohit very happy there. The score now 273 for 9.
You love to see it. Shami's just got a 5 for great innings by Darren Mitchell, but Virat Kohli's celebrating like he's just won the World Cup. That's how much the team result means for him. Whether it's every wicket he's celebrating more than the bowlers are. That meant so much to Rohit, even though it's the end. It's second last ball of the innings. Rohit's screaming his head off as well. It's a bit of passion back in there for the Indian team. It's been a bit of a lackluster effort from them in the field, and I think they're just trying to G themselves up before the batting innings.
Yep, good call. Really good call. They're going to have to find some inspiration. And there's no shortage of talent though, so somebody's going to have to play big innings tonight if they're India to chase this down. Still a very gettable score, but they have to bat really well against this bowling lineup of New Zealand, who have done really well against India. In fact, India hasn't beaten New Zealand in a World Cup since 2003, believe it or not. Shami comes into the last ball of the innings, full and swing and a miss. They run through for the single, and he's been run out. Bolt has been run out. In fact, Ferguson has been run out at the end. Brilliant keeping there by KL Rahul. So in New Zealand, in the end, all out off the last ball of the over, 273. They'll be pretty happy with that. They'll be pretty pleased with that after being 19 for 2. But also, India will be pleased for pegging them back. At one stage, looking like getting 320, 330. So both teams will be reasonably happy with this. It'll be interesting second innings coming up.
Definitely be a great chase on our hands, and as you said, 273 all out on the last ball of the innings. The innings started with Devon Conway, who was out for a duck of 9 deliveries, bowled to Raj, caught by Iyer. Will Young, 17 of 27, bowled by Mohammad Shami, then Rachin Ravindra. Great innings there, 75 of 87 deliveries, caught by Shubman Gill off the bowling of Mohammad Shami. Darryl Mitchell, outstanding century, 130 off 127 balls, bowled by Mohammad Shami, caught by Virat Kohli. Tom Latham, 5 of 7 deliveries, LBW, Kuldeep Yadav. Glenn Phillips, 23 of 26 deliveries, caught by Rohit Sharma, bowled by Kuldeep Yadav. Mark Chapman, 6 of 8, caught by Kohli, bowled by Jasprit Bumrah. Mitchell Santner, 1 of 2, bowled by Shami. Matt Henry out for a golden duck, bowled by Mohammad Shami. And Lockie Ferguson, last man out, run out by KL Rahul. And the bowling figures for India, Jasprit Bumrah, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 45. Mohammad Siraj, 10 overs, 1 maiden, also 1 for 45. Mohammad Shami, 10 overs, no maidens, 5 for 54. Ravindra Jadeja, wicketless today, 10 overs, none for 48. And Kuldeep Yadav got a bit of tap, 2 for 73 off his 10. And we'll throw to some tweets, Aditya.
Some final comments on YouTube. Tony Bishop saying, I know I've said this before, but Darryl Mitchell really is the Mutt's nuts. Mog is extremely sick of seeing Virat Kohli. Friggin' sick of seeing him. And on the tweets. No, that's it. And for what it's worth, the Cricket for win probability calculator puts it as 52.2% to New Zealand. So that's basically even Stevens.
Even money.
But
yeah, look, it's all. Sorry, keep going.
I would say 20 years of form for New Zealand beating India.
That seems about right.
Yep, it's all set up for a brilliant second half. It's going to be a really tight run chase. I'm not sure that India will steamroll them like they have the last couple of chases. So New Zealand all out for 273 runs on the board. Probably that win probability is probably about right. You'd probably say New Zealand just slightly ahead with the runs on the board, but no, you can't say that with confidence. This Indian batting lineup is very, very strong. A little bit depleted tonight, of course, with Hardik Pandya not playing, and India with, you mentioned rightly, Aditya, Jasprit Bumrah coming in at 8, albeit has scored some test runs. This is going to be a very interesting test. You'd expect it has to be the likes of Gill, Rohit, and Virat setting the platform for the rest of the guys to come in and finish the job, but time will tell.
And in the meantime, we will be having a kitten camp.
We're going to just cut to producer Anth before we go to kitten camp.
Sure.
Yeah, all right. Well, you guys can jump off. I'll change the scenes over. And, all right, thank you, everyone, for that. And for those of you listening, what I'm about to do now is to run a podcast from a few years back that I recorded with Liz Yates and Josh Robinson about the history of women's test cricket. This is probably take us a few nights to get through this. And hang on, I can just now swap you over to kitten cam, so I'll do that first. Yeah. Okay, yep, it looks like we're going to get this going. So I will play a sting and then I'll run you into that podcast. Enjoy the cats.
White Line Wireless. Guaranteed more swearing from the commentators about the game than from the listeners about the commentators. You're listening to us talking the test away on White Line Wireless, but we'd love to listen to you. Pop a comment on the Mixler chat page or drop us a tweet at White Line Wire.
So yes, in case you can't tell, there are some technical issues on the audio side of things that are just taking us a moment or two to get that file up and running. But the cats are live and being extra cute on the screen.
our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody boy.
Hello and welcome to the White Line Wireless Cricket History Podcast. I am Anthony Condon, and today I've got a couple of special guests joining me from Guerrilla Cricket. I've got Liz Yates.
Hello, hello.
Who is at Cricket Vixen on the tweets, and I've got Josh Robinson.
Hello.
Who is at Josh Robinson.
That's Josh Robinson without any vowels.
Yes, indeed. And of course, as always, brought to you by Moondog and theraw.com.au. So I was thinking it might be worth having a little bit of a personal introduction with you two this week, because I think this is actually going to end up being a particularly special kind of podcast, because we have a particular set of skills that tend to overlap that might be interesting on this topic. So firstly, Liz, do you want to give us your relevant bio?
My name is Liz Yates, at least that's what they call me on the internet, not in real life. And I have a master's degree in cinema studies from the Savannah College of Art and Design. As you may have guessed from the accent, I am extremely not British.
We can tell by your accent exactly which university you've studied.
Yes.
No, I mean that I am not British, because that is a common misconception. I've actually gotten in New Zealand before. That was weird. But yeah, I specialized specifically for my thesis in queer theory and Spanish cinema, but as that master's program is built around understanding everything from economics to history to every form of criticism and feminism and every form of theory you could get your paws on, I've got that background. And from a cricket standpoint, I married a huge cricket fan and got into cricket while I was trying to fill my days not working, because I was unable to find work. It's hard out there for an immigrant. And people would say, "Oh, you've learned from your husband." And I'd go, "Yes, but where's my husband right now? I think you'll find that I'm the one here and have attended significantly more cricket than he has in the past few years." So I'm a latecomer to it, but a big fan.
And of course, Liz is a prolific tweeter, so I encourage you to follow her on the Twitters. So yes, I believe you got a bit of a taste about where this might be going this week. And so for the 20 of you who are still listening to the podcast, you're going to really enjoy it. If that intro tickled your fancy, I think it's going to get even better. Good afternoon, Josh.
Good afternoon. So I lecture in critical and cultural theory and in contemporary literature at Cardiff University. So I guess I can double down on the academic interests. I've been following cricket since I was about 8 years old. I remember the first test I followed. It was the second series of the summer in 1990, the English summer, watching Graham Gooch accumulate his 333 against India at Lord's. And the way in which I've interacted with cricket over the last few decades has really changed, partly as cricket has gone off free-to-air coverage, and partly as the various other ways of following cricket have developed through the internet, primarily through text-based coverage, specifically the Guardian's over by over.
You can mention anything.
I just have. The Guardian's over by over coverage, and some of the, as bandwidth became cheaper, some of the free-to-air internet radio broadcasters, including Guerrilla Cricket.
So what I'm really interested in here is, I think, that the tangents that we should be able to go along and find out. So I'm going to read you the story. So anything you feel like you've got to contribute or anything that might help anyone following along at home, please chip in. So this podcast is about the history of women's Test cricket. So the history of women's cricket stretches way back into the mists of time, much like the history of cricket itself. But we have evidence of women playing cricket from at least the middle of the 18th century. Teams from neighbouring towns would gather to play each other, or sometimes the married women would play, well, the single ladies. It was common, as it was in all cricket, pretty much throughout history, but especially early on, that there would be men on the sidelines gambling on the result. So by 1811, there were county matches, the first between Surrey and Hampshire, which was put on for the entertainment and gambling of some wealthy nobles. Now, when we think of ye old times as being particularly repressive of women's sports, a lot of that is actually just thinking of Victorian times. Earlier periods were not so moralistic in their control of women's physicality. This was a period of women wearing clothing that made movement largely impossible, of separate spheres. Women and men of quality and class did not see each other outside of mealtimes, and women's sport was definitely a no-no. Women were to be the angel of the house. So to quote Jane Austen, a woman must have a thorough knowledge of music, singing, drawing, dancing, and the modern languages. And besides all this, she must possess a certain something in her air and manner of walking, the tone of her voice, her dress, and expressions. So obviously this was a middle upper class thing. Working class women, like always, did whatever was necessary to live long enough to ensure their children didn't die in childhood.
I was going to say, it's the Jane Austen quote. I was just thinking about how so many of her works are such a satire and a play on all the things that were expected of women.
Yeah, precisely.
And how it's just these standards, and then again, just that class divide of where those standards fall off to just, you no longer are expected to be all of those things. You are expected to have children and probably raise them, and if you raise them past a certain point, your job's done.
Yeah.
You're done.
And that's why we end up with witches, because what do you do with old ladies? So,
And also the question of what happens to knowledge that is in some sense prescribed by, is deemed illicit by that official culture, by the political sphere, by the economic sphere that is so often dominated by men. So often these witch hunts coincided with attacks on particular forms of knowledge that would allow women to take control over their own lives.
Yeah, well, and especially the healing knowledge around reproductive rights.
Yes, absolutely, specifically around control over these reproductive rights.
Yeah, what I was really trying to lay out, which is what we're sort of getting on, is that both class and gender are very important in prescribing roles in that early 19th century. So we're sort of, it's middle to late 1800s now. It's interesting that at this time there's women ruling a quarter of the world's population, and it's also got one of the starkest separations of the genders in human history. So there's these mass extremes that there's Wu Zetian in China and again Queen Victoria ruling over a quarter of the entire people in the world, and yet they're so separated. So it's perhaps unsurprising. So it's likewise unsurprising that the longer this period of gender distinction drew on, the louder the voices of opposition became. In the second half of the 19th century, English feminist voices grew increasingly loud. Growing out of the abolitionist and temperance movements of the early 19th century, the suffrage movement gave us names like Harriet Taylor, Barbara Lee Smith, and Emily Davies. Now, the first women's cricket club, the White Heather Club, was formed in Yorkshire in 1887. In 1890, the original English lady cricketers undertook the first English tour of women cricketers, although they disbanded when their male manager nicked off with all the profits. In 1897 in Tasmania, Lily Powlett Harris formed a women's cricket league. However, the strict gender roles of the Victorian era still had women's cricket relegated to a place of at best obscurity and at worst an outrage. The first women's test match was Australia versus England at the exhibition ground in Brisbane in the final days of 1934. England won by 9 wickets, thanks largely to the absolute dominance of Myrtle McLagan's 7 for 10, backed up by 72 in the first innings. But before I let you Englishmen gloat about that, we need some context, because that's what the White Line Wireless history is all about. So to understand the context from out of which women's test cricket grew, we need to first understand women's sport before the First World War. But prior to the war, there was a concern that athletic activities would be harmful to women. Indeed, women's cricket actually suffered a decline during the Victorian era, as the prevailing view came to be that the frail feminine form of a woman could not stand up to the rigours of sport.
I mean, in many respects, this this decline ran through, I guess, until the late 1990s, early 2000s, as women were still forced to play cricket wearing culottes rather than trousers, and anyone who's tried diving across hard outfields in any kind of shorts or culottes will tell you that's not the most effective way of fielding the ball. And
there's a reason you don't play in shorts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's not the weather, it's the pitch.
As we still have the TV on, which showing us the beauty that is Lord's. It'll say the beauty that is the pavilion where women were. I mean, it's very much like golf clubs in America where Jewish people weren't allowed, black people weren't allowed. Just the fact that women weren't allowed to use the Lord's changing rooms when it was a women's match. It wasn't a men's match until so recently. It just is mind-boggling how far behind the times this state of tradition, I guess, that comes with cricket carried it with it.
Yeah, it's not only the case that women were not allowed to become members of the MCC, but also that while there were women's international cricket games taking place at the so-called home of cricket, women were not allowed to use the changing rooms for precisely the same reason.
Yeah. That's why I find cricket such, as someone who, so my areas of interest are empire and national identity and masculinity, and cricket is such a perfect example of the absolute privilege, you know, like it is the most white, male, wealthy kind of, well, not even wealthy because it's kind of middle class. It's wide enough to include everyone. It's not like polo, which is really exclusive.
Yeah. It includes a lot of people, but as several of the people on Twitter have pointed out, if Brexit was a sport, it would probably be cricket.
Yeah, yeah.
But the other interesting thing, certainly, and I don't know anywhere near as much about how cricket played out outside England and Wales during the colonial era and during decolonisation. But of course, the class divide within English cricket until relatively recently was massively, massively influential over the way in which the game developed, to the extent that the gentlemen versus the players, that is to say the amateurs versus the professionals, was a continued fixture within the game and for a very long time. The notion that a professional, that is to say a traditionally working class professional cricketer, could be England captain is a recent one.
60s was the first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Len Hutton, I believe, was the first professional captain. Later than that, Brian Close, if I remember correctly, came under considerable criticism for not upholding the distinctions between gentlemen and players in not addressing the opponent, the wicket-keeper of the opposing side, when he was playing for the players against the gentleman. When he got a century, he was told congratulations, Brian, and he thanked his wicket-keeper by his first name rather than Mr. So-and-so.
And they were different on the scoreboards and everything. And it's interesting because the way that plays out in Australia is that it's democratic to the point of being, it's democratic because it's oppositional to what's going on in England, and that we don't have the amateur professional divide because it's deliberately being against what England is doing. But then the people who get involved with the administration of the game, they are very much representing the same kind of economic elite. And so it becomes a way of having that class system without having the class system.
I need to learn what Australian questions sound like.
I'm conversing, and probably the wrong inflection on the end of my voice.
At some point we should get the Titmus story in there somewhere about how. Have you heard about this?
No.
When Titmus made his debut for Surrey, was he FJ? I mean, the differences in the. I should probably look this up before I tell it, but the differences in the scorecards that amateurs are, you know, if I were an amateur, I'd be JM Robinson. If I'm a professional, I'd be Robinson JM. So the famous story is that when Fred Titmus made his debut for Surrey, it was announced over the tannoy that for ladies and gentlemen, there is a correction in the scorecard for FJ Titmus, should read Titmus FJ.
Yep.
So traditionally the amateurs would read initial followed by surname, and the professionals should read surname, comma, initial.
Yeah, and because it's like we were just saying about the ladies not able to use the change rooms, the amateurs, professionals had different change rooms, came in through different gates. But the other thing, so we've got class is a big issue, and the other thing that we're really trying to examine here as well is the idea of gender, because I was mentioning that there was all of the judgment on the physicality of sport, but there was also an inappropriateness of women wearing sport-appropriate clothing, and we were mentioning that's still an issue going on today in some sports, because there's an apocryphal story that round arm bowling was invented by Christina Wiles in order to get around her hoop skirts. So she couldn't bowl underarm, so she started going out the side around her hoop skirt. I love the story, but I don't think it's true. But
I know, I've heard that story too, though. It's just like, oh, what a cracking tale.
Yeah, but this attitude towards women. This attitude towards women and physical activity was seriously challenged by World War I, because all the men were off in France being told to run into machine gun fire. It was up to working class women to actually keep the war machine rolling. This changed many attitudes in England and gave a significant bump to the burgeoning first wave of feminism, which was mainly focused on winning legal rights, and most notably the right to vote. Things are a little bit different in Australia, because although, and this goes on from what we were just saying, because although we like to mythologise our more egalitarian society, and indeed it was, a more practical examination shows that there is just a bigger demand for women in a frontier society to do physical labour. So women got the vote in Australia in 1902, but that's mainly because all the political parties were sure women were going to vote for them, more than they would vote for their opponents. So, and you add to that a more widespread sporting culture, largely due to the weather and the victories of the 19th century labour movement, so giving you time to play sport. And women's cricket was, if not popular, but at least relatively widespread, particularly at girls' schools in Australia at the early part of the 20th century. The Ladies Cricket Association was formed in England in 1905, and by the 1920s, women's games were attracting crowds of up to 3,000. In England, the Women's Cricket Council was formed in 1926, and in 1931, the Australian Women's Cricket Council came into existence. One of the top priorities in the early days of these organisations was to organise an international tour. And so it was that in 1934, an English 11 was selected to visit Australia and New Zealand for the summer of 34-35. Reactions in the English press ranged from ambivalence to outright hostility, many men taking women playing cricket as an attack on their masculinity. And I still think that goes on today. I think there's a lot of resistance against women playing sport.
I'd say not even just women playing sport, because I certainly see a lot of that in this glorious age of the internet where you can see everybody whose opinion is wrong.
Yes.
Filtered through your timeline all the time. But even women who do commentary, I'm lucky in terms of, number one, I'm not trying to do ball-by-ball calling, because I'm not solid on where everything is in terms of things. And guerrilla cricket I was quite worried they would hate me, not because I was a woman, but because I was a Yank. And blessedly, they have welcomed me into their open arms.
Wait, you're not English, Liz?
And, but, I mean, just the struggles of people getting through, I know Melinda Farrell, she was saying it's so hard for her to, after a test, do any form of anything, because the second she tries to record anything outside of a ground, she gets harassed by old people going past, and not just like, oh my god, you're Melinda Farrell, but hey, sweets thing, what's going on? Or you have was her last name Jones, when the Chris Gale incident.
I was
just
about to say that.
Absolutely not taking...
I mean, and one of the things, I mean, you mentioned earlier that one of the restrictions, or one of the supposed restrictions, one of the objections by within Australian society. I guess one of the things that's worth
more
doing
so in England is what I was trying to get out. More so in England, Australia was a bit more permissive with women doing physical stuff because it was a frontier society.
But one of the things one of the boundaries it's worth pushing out a bit further is quite what it is that's understood by physical.
True.
In the sense that so much of the work that is traditionally done by women, particularly in agrarian societies, but not solely, is highly physical.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, look at women in huge numbers of East African villages. The work they do is hugely physical. And the way in which physical is used to designate the work from which women should be excluded very often has nothing whatsoever to do with how physically demanding that work is, but rather whether that work is within what's deemed to be the public sphere, within what's deemed to be the economic sphere.
I think that's the space more so than the actual physicality.
Absolutely. It's all about the ways in which the work that is deemed to be physical, particularly in support of the war effort within the public sphere, is connoted masculine, whereas the equally physically demanding work within the private sphere of the home, the physicality of that work is, as it were, forgotten, with the result that it's so easy to say that women aren't capable of doing these physical things only because we forget the physical character of the work that is traditionally designated to women.
Yeah, and that
Cricket, all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call, the white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bowl. The vein of every true blue fan is the Vandex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bowl.
Thank you. You are listening to White Line Wireless. Ball by bloody ball. From the Box of Dreams. Brought to you by the Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. I hope you all enjoyed the kittens. I'm joined in the box by Angad and also Forthy, who'll be doing the socials from the producer's desk. Angad, interesting chase?
Yeah, it might be a bit of a tricky one. I know we were discussing off air that we thought that 280 might be par, but I think it's one of those totals that might just provide a bit tricky for even this strong Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, it hasn't been a ground that's had a lot of big scores. So unlike a few other grounds where you think, 340, that sounds good, and then they cruise to it with a 5 overs to spare.
Yeah, the outfield's a bit of a mess, and the climate's quite different to the rest of the country, so that could come into play with the a bit of stickiness in the air with the ball.
Yeah, there didn't seem a lot of it diving from the Indian fielders, and I feel like that's because they're worried they'll go into a sandpit. Anyway, it's going to be Bolt to Raj Sharma. First ball short of a length, and he defends it back down the pitch for no run.
Yeah, I'm not sure if 2 weeks into the tournament is the right time to risk your fast bowlers diving around in a dodgy outfield. A long way to go in this World Cup, especially for the top two teams that standing at 1 and 2 at the moment.
The first game, was it Pakistan? I think they put a divot in the field with the knee. It was the size of a small trench, so certainly don't want to do that too often. Here's Bolt again into the pads this time. Raj Sharma is going to turn it around the corner. He's done that very well, splitting the fielders, and it's actually going to run it all the way for 4. That's an extremely well placed shot, splitting them absolutely perfectly. Let me see if I can get it. The score is none for 4. And that one.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Indian captain has been in sublime form this World Cup. He just turns it on when it's a World Cup time, and he's made some big scores, and he's looking to get set for another one.
Yeah, most of the time those go for 1 and maybe 2, so 4 is a very good result. He's Bolt short of a length, played back down the pitch, fielded by the bowler.
He just seems to have so much time and so much more time than the other batsmen do to just work the ball away. Makes it look so elegant at times. Lazy at other times when it doesn't pull off.
I mean, you expect that, don't you? Extraordinary record for a fair while now. He's bowled into the pads of Rohit Sharma. This one he's managed to place directly to the mid-wicket fielder. He's in there. It's not quite short. It's not quite the right length, is it? It's sort of half short mid-wicket. No run though.
Maybe some intel from Bolt's time with Rohit Sharma in the same IPL dressing room for quite a few seasons. So might be susceptible to that rising ball early on in his innings.
Yeah, well, I think he's going to scoop one up. Here's one's outside off stump to Rohit Sharma. He's playing on the back foot, but can't punch it between the cover and the mid-off as they come round. 5 balls gone in the over, still none for 4.
It's a pretty watchful start from Rohit. Likes to get that feeling of batter on ball at the start of the innings to provide that impetus, especially with Shubman Gill a bit less experienced. They like to shelter him a little bit.
He's bowled. This one's wide outside stumps, and Rohit's played that very well and very firmly to cover, who fields well. And it was the first over, none for 4, despite the 4, not a bad one for New Zealand to start up.
Yeah, pretty good over, pretty tight. Didn't give Rohit a lot of room to play his shots.
Well, it's fairly quiet on the socials so far. Just a couple during the break. Muttley Von Erich was asking how many times a cricket team has been all out on the last ball of an innings, and we at White Line Wireless have replied to that word. It would be reasonably common, I think, but if anyone does know the stat, please do let us know. Just saying to the guys during the break, as an English supporter, this is very relaxing from now on this World Cup. We've got absolutely no skin in the game, which I'm quite enjoying.
You've given up, Forthy.
I've given up, officially, yeah. Well, wouldn't you, after last night?
Look, it wasn't a confident performance, I'll put it that way.
Thank you for that.
Here's Matt Henry, is bowling to Gill, and he's managed to hit the pad. It's cut between bat and pad, hit the pad. I think it was outside off stump, but it was a fierce first delivery. A bit of a appeal from New Zealand, but not out.
It might have been a bit high as well. It wasn't too animated. I think they were just asking the question, testing their luck a little bit.
No, it might have been one of those ones you just go up for because you think, ooh, that was a really good ball. Yeah. Short of a length, it seemed in quite sharply, actually. Hit him more or less top of the pads on middle and off. Actually, Henry was very animated in his appeal. See the second ball now. It's into the pads this time. As Gill comes across his stumps, he's going to get it out to fine leg for a single. Gets him off the mark. Score goes none for 5. I've been very impressed by New Zealand's bowlers in this World Cup so far.
Yeah, they've been really good.
They've got a bit of pace about them. Bolt obviously very good at the variations and so forth. And then the spinners have been very good as well.
Yeah, Santner's led the spinners and the part-timers quite well. Rachin Ravindra can chip in with a few overs. Isn't the greatest spinner. I wouldn't call him a frontliner, but can be handy at times. So Rohit Sharma's gearing up to face from the other end for the first time this innings.
Yeah, 2 slips in. He's bowling over the wicket to the right-hander, and this one's short of length outside of stump. Sharma had all the time in the world, though, despite the Henry's pace, to just play it out to point for no run.
And we've seen this from the Indian batsmen all tournament, taking the first 4 or 5 overs to play themselves in very different conditions from in Dharamshala from their other few games, so they might take it a little bit longer to assess the conditions before they start attacking this total.
Here's Henry's outside off stump, and he beats the outside edge of Rohit Sharma. He was stretching out for that one. That one moved away instead of the first couple that had come in.
Yeah, poking at that was Rohit Sharma.
Yeah, it's not a huge chase. They don't have to. It's not like it's 350 or something where if you don't start at least at 4, 5, 6 and over, you're actually behind the 8 ball quite quickly.
Of course.
They've got time.
And these two teams are in a fortunate position where the net run rate's not going to affect them too much.
Here's Henry. Well, Rohit Sharma's decided he's going to absolutely slap this one down the ground. It's well back into the stands for a huge 6. So he's taken 8 balls to get his eye in, and the 9th has gone for one of these.
Just as we were talking about their circumspect start and not needing to go after it, being a relatively small total, Rohit just dances down the track and heaves hose over long off.
It's disdainful for a bowler bowling 137 clicks.
I almost feel like Rohit doesn't think he's batting until he's played one of those shots.
This one's into the pads of Rohit Sharma. He's played around past the square leg, and he's actually going to get 4 for this one as well. They'd pulled the deep square leg out to put a different player in, and the first ball that he gets from that is just worked nicely past the square leg fielder. The score is none for 15 at the end of the second over.
You gotta have fun, Rudy. You gotta have fun.
40.
Yes, so we have Jay Grover has hit Twitter, which X should I say. Always a welcome moment. Says, it's been a long night. The bricks in the box of dreams are giving me the fear, and pictures of Dharamshala are making me crave momos. Also, fourthy, cheers for the picture change. And in case you're wondering what it's referring to, I changed my desk around 45 degrees because Jay was objecting to the picture behind my shoulder to see my bookcase last night. Now I'll just try and read the titles of your books over spill like a fucking weirdo.
I do that. I judge people by their book.
Well, yes, I might have to just do a little bit of an audit of what's behind my shoulder.
Here's Bolt to Gill, and it's played through the cover region. He was a fielder down on the fence there, so he'll just pick up another single, brings Rohit back on strike. I don't think India will mind. Score none for 16.
He's just making it look easy. Just going back to that last boundary from Henry's last ball, the last over. Just tapped it.
Yeah.
He's got all the timing in the world, doesn't he?
Yeah, and using Henry's pace, and as I said, the first part of that over, they had 2 players down there, and he's like, oh, I smacked this one over the fence for 6, and so they put someone out somewhere else. He's like, thanks for that. I'll take 4 right where you had someone before. Clever batting.
He's just assessing the field as he marks his guard.
They've gone back to 2 players on the leg side, so we'll see what he does to Bolt. This one's full and outside of stump. He pushes it pretty firmly to the mid-off, who comes around quickly just to keep it to 1. Score goes to none for 17.
I think Rohit's someone who wants to obviously force the issue in the game. Could be doing that because New Zealand has been pretty good at choking in the middle overs with their spinners.
Yeah, that's true. You want to get a reasonable start, particularly we've seen a lot of the spin keeping the runs down after some sharp starts in this tournament. Here's Bolt, short of a length to Gill. He's pushing out through the cover region. They've got a deep cover in, so he's got an easy single as the point runs around. Score goes to none for 18. Both players just manipulating the field around.
Yeah, nothing too risky to start off with, which is good batting if you're an Indian fan, to watch them just push and prod into the gaps and not take too many risks. But New Zealand has been a bit of a bogey team for India in ICC tournaments, whether it be T20, Test or one-day cricket. So I think they'll be on their toes with this Black Caps lineup.
Bolt going around the wicket this now to Rohit, and this one's full outside of stump, and he's pushing it out to cover region. Well fielded there, so no run.
So Rohit shadow batting again a little bit.
Mitchell Sennett, thank you. I should be studying the portraits of New Zealand players, but he does. Well, there's a lot of Scots in New Zealand. I mean, Scot blood, that is. The Southern Island is very Scottish. It's even got a bit of a Scottish accent to it, which is a bit weird when you get down there. Here's Bolt again, still around the wicket to Rohit Sharma, and this one's outside off stump, and he pushes it firmly off the back foot. It's another good piece of fielding by Santner. No run this time because it pushed it down to the point. He's holding his hand under his arm because that hurt.
That was struck very well. Definitely save 4 there.
Yes.
Looked like Sharma was just expecting that to go to the boundary. Just held the pose for the cameras.
I think everyone expected to go in boundary. It's one bounce and Santner was on it like a flash.
Still ringing that hand. It's the left one too.
Here's Bolt. This one's outside of stump. It's cutting, edging, and it bounces 1 foot in front of the slip fielder. Goes over the top of him and races away to 4. That was Mitchell there. He looks a bit upset. where it bounced, but end of the over 7 off it, and the score is 123, I think.
Yeah, a little bit of action on YouTube. Kieran Roseblade says, looks like the England team gave up a long time ago. About time the supporters did too. Completely agree with Kieran. No argument with you there. Brian in Brisbane, I don't know whether his first post, which was exciting times here, meat tray raffle draw was read out, but I can certainly reveal that the follow-up, double bugger, people before and after we won trays, but I'm a loser, need the jingle. Well, your wish is my command, Brian. I'm just reaching over with my little finger. Here it comes.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser.
And here's Henry outside of stump, and it's past the bat of Gill, who's again trying to do one of those little lake cuts. The bounce in Dharmasar is not consistent, and that one was getting a bit high on him. As we watch the replay of Rod Sharma's cut that he edged, actually almost hit Mitchell in the foot.
Just ricocheted off his foot through that gap between his legs.
Not sure whether he could have actually got a hand to that. Maybe it was a bit high. Didn't get down fast enough. It came like a rocket because of the fact that he cut it. Is Henry, and it's short of a length, and Gill tries to work it on the offside, but he's hitting the pad instead. So no run, still none for 22.
Gill takes a bit more time to work himself into his innings than Rohit Sharma does. So yeah, it'd be good to see some fireworks from the young man who's missed a couple of games this World Cup because of illness, but he's certainly an entertaining cricketer when he's in full flow.
Yes, once the India needs its more players in form. Here's Henry shot of length outside off stump. It's played back to the bowler for no run.
And Gill, the heir apparent to Virat Kohli, it'd be good for him to stamp his name on this tournament.
It's interesting, he's the heir apparent, but he opens.
Yeah, there's talk about him moving down the order once Virat vacates that position. We've got a couple of young openers who are looking to come in, like Yashavi Jaiswal.
Henry again, just on a length, and Gill's got a bit of an inside edge as it plays out towards the mid-wicket region. There's no run again. Good over from Henry so far, no runs off it.
Yeah, much like Rohit Sharma is a middle order batsman, but had to move up to open to get into India's lineup in 2013. Much like that, it's the only position available for him. But yeah, Gill is a middle order batsman by trade.
Henry still over the wicket to Gill, and it's on the stumps and a good length. He defends back to the bowler.
Although he's on track to beat Tendulkar's record for most runs in the calendar year in ODI. So if it ain't broke, why fix it?
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. It's always good to get a good start. Tendulkar obviously, it's interesting because Tendulkar moved up to the order, right? He was opener for a long time.
From the middle order, as soon as he got to open, he completely changed his one-day game.
His last ball over from Henry, and Gill's leaning into this ball outside off stump and pierces the gap between point and gully. He's going to get a boundary for it. Score goes on to none for 26 at the end of the over. Let's give it one of that. I can't see what it is, but that doesn't matter.
Just a couple of little sweepings up here on YouTube. Brian in Brisbane saying thanks for the jingle. Big smiley emoji, no problem, Brian. And Jay Grover follows up with one of those philosophical conundrums that Jay specialises in. I don't know if you remember that thing which is everything I say is a lie, and you have to try and work out the implications of that. He says, fourthly, if you genuinely cared what I thought of you, well, I'd think less of you. And I'm still working my way through that moral maze. So it's a little quiet out there, but thanks, Jay, for flying a flag in Sheffield for us.
Ball continuing around the wicket to Rohit Sharma, and he's defending on the front foot down the wicket.
If we look at a replay of Henry's last over to Rohit, that six, it just looked effortless.
Yeah, he just it was in the spot that he wanted it, and he came in the wicket almost knowing where it was going to be, didn't he? His bolts outside off stump. He's defending on the back foot, still getting a fair piece of the meat on it for Sharma as it races out to mid-off. But
Don't mention meat to Brian, he'll get very upset after the incident. Thin air in Dharamshala, I guess, is it? So it goes further.
That helps too. I was watching the baseball this morning. It's in Arizona, which is a little bit thin air as well, and the balls absolutely were flying off the bat for those ones as well. 460 something feet, which I have no idea what is in meters, but it sounds like a lot. His bolt is outside of stump, and again a fantastic piece of fielding at backward point. Cut that really well, Rohit Sharma, and Phillips is there diving away to his left, stopping it, keeping it to no run.
Already. Going to guess about 140 metres. I could be wrong though.
Already New Zealand's showing to be a lot more agile in the field, and better than India was at this stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. His bolt, and it's full, and this smash down the ground by Rohit Sharma. He just leans into that. It flies over the fence for a huge 6, taking the score into none for 32. And we're going to run out of 6 jingles.
I was just going to say that the fielding might be the difference in the game that helps the Black Caps clinch it, but the fielding's not going to matter if Rohit keeps clearing the field like that.
Yeah, it's hard to set a field behind the boundary as a rule. Here is Bolt outside of somebody's cut, pulling that straight to mid-wicket. It's on the bounce. He's done actually pretty well to field that cleanly as he did, because I actually first thought that was a catch because it was in the air, but it bounced once in front of the fielder.
He took that in the half volley. It was pretty good reflexes by Chapman.
He's a very good fielder, Chapman. Former Hong Kong player. Bolt, last ball of the over, 6 off it so far, just the one shot, and this one's full, and Bolt pushed that straight down the pitch. Bolt's claiming an appeal here because it's gone straight into the stumps at the bowler's end, so they're probably going to go upstairs and have a look at it, see if Gill was out of his crease. Bolt is very firm that he's touched it, and they'll probably have to check to see where that happens as well. It ricocheted to mid-off, so there's no run otherwise, but interesting to see what happened there. If Gill was backing up at all, because that flew down the pitch, he's going to have struggled to have got back.
I was trying to lip read what he was saying, and I think he was saying, I don't think he touched it. So I think Gill thinks he's out of his crease, but he thinks that Bolt hasn't got a hand to it.
Yeah, Bolt had to kind of run to the umpire and be like, no, I touched it. So,
will the technology help us? Will it show whether he's touched it or not?
I don't know. I assume we can't use Ultra Edge on whether it touched the bowler, so it'll be looking to see for a deflection or a bent back finger, perhaps, given the speed of the ball. We are going upstairs, though. Well, we're getting a nice close-up here, and there's nothing to indicate that touched the finger. I don't know whether it was given out as a soft. It's incredibly close to the hand, though.
Which is not to say it didn't, of course, because Bolt will
he
claim
might
that
have.
it did.
Maybe you should show him his fingernail, because if that touched his fingernail, it's ripped it out of the skin. Yeah, it does. From the back of my hand, it says the middle finger has moved a couple of millimetres just at the top end there. So I think Gill, if he's out of his crease, might be on his way.
That angle makes it look like he's touched it.
Well, he's incredibly unlucky to be run out the bowl's end in this way, because he was pushing to go back, Gill. Bolt again. Another New Zealander who's a fantastic fielder. Oh, actually, he might actually be back in his ground, so it's actually going to be not out. After all of that replays to check whether he in fact touched it, we could have just gone to the screen and found out that Gill was quite safely back in his ground by a couple of milliseconds.
I think the Indian team's made such a big issue about being run out at the non-striker's end that they're backing up pretty well, aren't they? Like, as in they're making sure that they're in their crease.
Yes.
And not leaving prematurely. So there's points to Gill for that one.
In the old days, an Indian would never get run out backing up because he was never backing up. Nowadays
for different reasons, because they don't want to be seen as hypocrites.
Is that the end of the over?
It was the end of the over, none for 32.
It just reminded me of this quote from the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam: "The moving finger writes, and having writ moves on. Not all thy piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all thy tears wash out a word of it." There we are. That's a little moving finger quote for you. Also the title of a book by Agatha Christie. Jay Grover says if he's with Tendulkar's daughter, he's the heir apparent done. And
we'll just Henry, our broadcaster doesn't want to show us this ball, but we saw a brief glimpse of Henry bowling a ball just short of a length to Gill that he played back down the pitch. And he's going to come for the second ball of the over now. And this one is also short of length past the outside edge and just moving away from the right-handed player.
So does that mean he's the heir apparent to Tendulkar or the heir apparent to Virat?
We'll let Jay comment on that. He's certainly listening.
Is Virat the heir apparent to Tendulkar, so therefore he's the heir apparent to both, is carrying through?
I guess if he's marrying into the Tendulkar family, it could be a different kettle of fish.
He's Henry, short of length. Again past the outside edges. Gill tries to cut a ball that wasn't really there for cutting. Getting a good bounce, Henry.
Who's the unfortunate Prince Harry spare in the equation?
Have to ponder that one.
Yeah,
I was going
to
to mention that in historical dynasties, the grandson is normally the useless one that ruins everything of the previous two. So no pressure, Gill, but
maybe Ishan Kishan.
Here's Henry past the edge again, and again it's prodding forward Gill and moving away, ball just short of a length.
Sometimes it skips a generation. Edward the First was very powerful king, and Edward the Third. Edward the Second was the useless one in between.
Mm-hmm.
Edward the Third was the grandson.
That is true. And Edward the Black Prince was very good, the son of Edward the Third, but of course he died before was to take him through.
Absolute thug, but
strong thug. Here's Henry. Speaking of English names, it's a turn around the corner to square leg, past the square leg fielder who dives away, and it's going to run away slowly to the fence for 4. So Gill, after being beaten multiple times in this over, picks up a boundary and takes the score on to none for 36. And that one.
Still keeping that run rate ticking along.
It's just in boundaries.
Yeah, just in boundaries. Like they're not running the singles, but they all count.
Partnership's 32 of 33, so it's a sprightly start from India.
Making full use of the field restrictions.
Here's Henry's short of a length outside of stump, but it's defended back down the pitch. You kind of expect that with it's the end of the over, none for 36, but you kind of expect that when you've got a field in that a lot of your scores will be fours because it's when you beat the field or go over the field. Anything on the socials, Forthy?
Well, Jay's very lively. Says, sorry, Forthy, I just listened to Josh over the innings break and reckoned I needed to join in the pseudo-intellectual cluster wank. Very welcome to join in. GC Radio Naked Funbot, so close to being out jiggly-fingered in the box of dreams. Very nice. What have we got here? Jay Grover, Montague versus Capulets have nout on this shit.
He's talking about us, or?
No. Well, I mean, he's using this shit in the sort of commending Sheffield tone, so it's in a positive way.
Bolt outside of stump and Rose tried to put it into the next down the valley on the other side of Dharamsala, but missed it completely. It's not the nicest looking shot, that one. Very wide of the stumps.
Just inside the tram tracks there from Bolt.
Maybe that's where you need to bowl a road.
It doesn't like moving his feet too much, does he?
No. He's the heir apparent to Sehwag, right? Here's Bolt. This one's into the pads of Royal Sharma. He's going to turn around the corner and pick up a single to square leg. Scored number 37.
I want to hear more about this Montagues versus Capulets.
Montagues versus Capulets, of course, is Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, sorry. I'm sure everyone knows that. What more would you like to know? I can never remember which is which. Was Romeo Montague or Romeo Capulet? That's one thing I don't know.
I feel like he's Capulet, but don't quote me on it because I'm just making it up. And I've got a 50-50 chance of being right and looking clever. He's Bolt to Gill, and he's driving on the front foot through the covers. He's going to beat the field, and it's going to race away for the boundary for 4. Score goes into 41. And
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
It's a cracking cover drive.
yeah, like it wasn't. It was. I guess it was a half volley on outside of stump, but they're taking every opportunity India that they're presented, and a couple that they're not. We're going to have a change at the end of this over 2.
Yeah.
I think Forthy's going to join me in the box. His bolt outside of stump, Gill smashed that. It's wide of the stumps, and he's just leant into a drive outside of stump and cracked it past point for another 4. None for 45.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That previous 4 got Gill past 2,000 runs in his ODI career, and he's going to be playing for a couple of years. He just looks like a complete batsman.
Brian in Brisbane is concerned that India are doing this too easily. I know this is early days, but no effort so far.
His bolt, the 5th volley over, it's short, and he's pulling, and it's going to be picked up by the sweeper down there. So only the single for Gill. None for 46.
Yes, and who I think is our very own Ant says runs are getting away, but India and New Zealand need to start taking wickets.
The one concern I do have is India's middle order and middle to late order haven't been tested this World Cup so far.
Haven't needed to.
Yeah, well,
exactly.
Yeah,
but you have
smash every team, it doesn't matter, does it?
A couple of quick wickets, and you don't know New Zealand's back in it.
His bowl, it's full and pushed through the cover field by Rohit Sharma. He's going to get a couple down there, 2 runs, none for 48 at the end of the 7th over. We're going to have a little change. Kartik's going to come back in to do comments. Anth is probably going to have to change the thing for me. And Forthy's going to trip over a bunch of cords. How you doing, Kartik? You're on mute, mate.
Doing well, thanks. Yeah, good to be back on deck. Opening start as expected, which is always good. Or should I say, Rohit Sharma off to a rocketing start and doing his usual things that he does. But plenty of time to go. I still think Kiwis, as Angad just mentioned, a couple of wickets and they're right back in this game.
Yes, I've assumed the position now. Well, yes, a couple of wickets, yes. But, I think what Netherlands posted only 10 runs fewer last night, and no one gave them any over at all, and that actually turned out to be correct. So I don't think that India will be at all concerned at this stage, but as you say, a couple of wickets can change everything. First ball of Matt Henry's new over, drilled down firmly by Gill down to mid-on, but so firmly it's a dot ball. I am joined by Kartik, who is on comments, and Russ has moved to the social position, I think. Yes.
I just
realised unfortunately, Netherlands were beaten by an upset by Sri Lanka last night, so that was disappointing for them.
Yeah, it would be disappointing. They would have fancied their chances there. That's drilled again, straight off the middle of the bat, but straight to point by Gill. He's timing it very sweetly, but as so often is the case when you're doing that, you often just pick out the fielder. He won't be concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he started well. He started a bit slow, playing second fiddle to Rohit, but almost as if to say, it's not about you, big man, it's about me here. I'm the next big thing for Indian cricket, so let me have my turn. And he's caught up to him.
Is he the heir apparent? Well, that one was pushed a little wider by Henry. It was a tempter. Gill was tempted, and there was just a touch of move away off the seam and played and missed. So a moral victory for Henry.
Yeah, let's not start talking about moral victories.
Oh, we love talking about a moral victory.
Henry's had about 20 moral victories so far in
Yeah.
this thing, and he smashed for 6 and 4 multiple times.
Get a philosophy PhD. Ingy comes again. 4th ball of the over, 3 dots so far. That one, that one's bang on, basically a half volley on off stump. And it's gone through, powered by Shubman Gill. Pinged wide of the man at mid-on for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Both these batsmen look in ominously good nick, Kartik, don't they?
Absolutely, both of them now middling it. You know someone's in form when they're playing the on drive so smoothly.
Yeah,
that
that's
was
true.
The moment it hit the bat.
Great point. The on drive is the hallmark of the player in form. not going to call that a moral victory because that was just a correct backward defence by Gill to a decent ball by Henry. So ... 4 . A dot ball off the last one will conclude a satisfactory over as far as Henry's concerned. See whether he can conjure one up. Having a look at the beautiful Dharamshala Pavilion there. Such a beautiful ground. Seeing it at night time, but it's still lovely. The play and a miss. It is Henry's moral over. Dot ball at the end of the 8th. India 52 without loss. Russ.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Russ, go for it.
No, so Jay Grover says, colleague Gil Tendulkar lineage squaring off would be hilarious. Donny is Mercutio.
Mercutio, right, okay.
And, he
more
also
Romeo
says,
and Juliet references.
happy point before I introduce all our past monarchs. Mine and fourth is not you, lucky cunts. Jay, I hate to break this to you, but we have the same monarchs as you. But Ganguly and his wife have a genuinely darling love story. Checks Google, thank fuck. Genuinely darling love story.
Yeah, we do show the monarchy, don't we? Yeah.
Yes, we tried to get rid of it and then failed. So
have another go.
Never ask the public anything is the law.
That's
you
a
should
disaster.
From referendums, if you have it.
Stupid idea.
Especially in the English.
Do you know what? I'm beginning to have my doubts about this democracy thing.
Democracy is alright. Just don't ask them what they think.
I don't know. First we had the Nazis, then we had Trump, then we had Donald Johnson, all voted in, you know. Anyway, just open up that little can of worms. After 8 overs, India are 52 without loss, and Mitch Santa comes into the attack. Looks like he's praying for a second there. Comes left arm around the wicket, and spot on the money straight away. Defended by Rohit, just getting his eye in before he starts getting more aggressive, no doubt.
He must be praying for a wicket, or he must be praying for the guys to call the game off.
Indeed, yes. What they wouldn't give Rohit to play a false shot. He's not looked like it. An immaculate forward defensive dot ball.
In the midst of all this, India's also brought up their 50 partnership as well for these two.
Yeah, they have indeed, yes.
I don't know, do we have a jingle for that, Russ?
Well, don't push your
luck. 50 partnership, but I know we do.
Goes a little wider on the crease and just holds it back a touch centre, but the ball's effectively the same one, defended by Rohit.
They're all really long. This one's 13
Taking
seconds.
whatever I can get at this point.
And that one was a little more success for Santner. It was flicked, an attempted flick through the onside, which got a leading edge, but all along the ground. Still a dot ball, out to mid-off. 5th ball of the over. Right, Rohit cannot restrain himself anymore, goes for a massive wahoo, completely mistimes it, which is a surprise there, Kartik.
Yeah, look, a big surprise there was waiting to happen. It was only a matter of time before the big heave-ho didn't connect.
Massive
Otherwise,
inside edge, cannoned into his foot, dribbled about 2 inches. Round comes Santner. Nice looking shot down to long off, so it's not going to be a maiden. Just the one off it though, Santner will be very happy with that to Rohit Sharma. The end of the 9th, India 53 without loss. Russ.
Well, White Line Wireless says Donny is a grave man. I assume that was Anth because it wasn't me. And I should be checking the YouTube. Leave it to me. Nothing else for the moment.
All done.
If you look for me tomorrow, you shall find me a grave man.
Ooh.
Mercutio from Romeo and Juliet.
Right, this is good.
So cultured.
We like going through some Shakespeare. Ant in particular likes digging out some Shakespeare quotes when he's in the box of dreams. Started the thing off with... I had a quote from Omar Rabayat, where he was all the rage about 30 years ago when I got married for some reason. I think my father-in-law was quite keen on it, and I sort of went along with it, which I slightly regret because I've got no connection to Omar Rabayat. It's quite a nice quote. Anyway, back to Matt Henry in the here and now, and that's squirted out to point by Rohit off the edge of the bat, all along the ground, no run. You fan of Shakespeare, Kartik?
I studied it in school many years ago.
Yep. Macbeth?
I watched the movie. Yeah, Macbeth. Yeah, I watched a couple of the movies as well. Wasn't a big fan of the books.
Good thing about Macbeth is Good thing about Macbeth, it's the shortest of Shakespeare's plays. In comes, a little ramp.
Wow.
Little paddle ramp. Is that the correct description of that? All the way around the corner, almost for 6, but just one bounce for 4.
Unbelievable shot.
Do you want to describe that one, Kartik?
Yeah, it's almost that's almost a big fuck you to Matt Henry, really.
That's a good description. Thank you.
There's no other way to put it. That's, I mean, in Rohit Sharma terms or Virat Kohli terms, that's almost a BC shot.
Big grin on Matt Henry's face. What can you do about that? Oh, what you can do about that is a great riposte, a play and a miss from Rohit Sharma. And this movement may not last too long, and it's a shame for New Zealand that they've had luck so far. There's been a lot of play and misses, another dot ball there.
Yeah, look, for every miss, for every slog sweep, for every big shot, the odd occasional swing and a miss as well, just to keep the bowlers interested.
Yeah, and it'll just be a question of how long they can maintain this movement. That's a straight ball and a straight bat, dot ball.
They're in a lot of trouble if they, once the movement's gone, given how fast the scores go and how well these players are rolling along.
How well they're timing it. It'll be very, if there's no movement at all, it'll be very difficult to see how there can be anything other than, I won't say a walkover by India, it's very early yet. Anything can happen in one-day cricket, but as we say, ominous.
Yeah, I think India's biggest challenge is going to be themselves and getting over the mental demons of losing in finals for many years.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, Rohit Sharma takes 2 steps to his left and launches a half volley way over long off for one of these.
I believe in miracles. Since you came out to bat, you 63.
That was a pretty nice shot.
That was a very nice shot. We've seen the BC shot. Now that was the MC shot.
You might need to decode some of this, Scott.
Yeah, I'll leave that to the Twitter sphere to decode. Not sure I can repeat it on.
Fair enough.
On this forum.
If it is the C word, we tend to sub in Bradman as something we do on Guerrilla Cricket. Not sure what we do on White Line Wireless. And he's judiciously left that one well alone off the last ball of the over. 63 for none at the end of it. Let's just have a quick look and see if anything's happening in the world of socials.
Sam K says Kartik's making a good point. I'm not sure what in relation to, but well done, Kartik.
Well done.
Actually said Kartik, great point about the form drive. Is this you, mate? You just...
I'm just tweeting myself. Yeah, I'm just tweeting
on YouTube.
Myself.
But he also says, please leave politics out of it. Cricket is our escape. Yes, that is
totally correct.
Very true. And Brian in Brisbane says, to console myself after the meat tray raffle losses, I'm off to the Old England pub for a stout or two. Did I hear a boycottism about 2 quick wickets making all the difference? If we did, we missed the cliche char opportunity.
Ching ching. Well, at the end of the power play, as we say, India 63 for none. The umpire has done his windmill motion to indicate the next power play. In comes Santner round the wicket. That just drifts a touch onto leg and middle, but Shubman Gill just closes the face of his bat, places it out to mid-wicket, dot ball.
One thing we haven't seen so far in this innings is the customary Virat Kohli cam, even though it's got nothing to do with what's happening.
It's been a little lacking. She's not so revered in Dharamshala amongst the cameramen, don't know. That's played out by Gill to long off, no mid-off there. For one run.
You'll be sure that the Virat Kohli sponsors will be giving a call to the broadcasters very shortly, and no doubt he'll be on screen. Just wait for it.
In comes Santner again. Goes a little wider on the crease, trying to get a few more revs on the ball, no doubt. But there's a little turn there, but nothing to trouble Rohit. Just squeezes it out for another dot ball. Having a look at the Indian dignitaries, they look very dignitaried. Santner in again. Oh my word, my goodness me, what an absolute beauty. He pinged it in a little faster, far more revs, and he got turn and pitched on. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, pitched on off. Oh, what it was an edge. And it was just a little too thick for Tom Latham standing up, and he couldn't get his gloves around it. That is unfortunate.
I think Tom Latham's just dropped the World Cup there.
Well, yes. And in revenge, Rowett has slog-swept it over Cow for a massive one of these. There's no justice in this world.
Six.
You've probably got a couple of initials for that one, Kartik.
Yeah, no. I'm run out of initials for that one. If you knew what that meant, I dare say I wouldn't be repeating it. But there's a gentleman sitting behind you in the box. Ungard knows all about those. You can ask him offline if you off air, if you like.
Last ball of Santner's over. And drops that one a little short. Rowett flicks it round the corner to deep square. He'll keep the strike. He'll be very happy about that. 8 off the over, so not utterly disastrous. And just disappeared for a moment. But New Zealand will be about... India will be about 70-ish for no wicket at the end of it. Russ.
It was 71,
yep.
Is it right?
Range Paschal, it just asked the same thing you did, Forthy.
Oh, yes?
What's an MC and a BC?
Yes, it's mysterious, isn't it?
Let's just say it's not. It doesn't translate into English. Put it that way.
Okay.
It's for the Indian fans out there.
Okay then.
No doubt they'll be all over it.
Jay Grover says, "Sorry, Russ, I forgot you had a monarchy. I can excuse ours, and I will with massive reservations. No idea why Australia panders to our idiocy in mind." Because once upon a time we were a colony.
Yep. But whoever said let's keep politics out of it tonight, I don't think that really is politics. That's history, isn't it? Some two slightly different things.
And Warren says for White Line Wireless, maybe substitute Vaughan for Bradman.
Certainly most of the guerrillas would agree with that. Ferguson's into the attack. Oh, and he's played on. Rohit Sharma has almost unbelievably, we can hardly believe our eyes, first ball of the Lockie Ferguson, he looks almost sheepish. It was a fairly innocuous delivery. Rohit chased it outside the off stump, but perhaps not used to the new trajectory from the new bowler. He's played on with a big thick inside edge and the middle stump has gone cartwheeling.
Yeah, loose shot there by Rohit. No footwork, just probably getting a bit too overexcited. He won't be happy with that, but nevertheless, he's got India off to a rocking start. And I told you, as I said, on cue, Virat Kohli's sponsors have somehow managed to get him into the action on the screen.
Well, Rohit went for 46 off 40, which under any normal circumstances you'd take every day of the week from your opening batsman, really. But the sort of form Rohit Sharma's in, he'll be disappointed, and a lot of India will be disappointed too. But in comes Virat.
I was going to say in the last over, I was actually surprised we hadn't seen Ferguson yet, and really looking forward to seeing how Rohit played that pace. And it wasn't
not well, is the answer.
It was a bit of a letdown for me because I was hoping for a couple of overs of fireworks.
It was a loose ball which came back just a touch, as a loosener rather, and big surprise really. But always give yourself a chance to have a look at a new bowler, because subtle changes and so on. It's a game of fine margins, cricket. Virat Kohli facing his first ball from Lockie Ferguson. He plays for perhaps slightly characteristic. He was about a long way away from his body, but hits it well enough down to mid-off. Dot ball.
Yeah, needless to say, this will be the big test, the big wicket for India, for New Zealand, I should say. King Kohli into the action now. Let's see how he goes.
Indeed. He's got these odd black shoes, Lockie Ferguson, that makes him look as if he's forgotten his normal runners, and his mum's just sort of turned up on the bus and said, "Wear these. I'm not going all the way back home for your normal ones." Anyway, that's a dot ball, played off the back foot by Kohli. Seeing a lot of replays of the Rohit dismissal there. Shubman Gill looked equally disappointed, not sure why. Ferguson has started with wicket ... This is excellent from him. India is 71 for 1, halfway through the 12th. And he comes again. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Virat. Just opens the face of the bat a touch and unleashes a squarish cover drive for one of these.
most of the New Zealand bowlers have gone ... and then it's gone 4,
And then 4.
6.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't know if India. How many singles has India hit?
Not that
Can't
many.
be many.
Certainly been the pattern in the last few ever since we've been on. Nice shot there, Kartik. Anyway, back to Ferguson. He's just strayed onto middle and leg there. Kohli closes the face of the bat and plays it out to mid-wicket dot ball.
Yeah, just getting himself settled in, just getting his eye in. Obviously, a brilliant shot, but you sense that, albeit 4 balls in, that he's in for the long haul here.
The stage is set. Doesn't need to do anything too extravagant. The target's 274 and it's the run rate's already at 7. Just defends that one. Thinks about a quick single so he can get on strike for the other end. There's nothing doing there. At the end of the 12th over, India 75 for 1, Russ.
Jay Grover says quite a few things. He says, I can understand the swears. I feel like a real boy. Ban Charles. He says, South Africa win because God is dead and he hates you.
Okay.
He says, I hate supporting anyone. The Indian team likes jolly nice chaps and I have family connections, but I'm not sure my fragile wee brain could take Indian triumphalism. Indian win for the future of 50-50 cricket. New Zealand win for all that is good. And the Pornbot says, Forthy, did you just call a New Zealander sheepish?
I did as well, yeah.
Frog's given us a Virat Kohli collage as well for those playing at home.
Santner's back in. Very nicely flighted, orthodox left arm around the wicket delivery, which met with the broad blade of Shubman Gill for defensive dot ball. Well, win predictors got New Zealand up at 1 chance in 3 now, which may be a little bit optimistic, but it's all on the algorithms. That one is played wide of the man at mid-on by Gill, all the way down to the man at long-on for a single. Kohli back on strike against the spinner Santner. Interesting matchup.
Yeah, I've ever wondered how accurate the win predictor or the score predictors actually are. I mean, I feel like it fluctuates so much. It's almost like the Duckworth-Lewis.
Yeah. Well, Duckworth-Lewis has got a lot of scientific rigour behind it. Oh, that's interesting. Mitchell Santner floats one up. Very slow ball, about 2 feet outside the off stump. Virat Kohli does go to play at it, but inconclusively out into the covers for a dot ball. Santner in again. That's his more orthodox delivery, forward defensive from Kohli.
I feel like what the predictors really tell us is that when commentators say a few quick wickets or a couple of boundaries would change everything, they're actually correct. It does.
It's always the case, isn't it? That thing about add 2 wickets. Sure, yeah, if you add 2 wickets, it changes the game. Of course it does. In comes Santner around the wicket. And that's wide of leg stump. Played almost French cricket style by Kohli, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. Dot ball. Having a look at the dew, the fabled dew coming into play. That should make things a little easier for India.
Yeah, that was why they chose to bowl first.
All the time in the world just to watch that one onto the back. Kohli defends it. He's 4 off 9, just that one sumptuous cover drive. And at the end of the over, India are just that 1 wicket down.
Yeah, it was interesting at the start of the match at the coin toss. You see Ravi Shastri asking Rohit Sharma after he decided to bowl first and was asking him any particular reason. He then proceeded to say no particular reason, except we think the dew's going to come in later. So it was.
Sounds like a particular reason.
Not sure what he thought about whether there's a specific reason or not.
India 76 for 1 after 13 overs. Strong batting lineup to come in, as we all know. Lockie Ferguson digs that in a little shorter. Gill onto the back foot, defends, dot ball.
Ferguson's pants are so baggy.
Yes.
He just kind of looks like he got out of bed in his PJs.
He does, yeah. He's definitely it's shoes I don't know if he's sponsored by. I mean, who wears black trainers?
David Warner. He had it in his screenshots for the entire Ashes in whites, no less.
Oh, he did as
well. Embarrassing.
Oh, that's flicked. Oh my word, Gill is out. It looked as if it had been flicked successfully by Gill to start with. He didn't quite get enough of it. Straight down the throat of third man. Shubman Gill is out for 26 off 31. India, they're not collapsing, but those 2 wickets have occurred. 76 for 2 now. And is there going to be a game of this? We shall see. Nicely judged by the third man.
Go OUT the window, go OUT the window, go OUT the window, 'cause OUT spells out.
Was that Lockie Ferguson down at third man, I think?
No, he was bowling. Mitchell.
That'd be one player who couldn't be was Ferguson. And it was Daryl Mitchell down at third man. I usually manage to shank one during any commentary stint, and that was it.
It's certainly thrown the cat amongst the pigeons now.
Yeah, it sure has.
2 quick wickets, and I think I'm going to call it out earlier. 2 quick wickets, and all of a sudden now the Indian middle order being untested, really, all tournament, haven't had to bat. And now
this is the Indian supporter paranoia, which is this
is where the real test will come in, I think. But it also presents an opportunity, which is important.
Yeah. Now Shreyas, how would you prefer that I pronounce his name?
Shreyas Iyer is how you pronounce it.
Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah.
And not too shabby an average in ODI, so 46.2. His strike rate's almost up at a runner ball as well, so we know he can play. And he's facing his first ball from Ferguson onto the back foot, defends it back to him, dot ball. Is he in good form at the moment?
He's hardly had a hit, to be honest.
Well, yes, I suppose, but coming into the tournament, do we know?
I think he's coming on from injuries, actually, so he hasn't really had much. He hasn't really had much of a hit out.
Yeah.
But there was a period where he was the saviour for Indian cricket. It seemed like everybody around him was getting out, and he used to be the one that seems to be scoring runs.
Well, he's unleashed a beautiful cover drive, even more orthodox and even more aesthetic than Kohli's a couple of overs ago. So he's off the mark, and that'll make him feel great about himself. Great 4.
I hit the ball, 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant shot through the covers. Exactly what you want. Not much foot movement, but certainly really good hand-eye coordination. You tend to see the Indian batsmen so far, not many have actually moved their feet that much, except for Virat Kohli. And is that rain coming down?
Yeah, we're just having a look at the floodlights, and we're seeing something billowing in the floodlights. Just hoping it wasn't rain. I think it couldn't be anything else other than
was it mist of
thin
some sort?
rain. Yeah, was it mist? It was mist. Onto the back foot, Rock Shreyas, and defends from Ferguson. Dot ball.
Maybe it's just an excessive dew.
Rising dew, like rising damp. The old Leonard Rossiter sitcom. Did you get that in Australia? Rising damp. No, blank looks all round. Very funny.
Don't think so.
Did you get the Fall and Rise of Reginald Perham and Leonard Rossiter as well? Or not? No, blank looks. That's fair enough. Cultural differences. In comes Ferguson. Digs that one in shorter. Shreyas hooks. And he's hooked it so well that the man who was stationed for the shot at deep square leg is beaten. And that rather spoils, those last 3 balls rather spoils an excellent over from Ferguson. He's gone for 8 off it. But with a crucial wicket off the second ball. We're getting some excellent intel here from Ant, who says no rain on radar, humidity 73. So we're assuming that's mist, are we?
Well, a thin rain doesn't come up on the radar, so you. Jay's been talking to himself a little, I think.
That can happen.
Yeah, well, to us. He said, I've never played cricket, nor did I go to public school, but the fuck is with everyone about Ferguson's boots?
Don't think it's a public school thing.
He says, rising dew makes the momos taste better.
Right. Santner's back into that. This will be our last stint as a trio. And smash back to Santner, who's slightly in the wall with his fingers because he's had to field a couple of very rapid returns. He's done well, though. Dot ball. Kohli's on strike. He's 4 off 10. And that's a slower ball. Kohli not to be tempted, straight back to Santner.
You wonder who's got the quicker over, whether it's Santner or Jadeja.
Yes, we're having a look. It's
battle it out to see who can finish their over quicker.
Indeed. The scene is beginning to look a bit like a 19th century Sherlock Holmes stage set at the moment, as the mist is...
Someone's about to be stabbed.
Billowing in, yes. I've never known mist stop play before, but there's always first time. I'm sure it can
This is
happen.
amazing. This is amazing scenes.
Yeah.
It looks like San Francisco, doesn't it? There really
Yeah, it
actually
does.
is mist. It's not rain. It's just coming down the mountain.
It's not smog, it's not fog, it's mist. We saw it from the... the umpires are conferring. It's going to be very tricky. But the biggest problem here is not going to be for the batsmen and the bowlers. It will actually be for some poor fella with the ball coming to him through the mist who gets smashed in the face by it. That's almost certainly what they're conferring about, I think.
Also, if it's like San Francisco, it's going to be freezing.
That's true. Well, yes, it's very true. I think they've decided to stay on for now.
It's probably not in the... They're looking through the rule book being like, I don't know, there's nothing in here about mist.
I love the fact...
because the spinner is on, they're still playing. I'm not sure that if the quicks were on, they'd be going off.
Well, it's up to New Zealand whether they put the fast man on at the start of the next over if they want to come off, whether they think that that's in their interests. Anyway, Santner continues with his third ball of his fourth over, and that's a nice looking drive down to long off by Kohli. Just saunters through for the single. Saw that well enough. Trent Bowles looking all around him out in the boundary, and I think he's... I mean, it's funny mist, isn't it? Because there's gaps in it.
Sam K says it's clouds, and I challenge our listeners to tell us the difference between clouds and mist.
Some reports saying that it's artificial.
Ooh. And that one strays down the leg side. Santner, he'll be cross with himself there. And this Dharamshala outfield, in which fielders are a little reluctant to do the usual side. Matt Henry slightly pulled out of that one, so it's gone down for 4 runs.
The way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
What does artificial mean, Kartik? Does that...
Yeah, I think they're
is this
saying
like
that
London mist?
there was some light show during the drinks break, and there might have been some haze as part of that light show that's just kind of spilt over.
2 balls
Not
of
sure
our
how accurate that is.
2 balls of our stint together to go. Shreyas opens up his bat, plays it out through the gap in the covers, but all along the ground just for a single. Kohli on strike for the last ball of Santner's over.
I might just go into the host broadcaster box next door, because we're obviously calling this live from the stadium in Dharamshala, and just see what it's all about.
Of course, yeah. Please do.
We are due a change.
We are due, and Kartik's due to take over ball by ball. Angad's coming in on comments, and Ant is moving into... Well, he probably won't be moving because he's in the social spot
No,
already.
we need to clear out. So.
Oh, do we?
Yeah,
Right,
we should stand up.
I was at the end of the over. I missed that last
the
ball.
end of the over.
Yeah, I was straining to find out who was coming on next. Let's assume not too much happened, or I would have heard. Right, change of guard.
Yeah, India they're taking on their ball by ball. India now, after 15 overs, 91 for 2, still going at a decent run rate of 6 and over, just over
Take
6 and
equal
over.
parts dross and
Shreyas Iyer has
speculation, throwing
started
absurd,
really
analysed on a
solidly
tangent,
since he's come
with
in.
a wink to the idiosyncrasies of cricket and a healthy respect for the great game. Stirring by calling all the action ball by bloody ball, and you're listening to White Line Wireless.
Yes, well, we are back.
Lockie Ferguson over the wickets to Shreyas Iyer, who punches it out to deep cover for a single, and he moves along to 14. India now 92 for 2.
Now, what do you make of the mist coming in, Kartik?
Yeah, I've just confirmed from the host broadcaster next door. Of course, we're calling this live from the ground in Dharamshala, and yeah, they have said that it was some sort of light show during the drinks break, and the artificial hazes, tipped over as Ferguson continues over the wicket to Shreyas. In fact, Virat Kohli was the one that scored the single before. Now Shreyas has pushed it out to deep cover, and there's a misfield. That's disappointing by the fielder there, Mark Chapman. There's a misfielder that's gone to the boundary. It's another boundary for Shreyas. He's started his innings with 4 boundaries, and he moves along to 17. India now 96 for 2, edging ever so closer, I should say.
Okay, I think we are back. We just had a slight technical hitch there with the power plug getting pulled out of the compressor. So, Kartik, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Much
Excellent,
better now.
excellent. I imagine that... There we go.
There we are.
It looks like YouTube are telling us that they can hear us. Apologies for that. So we're just, you didn't really miss any play there because there has been a discussion happening out in the middle between the batsmen and a couple of the Kiwis and the umpires, and they were pointing up at the sky and saying, it's all looking very, very scary up there, and we're a bit worried that there's going to be some vampires fly out of that and come and attack us. So it looks like the players have decided that the safest thing to do is to get inside, where of course the vampires can't come unless they're invited, and hang some garlic around their neck and wait for this low-flying cloud, i.e. mist, to dissipate somewhat. And so Kartik, you were saying that it was some sort of residue left over from the light show.
Correct. Yeah, I was just chatting to the guys next door, the host broadcasters next door. In of course, we are calling live from Dharamshala.
Yeah. As
you all know. And they were talking about during the drinks break there was a light show happening, and I think there might be some sort of residual fog coming out.
You can get that if you've had a lot of fireworks going off. You know, you get the smoke around after the fireworks, and that could be just hanging in the stadium if there's no wind around or anything. But that's not moisture, so... You know,
yeah, look, I mean, how accurate that is, we won't know, but that seems to be what they're going with. Nevertheless, I think seems like it's now turned into real fog.
Yeah.
Which has caused the players to go off. So, yeah, we'll wait and see what comes of it. The umpire's certainly having stern words with the groundsman here.
Well, I'm not sure it's the groundsman's fault for scheduling a game in the Himalayas at the start of winter.
Maybe they're calling in a helicopter, come and blow it away. They do that with the grapes in the vineyards. Yeah, because you can't get you get certain weather, and if you get a mist come in over your vineyard, and it's going to be a really cold morning, you'll get a frost that'll kill all your grapes. So you get the helicopters to come out and hover over the vineyard and blow the mist away. Yep.
It's going to be interesting to see how they go.
While we're all vamping here, I just wanted to ask you gentlemen a question. Might clear some things up for some of our listeners. Now, the BC shot and the GC shot, would I be correct in suggesting that something akin to that in English would be the mofo shot?
Yeah.
That's about accurate, right?
Yeah, okay.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah. I think I know what BC is. I won't say it.
Although the BC's been renamed to Ben Stokes, hasn't it?
It has been renamed to Ben Stokes for the Western folk, let's say.
Or the PG
I didn't
crowd.
realise it was going to cause this much of a stir up on the socials.
Yes. So, got some people on the social. Gorillas in the mist. I like that one. Good one, Jeff.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Press the fucking button. This is what happens when Tony isn't on your team to fix stuff. Stephen, look, it's a complete different setup here in the Box of Dreams. It's it's a setup from that we can have all running live. So it is yes, it's different.
Not to be rude, but Tony fix stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure Tony's the most technical aficionado, but that's all right.
Yeah, no, we've got a.
I think it might
There's
be
a lot of
tongue-in-cheek
wires in the
comment,
box.
yeah.
Let me put it that way. And,
we've got John Hibbert here saying totally lacking in footwork, the sound man, and I was going to say I think it's actually that's not far wrong, because I think actually what happened is that when Angad sat down, he sat on a cable and they pulled the cable out with the chair. So yes, just missing a bit of lacking in
Come on, mate.
footwork.
And one job.
And it was so confusing because from just sitting here, everything looked like it was working. And the only reason we knew it wasn't working is that Kartik wasn't responding to us in here, and then we started seeing the messages on YouTube. We were having a grand old chat.
Yeah, I was talking to myself. I was thinking I was just a one-man show here, just doing the ball-by-ball special comments and the socials as well.
Well, we could hear you.
I couldn't hear a thing. I was hearing myself speak.
Held down the fort well,
cool.
mate.
Yeah, I just thought, all right, this is one way to throw me under the bus, but sure, no worries. Happy to help, happy to oblige.
All right, what we got on Twitter? We've got Jay going absolutely nuts. So these are all from Jay. We'll just he's having a conversation with himself. Fuck you, Forthy. You come from Coventry, that notorious seat of wealth and privilege. He is blaming me and my stripy blazer. Think it's a boat race. Now, This is the second time this has happened tonight. This is a fucking shirt. What? Like, it's... I don't understand why people think this is a jacket. It's just because it's not tucked in, and I'm wearing it.
I think it's because you're commentating.
Well, it's because I've got 2 collars as well. I'm going 2 collars. You know.
Must be chilly over there.
Yeah. It is freezing today. It is. Today's one of those days where I woke up, couldn't feel my hands, and went, this is why I'm moving out of Victoria. Now, for our non-British listeners, Coventry is the reason Forthy now lives in Melbourne. And light and match fucking vapes. Yes. Oh, I should mention the GC Radio Naked Fun porn box. I don't know why I keep missing their tweets. But talking about Reece Topley's finger is a little more jiggly than usual. Yes, GC Radio Naked Fun porn bot has been very obsessed with jiggly fingers tonight. All right, that's all the social media's caught up on.
Do you reckon he's actually injured, or is this just a convenient excuse to get Jofra Archer back into the squad?
Forty just saying like this World Cup is done. Let's not worry about it.
No rushing Jofra back in the squad for this one.
Very underwhelming performance by England.
Definitely.
Yeah, I was expecting them to be very, very, very strong. And yeah, I think South Africa's probably been my biggest surprise so far. I knew they were kind of in form on the way in, but yeah, looking real good to lose a semi-final.
Looking very good. I think their game against New Zealand and their game against India, they're both gearing up to be crackers.
Mm. Yeah, well, I was expecting a lot more out of... Well, I don't know. Where are we at in this game? It's very easy to feel like India are running away with it, but it's not like they've got a massive run rate. They have lost the 2 wickets now, so where do you feel this?
And they're not batting too deep either, so I know it's a cliche to say, but couple wickets.
There we go. You got
couple wickets. That's all it takes. You know what I mean?
We've got the cliche jar.
We've pressed it, mate. We've pressed it because I'm going to keep saying it all night.
Yeah. Good. But even without the couple of wickets, I think the couple of wickets are the ones that fell.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was...
Shreyas is batting. He's playing sublime shots. You know, we know what Virat does in chases, so...
There we go. Technically, officially, the match interrupted due to fog.
Very interesting, some stats to come out of this. Believe it or not, the DLS comes into play here now, potentially, if they can get to 20 overs somehow.
Need 5 more overs.
India needs to score 124 to win this game
in
after
5
20 overs.
Okay.
Which they're only 24 runs away, so they're 24 off 4.2 overs. To win this game if it does become a 20-over chase.
Without losing any wickets.
Without losing any wickets, of course. But it seems like the fog has eased up, and it looks like the umpires are coming and asking the players to come back on. So we could be back on very shortly.
Yeah, some heated discussions between Rohit Sharma and the match referee there that we were seeing on the pictures from our host broadcaster. Wonder what they were saying to each other.
Yeah, basically just saying we need more airtime for Virat because we're not getting enough ratings.
Yep.
So we'll do whatever you can, get them out there. I reckon the host
needs to be
broadcaster's basically told.
We don't care that you can't play. You've just got Virat's got to be standing there so we can point a camera at him.
That's it. Doesn't matter what he's doing.
Yeah.
Hold a bat, not holding a bat, just chewing gum, whatever he wants to do. But just get him out of the middle.
Maybe get a couple of chairs out there, a deck of cards. We could have Virat playing solitaire.
Absolutely. Yep. No, the Virat cam is well and truly a thing for those people that are doubting it. Yeah. It's definitely a thing in this World Cup.
If it's a thing in this World Cup, is it a bit like park cricket that when he gets dismissed, he just moves to square leg and is there for the rest of the 50 overs?
Oh, he doesn't need to be on the ground. They'll still find a way to find him in the dressing room. You can only need to be in the stadium. They'll find a way. Maybe his hotel room. They'll put a camera in there as well.
A bit much. Bit of Ed TV there. The Truman Show happening. So batsmen and fielders are back on the field.
Yep, we're We had a brief disruption there for about 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, but looks like the fog has cleared up and the players are back on the field and will be starting shortly. So I don't believe there's any overs that have been lost because of that. So we'll continue on as if this will be a 50-over game. With India, dare we say it, at the moment probably just ahead. The risk of losing a couple of wickets to make it more even. They're still probably slightly ahead at the moment.
Definitely. I think just a point about the fog. I think during the '96 World Cup, if someone out there can correct me, but I believe a game was stopped due to smog.
Ferguson continues over the wicket and Shreyas Iyer straight down the ground, but straight to mid-off. Looks like the pause in play has not affected him whatsoever. He's looking in ominous form. That was a straight shot off the middle of the bat, but straight to the fielder as well for no run.
Lucky Ferguson, he's just looking the goods today, isn't he? I know he's gone for a couple of boundaries this over.
Yeah, 2 for 21 off 2.5 overs. He comes in for the last ball of the over, and Shreyas nudges it off the back foot, past point, out through to deep point. As Chapman, bit of a fumble there, and they scamper back for 2. End of the over. End of the 16th over, India is 102 for 2. Shreyas Iyer has raced to 23 off just 11 deliveries, and Virat Kohli 7 off 14.
Very subdued start from Virat Kohli.
I got a tweet from Jay saying when he first lived in India as an adult, he spoke no colloquial Hindi. I heard BC with Tibetans playing Karoom. I thought they were saying bad shot for about 5 minutes.
That's good.
And Joel Falconer's just asking what jersey you gentlemen have on. I thought it was.
I've got a Mumbai Indians jersey on.
Yep.
It's actually Surya Kumar Yadav, so yeah, he's playing today.
I've
So
got
I thought I'd rock
the
it.
Indian
and
shirt on. No guesses as to who I'm supporting.
Yeah.
But of course, we're trying to be very diplomatic here with the commentary. Mitchell Santner comes in around the wickets to Virat Kohli, slaps it off the back foot out through to deep mid wicket for a single.
I think
and he moves along to 8.
I think I'm being a bit more partisan than bipartisan than Karthik by reading the Mumbai Indians one, where there's been a few Kiwis there. Trent Bolt's been in the setup and.
Santner around the wickets, and very uppish there by Shreyas Iyer. Is that a catch? Are they claiming that? I don't think so. Oh,
bump ball, mate.
Just fell short. Bump ball. Santner continues around the wicket to Shreyas, and this time drives it along the ground past the short cover there out to deep cover for a single. He has been playing some of the shots uppishly.
Yeah, he has. He's obviously striking at 200. You have to be playing some sort of risky shots to be striking that high.
Santner around the wickets to Virat, and he plays it leg glance off the pads out through to deep mid wicket for another single. This is what India do really well, especially with Virat Kohli at the crease, is just get the singles and keep the run rate and the scoreboard ticking over. Santner continues around the wickets, and a fuller delivery, but dug out by Shreyas, straight down the ground and picks up another single.
Yeah, you're right, and the conditions are a bit more comfortable for that running between the wickets, and it's such a big part of Virat Kohli's game, and he really pushes his batting partners to keep up with his fitness levels to keep those singles and twos going.
Santner around the wickets, another full delivery and driven straight back to the bowler for no run. End of the over, end of the 17th over, India now 106 for 2. Virat on 9 and Shreyas Iyer on 25. We still needed a further 168 to win off the 33 overs, unless there's fog delays, in which case it might be a shorter game. We'll wait and see.
Just got Jay calling me Blazer privileges. And just a little bit more conversation on YouTube about MC and BC. So if anyone was still confused, you can jump over there and see what's going on.
Ferguson continues over the wickets, to Shreyas Iyer, who dabs it down through to deep third man for another single. And the score moves along to 107 for 2.
Yeah, that ball got quite high up on Shreyas. He looked almost uncomfortable playing that down to third.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. He did well in the end to get over the top of it. Now Ferguson comes in over the wicket to Coley and driven straight down the ground. In fact, through the covers, beach short cover, and that's a brilliant shot all the way to the boundary for one of these.
So,
playing. Here we are.
That's a cracking shot over up. We're just watching the replay. He's getting his eye right into it, head above the ball, and didn't even bother running. Well, he did, but Shreyas didn't. It's like, save your legs, mate.
That's it. Ferguson continues over the wicket to Virat, and this time, as a typical King Kohli as he is, dabs it out through to third man, deep third man, and picks up a single.
I reckon that's just such a flex where he hits the a boundary ball and still runs because he's like, I'm fit enough to do so.
Yeah, India starting to settle back down again after the 2 wickets and, of course, after the fog delay. As Ferguson comes into bowl to Shreyas this time. And this time he pulls it, tries to pull it, attempted pull, probably went a bit early there. And I think it's going to be a leg by. Yep, there's a leg by. Somehow picked up a run.
Yeah, that's
With
the
a slow ball.
second sort of bouncer that Shreyas hasn't really anticipated too well. A bit of a slower ball, but still someone of his stature you'd think would be picking those ones.
Yeah, I think he just went early, just getting overexcited. Ferguson comes into bowl to Virat Kohli, and this time it's played defensively out through to Gully. Point, but no run.
Got Kohli quite high on the bat, that one. Ferguson extracting some good bounce on this pitch.
He does that. He's that's one of his strengths. Pretty much any pitch in the world seems to find a way to extract bounce, and he's obviously got a lot of pace as well. Final ball of the over. Ferguson comes into bowl to Virat Kohli and clips it off the pads down to fine leg, and that's another boundary there. Not the line he wanted. Ferguson won't be happy with that. End of the over. And Virat moves to 18. Shreyas Iyer on 26. India now 117 for 2. Still require a further 157 off 32 overs. Run rate currently now at 6.5 and over. Lucky Ferguson after 4 overs, 2 for 33.
That was just a classy shot, wasn't it? That glance just helped it. It's on its way. Right, starting to tick his strike rate over a bit as well. Catching up to Shreyas.
Yeah, he's got, he's halfway there at this point, but he's certainly starting to pick up the pace as we know he can. Once he gets his eye in, he's very hard to beat, very hard to stop, especially in a chase. Sander continues around the wickets to Shreyas, and this time it's played out through to deep cover for a single. He ticks along to 27, and India now 118 for 2.
Getting Kohli back on strike for those who are watching Kohli Cam.
Sander around the wickets to Kohli, and this time, there's a bit of spin, there's a bit of flight.
There's a bit of turn and wry smile from Kohli's face. It's a great ball by Santner.
Wow, there you go.
Where's that been all day?
Sander continues over the wickets. In fact, around the wicket, another one beaten, or well left, should we say?
Tell you what, I reckon Kuldeep and Jadeja are kicking themselves in the dressing room. I'd love to be bowling when the ball's doing that now.
Absolutely. Sander continues around the wickets, and this one's driven back straight down the ground, but there will be cover out there. Yes, deep mid on picks it up, and they get another single, and Kohli moves on to 19. India now 119 for 2.
Nice tidy over so far for Santner, just 2 off it so far. varying his pace quite well this over.
2 balls to go, sat there around the wicket to Shreyas Iyer, and this time defended out through to cover for no run.
The 2 balls that got a bit of rip off the pitch were, in the 70 kilometres per hour. Like, dropped his pace down quite a bit.
Sandner for the final ball of the over, driven straight back through to the bowler for no run. End of the over, India 119 for 2. And Shreyas Iyer on 27. Virat Kohli on 19. India still need 155 runs off the 31 overs, so the run rate of 6.26. Required run rate of 5 exactly. And I think we're now due for
we
another
are having a change. I am staying here, moving from the socials. Finish up some of what we've got on socials while we're waiting. It's mostly Joel Falconer asking us about our underwear situation, doing some market research for bonds, but I think that's a lie. And yeah, that's about all that's really going on. I am going to quickly duck out of the studio for 2 minutes because that energy drink has gone right through me.
Very good, thank you, Ant. Fourth unit will carry on. Trent Bolt will also carry on for New Zealand. He's bowling to Virat Kohli. Scores 2 for 119 after 19 overs.
Yeah. Actually, that seemed to be on. Wasn't it?
No, you're on.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
You really want to put your headphones on so you can hear yourself.
We're having a few little technical issues, mostly a lot of it through my incompetence, but not that loose cable. I will.
Yeah, I should explain.
Distress.
If someone with knowledge of cables came in here, they'd have a small heart attack. I think there are a lot of cables on the floor. But, we carry on regardless. Here's Trent Bolt, short and pulled by Kohli, but not at all well. Didn't time it at all. Went straight to mid wicket for no run.
Real flex when you go to some CEO's office is to notice you can't see any cables. Somebody's really taking care of him. No cables at all.
So they also just not give them a computer because they're incompetent and don't know how to use it.
That's exactly right. I did a research project with some High Court judges, Supreme Court judges a few years ago. The further up the chain of the judiciary you went, the greater the incompetence, technically.
He's Bolt round the wicket and he's just guided that Kohli down to third man. He'll take a single, scored a 2 for 120. Kohli onto 20.
There were some of them there. Those Supreme Court judges are still using a pen and paper and got their assistant to type it all up, just like it was, I don't know, 1992 or something.
They print their emails.
They were literally printing their emails for them, yeah. Real flex, I think.
He's Bolt round the wickets to Iyer and he's playing out to mid on for no run.
Anti's back from his comfort break. We all need them. We plough into the night. Oh, they've got the... we're having a look at the shirt situation in the commentary there. We saw Shane Watson's shirts a couple of nights ago, and I think Ian Smith will match it for straining at the buttons there.
Well, he looks a bit looser tonight. It looks like they found a size up, having not had sizes for the first while. Here is Bolt. It's short, and he's trying to pull. It goes on the bounce to mid-on. Not a particularly safe shot, but no run. Not out. He's already on 27 or 21, so he's flying along.
Yeah, it's still only going at 6 and over. Which is enough, but
Head of the run rate. Bolt outside off stump, and it's flayed by Iyer. Off the outside edge though, down to third man. So he'll take a single, 2 for 121. End of the over, only 2 off that over from Bolt. 20 overs gone.
It's always a little hard to work out where you are in the stream of J. I'm going to have
yes.
Did you do the...
On YouTube, anything after free balling.
Yeah.
And on the Twitter...
Did we have then... I realised you wouldn't repeatedly glass someone while screaming bad shot on Twitter?
No.
All right, so that's Jay saying, it's all right, Ant, you can't escape your blazer privilege. You and Forthy go and sip pink gins and punt down the bucolic waterways of Coventry. We do have a canal.
I don't know. If you who is the people have blazers that you can undo cuffs on?
Messi's telling us that
Maybe I
you
can't
need
help us.
more volume and less bass. I think the bass is a
Bass?
product of your
I think it's just me.
your tones, but I think the volume is that you need to talk down the barrel of the microphone a little bit more.
Yep.
Like thus.
You like thus.
Yep.
Thanks, Messi.
So you
Less
wanted-
bass can't help you with. That's a product of my post-punk origins, I suspect.
Ravindra is on to bowl. He's bowling around the wicket, the left-hander, and he gets a tiny bit of turn to Iyer, who plays it out to cover for no run.
It's nice that we've always got someone keeping an eye out somewhere in the world.
Yes.
Yeah, the
Often Messi.
The faster you tell us we pulled a cord out and there's no sound, the better. The Kittens did that a couple of times at the back end of the Ashes, which was fun. They're not as big now, so that's better. Here's Ravindra into the pads of Australia. Iyer, but he plays it out to mid-wicket for no run.
Do they have names, the kittens?
The names, the old Kittens or the new ones? The new
new
ones do
ones.
not. We might be ready for another
Let's do it.
naming contest. Ravindra around the wicket again. This is full. He's driven straight back down the pitch. Iyer straight to the bowler.
But we might have done the cat cricket puns to death, so do we have to find another theme?
Well,
you're having your Halloween fundraiser coming up.
we are, and their mum is called Poe after Egg Ellen
Ah.
Poe, but we haven't quite worked out for the Kittens yet. This one's cut by Iyer. Backward a point. He's beat the gully, and it's going to run away very, very slowly all the way to the fence for 4. So the score goes on to 2 for 1, 2, 5, and yeah, sure, 1. I need to get that first page of the mix desk working. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, I'll come in and have a look at that later in the week. Yes, so the mother is Poe. We're coming up to Halloween. You're having a Halloween fundraiser, so maybe we should be looking at spooky names.
Spooky names are good. One's black, so that always makes it easier.
You know that Edgar Allan Poe wrote a book called The Black Cat.
We just call it the black cat then. Black cat. That's
Yes.
that's what happens when you ask a 5-year-old to name a cat, and he usually name
Cat noir.
cat or just
Yeah.
pussy or something. He's Ravindra. He's driving. Gets past the bowler. And he's tried to dive and stop it, but failed. Gets to the deep mid off for a single.
Perhaps-
Scores 2 for 1, 2 to 6.
Perhaps one could be called Pit and one could be called Pendulum. The Pit and the Pendulum was
Another Poe.
Another Poe work.
We did think about Lenore and Raven.
Ah, yes.
Nice.
But, yeah, last ball over Ravindra is full, is driven, and it's going to go down to that same deep mid-off position as the previous ball. 2 for 1, 2, 7, 21 overs gone.
Fourthy, you got any socials?
Well, you may not be entirely surprised to discover that Jay has tweeted in, and he says, "I bear more judges. I bear more judges than High Court judges," which I know is a quote from Morrissey, and I'm slightly surprised that Jay is owning a Morrissey quote there.
Ah.
I've never been before one, but I've heard that cable management is atrocious. That is absolutely correct. It is. Let me just have a quick look over on YouTube. Yeah, well, there's a bit happening, but I think it might be. I think it might all have been covered off. We're doing a little bit more technical stuff here.
Well, yes, this is the television telling us we've fallen asleep in front of it and we're not watching anymore. So we have to tell it that we are in fact watching and press the exit on the remote. Here's
Stupid
Bolt round the
telly.
wicket. To Coley, turns it around to deep fine leg for a single. Score 2 for 1, 2, 8.
Those 2 wickets seem quite a long time ago now.
Yeah, starting to find their rhythm again, India. Starting to take control of the game.
Tournament's crying out for a close one.
It is, and yeah, not sure it's
Even
this one.
even one that was just generally interesting might be nice at
That
this
would be
point.
nice, yeah.
Bolts around the wicket and he's driving Iyer, but straight to the mid off.
It's not a great advert when ODIs are coming under threat and pressure from around the world.
No. I will note that if we had my much talked about 20-team World Cup, we'd be 3 days out from the end of the group stage and in the last round of games and ready for the
Everything would be mattering now.
11 playoffs, and everything would be mattering very much so instead of we've still got another 25 days, I think, until we get to the groups, finish the group stage. Here's Aya pulling this time, and he's been caught.
Oh,
actually.
there it is.
It's a fantastic catch down on the boundary. He got a bit of a top edge, didn't fully get on top of it. The player down there has dived forward and picked it up at his bootlaces. A fantastic catch, 3 foot 128. We just talked about the fact that they were getting along nicely without a wicket, and suddenly we have one.
Yes, and Conway taking the catch out there near the ropes. India 128 for 3 now, and that was Shreyas Iyer going for 33 off 29.
There's always a time for a Jay Grover tweet, and this one says, "I'm an emotional man. The idea that someone will rename Scratching Tendulkar makes me sad. I think you should name one after H.P. Lovecraft's cat." Now,
well,
I happen to know, Jay, that you're a very naughty man, because I've just checked the name of H.P. Lovecraft's cat, and he definitely won't be read out on air. That much is for sure.
Yeah, I could imagine. I've read a couple of H.P. Lovecraft books, and the overwhelming thing is it's like, wow, the casual racism in this guy is strong.
Yeah, well, you can probably imagine what the name of the cat is.
Yes, I can. And we're not going to rename Scratch and Tendulkar. That one's gone. That's been taken. And the fact that name's, I think, impossible to top is one of the reasons why we...
Oh, really?
Don't know about that. I mean, there's a lot of cricketers.
I think we've just about maxed them out, and that was one of the top 3 at least. Scratch and Tendulkar.
It was excellent.
Mm.
The other two are Meow and Ali and
That's right.
Tabby Beaumont.
Tabby Beaumont.
They're very good. But there were some others that didn't make the final 3 that were solid. New player in Kale Rao. Of course, against Australia, these two put on 160 something and made it very easy. So we talked earlier about how the middle order of India hasn't been tested. These two have been tested. It's everyone below this that we haven't. It's round the wicket to Rahul. He's defending off the back foot. No run.
And with Kohli at the crease, you've got to favour your chances with Kohli still batting no matter what the situation.
Yeah, I just didn't get down on that. It got up a little bit high on him and quite clearly off the top edge, and caught in the deep. Here is bowled again, still bowling around the wicket. This one's pushed back towards him, and he fields on the follow through. Score remains 3 for 128. One ball to come.
Yes, pushing up towards the 140k mark, Bolt.
Yeah, he mixes it up so much though. Here's Bolt, last ball of the over. It's defended off the front foot down towards the gully region. 22 overs gone. India are 3 for 128, chasing 274.
Well, I've got nothing for you.
Just to fill in then for those who are on Twitter. So I've already tweeted out 2 cricketing fog-related articles. One includes Rhodes getting his double, his 1,000 for the season, and another one at the Scarborough Festival.
That's nice.
So I'm going to go through, when I'm off mic, I'm going to go through and keep looking for that. So find the more interesting foggy articles.
I was lying, actually. We've got a little bit of YouTube action. Hey guys, is Karthik coming back on?
I don't know.
Yes, one more.
Are we not good enough for you, Knuckle? Bedney?
No, he's not actually. He's got to go to bed because he has young children.
Yeah,
His
you are.
Ravindra, it's full, and
yes.
Cully looks to drive, but it just dribbles out to the cover region.
And Raj Shownat mentions that though YouTube is working, not the commentary on the website.
That sounds like I'll have a look at that.
Give us a break.
It was mentioned that tuning was down earlier
Yes.
as well.
Oh, Ravindra has got an inside edge that time from Coley, and he's bounced it up and over the stumps. So
A few of the Kiwi players making the same sounds that we were as well.
looking to cut far too close to him. It didn't stay down, actually. Didn't go over the stumps. Bounced up and hit the keeper. It was very, very close to being played on, though.
Got some nice turn out of that, though.
Yeah, turn and variable bounce could make Ravindra quite dangerous. This one's pushed through, and Coley's driving out to the mid-off, deep mid-off for a single.
Because no one's really been getting much turn on this ground all tournament, really. But that bounce has been all over the place. We've seen it tonight, even on a few of the wickets in the first innings, where the ball just bounced and stays dead. And that's what's sort of been taking the wickets for spinners more than the spin on this ground. But not generally a spinner's ground, this one. He's biasing the quicks a bit more.
Rahul loves a late cut, so I'm interested to see if he's willing to cut on this wicket if it's playing up and down. It's into his pads this time, and he's pushed it out to mid-wicket for no run.
Stephen Kelp wonders, game on?
Well, the wind viz has got India down to 58% when they were up more like 70 earlier.
The wind viz has been.
This one's also into the pads of Rahul, but he again can't beat it the mid-wicket, so again no run.
Yeah, the wind viz is back to India at 53% now. You're right, that did blow out. It has been flipping around quite wildly, actually, so far this innings.
Ravindra, this one's short and Rahul's cutting. Was close to him, but it gets it straight to the backward point, the gully. On the bounce. End of the over 3 for 129.
Yeah, Ravindra turning the screws, a real find in 2023, Ravindra. Couple of YouTube comments. Raj Shonak adds that he's enjoying the commentary in the southern US. Great to have you aboard, Raj. Brian in a couple of cat suggestions.
Howdy, Raj.
Brian in Brisbane. Catic is a good kitten name. And here's a good one, Jeff Perkins. How about Dravid and Goliath? Not bad. Not bad. Come on, that's pretty good. I thought that was good. I'm getting a slightly muted reception here. I was impressed.
Very good. No. I'm not sure I'll get it past my partner, but we'll talk. Maybe I could name them slightly on the side, and we can have some official names. Lockie Ferguson's in his 5th over. He's bowling into Coley and into his pads, where he's going to turn it round to deep square leg for at least one. Looked to come back for the second, but Rahul was not interested. Score goes to 130.
Yeah, I suppose there was a slight absence of cattiness there.
And Ferguson hitting at 140 kilometre an hour mark on that one.
Yeah, he's pretty quick, Ferguson. Made in some of the previous games, he was getting a lot of batters to jump. Here he is again. This one's short, and Rahul doesn't need to do anything but duck his head slightly. Call the wide though, so just over the shoulder.
Yeah, he's preferring the shorter ball, Ferguson.
Yeah, trying to get them to hook and get caught in the fence. That's where they've mostly put their outfielders in this innings. Backward of square, and this one's just short of a length and it's cut. Well, driven rather off the back foot, and a really beautiful shot by Rahul. He goes off the mark with a 4 behind square, and sure.
Interesting watching the worm just then, and the worm had started to point straight towards the New Zealand worm, and then that ball, it just went pop and popped back up again.
Not a lot of space between the point and backward point, but he found it well, Rahul. Here's Ferguson again. This one's into the stumps, but pushed out and driven to mid-off by Rahul. Score remains at 3 for 134.
Yeah, so the India are just a touch ahead of where New Zealand were at this point, and just a touch ahead on the win predictions. So stats say we've got a close game on our hands.
Here's Ferguson, and he's driving off the back foot. This time it's picked up at point.
Nice diving save there by Phillips.
Yeah, he's got a hand on it, pushed it down to the other fielder there. One ball to come in the over. It's interesting, Australia was playing all their bowlers in these short covers and backward points positions, and they've got their best fielders on the boundary, but New Zealand's continuing the traditional approach of having good fielders in the ring. This one's driven out to cover region. The sweeper comes and picks it up, so Rahul will pick up a single, 3 for 135 into the 24th over.
Little flurry of activity from Jay Grover, who says, I'm of the opinion that Stephen Patrick Morrissey has a fine body of work, both with the Smiths and to a lesser extent as a solo artist. He is, however, an utter twat. I think most people probably agree with that these days. He then adds, in the Halloween theme, Caller Cat Coventry. And then he adds, I have a horrible feeling Forthy has placed me on the naughty step. Or, as is more likely, he's just bored of my shit. That is absolutely not the case, Jay. We love hearing from you, and thanks for flying the Twitter flag. I don't think anything else is happening on YouTube at the moment. How about Nicholas Perran? Any good to you?
No.
No, okay. He's a cricketer.
Nicholas Perran.
He's definitely a cricketer.
Here's Ravinder. It's swept, and actually swept very well. There was no one out there at backward square, and Kohli will pick up a boundary. Scored a 3 for 1. No, sorry, Rahul will pick up a boundary. Score 3 for 139. What's here? No, that was.
Despite this being a statistically close game, it does feel like India are scoring a lot more freely than New Zealand were able to, finding those boundaries a lot more easily.
I think they've got another gear they can go to as well.
Yeah, agreed.
Here is Ravindra, still round the wicket to Rahul. This one's into his pads. He pushes it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think they're managing their play a lot at the moment. It's, there have been the moments when I'm not quite watching the screen. It sounds like there's a lot going on, and then you sort of look up at the score, and it's only just ticking over.
They've hit so many boundaries. It's been without even, they've been able to defend most balls, and they've just kept the scoreboard going quickly. Here's Ravindra. It's driven by Rahul out to the deep mid-off. They'll pop through for a single. Scored a 3 for 140.
Perhaps the dew is beginning to have an effect.
Yes, well, I definitely...
Or the fog.
Exacerbated by the fog.
I'd definitely say that the ball would be a lot damper in this innings than it was in the last.
Yeah.
Here's Ravindra. It's just short of a length, and Kohli's pushing out it as it's turned away from him out to point. No run.
If you ever try to bowl with a wet ball, it's quite difficult. Once it gets inside the seam, most of your variations on spin and seam go out the window.
Ravindra into the pads of Kohli. He's pushed it out to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, particularly the seam itself becomes very slippery. You get kind of almost a grease on the... Ravindra last ball of the over, and Kohli's defending back down the wicket. So 5 off the over, scores 3 for 140 off 25. We're halfway, and India is just past halfway.
Brian in Brisbane is Tune In coming back.
Well, yes. As soon as I get off commentary, I'll fix it.
Yeah, this is a bit like asking the bass player to fix the amp while he's playing the song. Devon Rex Conway suggests Messi. Nice suggestion.
And I say I will fix it. I mostly mean by that I actually have no idea how to fix it. And so
give it a go.
You could see me randomly walking around in the background in the panicked look.
Raj Shonak makes a statistical point. Half the score at midpoint in overs, so it's technically a 50-50 chance. Just doesn't quite feel that way, Raj.
Well, a stat that I've just worked out, in their innings, New Zealand hit 19 fours and 6 sixes,
Here's Ferguson. It's that short of a length and rows up on Rahul. He nods his head and says, good ball.
And India are currently at 24s and 4 6s.
Right, halfway.
Yeah, so they've already hit more 4s and only 2 fewer 6s. So yeah, that's really, I think that really does explain the way the game feels. It's that I think India could have been doing a lot more than they have been.
The ball hit Rahul in the gloves, but he's not stopped for any treatment or anything. This one's fuller, and there's going to take a quick single out to point. The fielder doesn't pick it up. I think he thought he would have been a chance if he'd picked that up cleanly, but it went past him to the cover, and they'll get away with a single.
I don't think even if he'd picked it up and got the direct hit, they were running very, very quickly. They definitely wanted it from the second it left the bat.
Broadcast was about to give us a replay, and then
Yeah,
let's just show the crowd reactions instead. Very disappointing because that was a very cool shot from close on side on. Rahul was on the back foot, so it would have been interesting. He's Kohli, he's driving, and he gets it past the point fielder who dives. The sweeper will pick it up though, and they'll come back only for the one, in fact. So good piece of fielding down there. 3 for 142. That was Chapman.
The big one-handed follow through.
Yeah, Viv Richards like follow through, except Richards generally did it when he smashed you for 6.
So we're just waiting for Ferguson to tuck his shirt in at the top of his run-up.
Sleeves rolled up, baggy pants. It's quite the look he's got going. He actually kind of looks like a park cricketer who just rocked up for a game.
Absolutely does.
Except he turned out he bowls under 50 k's an hour. This one's short, and he turns it around Rahul down to deep square leg for one. You get those occasionally in park cricket, actually.
Only 139 k's that one.
And they're always a bowler. You never see someone turn up looking not ready for it, where who's a really surprisingly good batter. But you'll get some rando rocking up who's surprisingly good at the ball.
The guys with the big guts who can
fast.
just send it a million miles.
Oh, you do get those. Here's Ferguson. This one's short outside leg stump, and it will be called a wide. 3 for 144.
The great Sidney Barnes, who's arguably the best bowler that England's ever produced, because of various disputes and so on, I think he ended up playing in the leagues. Imagine sort of turning up as a sort of journeyman league player and playing the best ever English bowler.
Yeah, I mean, league cricket was good at the time. I liked that he played in the leagues and was like, yeah, but I'm still good enough to play test cricket, so why don't you pick me?
Yeah, that's true.
Ferguson outside off stump, and it's short, but Kohli plays it well down to third man. He'll pick up a single. 3 for 145. No one really kind of knows what Sydney Barnes look like bowling, but I always look at Bummer and think that's how Sydney Barnes would have bowled. Short run up, weird and just surprisingly fast and moving and all, Yeah. So
he described it as fast spin.
Yeah.
I always think, why don't other people try that? Sounds like the best of both worlds.
Isn't that like a cutter?
Well, yeah, he did. Then when everyone said, "Well, you bowl cutters," he got furious and said, "No, I don't bowl cutters."
Right.
He's Ferguson short of a length, and it's played out to deep point for a single at the end of the over. 3 for 146. Well, that's why I think Bummer is a good, probably because that's kind of what he bowls, right? He's kind of always pulling his fingers around the ball.
Yeah.
And he's got such a short run up, but it's quick, and he's very effective. So it would make sense if Barnes was bowling
Maybe
like
that's
that.
it.
That was kind of what it was looking like.
Jay says Durga Kali Agori. I don't know what that means. Warren says, do you have a Mew Relithron? That's quite nice.
We don't. That's a good name.
That's
that
good,
didn't
isn't
come
it?
up in the previous one.
Josie Oak asks, is the tune-in feed down? We'll get
Believe
across
so,
it.
yes.
Yeah,
And
I think I need to reboot the whole connection to the server.
need to reboot. GC Radio, Naked Filmot says a more ethnically, culturally and religiously appropriate term might be Vatican moisture.
100% what that one's referring to.
Well, we have the Vatican cut for the old Harrow cut.
Oh, okay.
He's Ravinda around the wicket to Rahul. He's coming down the pitch and gets it past the mid-wicket. He'll pick
Vatican
up
slice.
one to deep mid-on. This will be our last over before we have a change, although, Anth, you have to stick around.
I'm here till the end of the game, I think.
Oh, yeah, I've basically just left you. No, at the very end of the game, you will just be on the...
just producing.
So someone can turn everything off.
So by the time, so I will think I'm a hummingbird at some point. Ravinder.
This one's outside off stump, and Coley tries to push it off the front foot, but doesn't get past point. We're down to a 4-person rotation in the box as Kartik's gone to bed, so it's always fun. Sometimes we go to a 2-person rotation in those commentary as well, which makes it a little easier from a rest perspective. Here's Ravinder. This is short and it's defended out to cover for no run.
Ravinder's doing a really good job of slowing the pace down.
Yeah, it's just number 13 or 3.3 overs from him so far. It's just Ferguson's going as fast as he possibly can at the other end, so it's quite the stunning contrast. He's off the back foot, Coley trying to drive this fuller ball, and he doesn't beat the cover, so score remains at 3 for 147.
A couple of balls about time to go.
Here's Ravinder. This one's on a length, and Coley pushes it to cover. There's a big diving stop and brings the ball in and prevents the run.
Samantha G says, good day all. Jeff Perkins says, instructions are drop out, tune in, turn on, aren't they? And Stephen Kelk says, hey to Samantha.
Here's Ravinder, and this is full, and Coley defends out to point. End of the over, 3 for 147, 27 overs gone. I'm going to jump out of the books and let Vanguard come in.
Alright, so while they're moving around, I'm going to get up and move around too. Keep talking while I'm doing it, so you've got not complete dead air. And I'll jump over here, and when Angad gets in, I'll swap the headset over for him. Alright. So, Anthony doing ball by ball. Here we go. We have Henry coming into bowl at Rahul. Score is 147 for 3. Coley 26 off 43. Rahul 14 off 19.
So setting up the chase well, Coley. Batting a bit slow, but keeping New Zealand in the game.
Yeah, I think, and it's yes, right arm over quick. That's a good line, good length, and that is just flicked off his pads down towards the square leg, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, he wasn't taking many risks against the spinners. Didn't want to hole out to Rachin or Santner. So yeah, being very sensible.
Yeah, yes. Well, I think he knows that if he's... I've already mentioned there hasn't been a lot of this accelerating, I feel. Henry comes in to bowl to Coley. That one's a bit shorter, a bit outside, and takes a cut at that into the ground, and that volleys out to the fielder at point. No run. I think he knows he can accelerate at any time, and probably has an over in mind that he wants to be in at more than a score.
Of course. And we've just seen some more footage of the state of the outfield.
Yes, and this one is just dabbed out to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, my favourite thing is that, and we've seen this at every game at this ground, is when they go for the big diving slide and the knee just gets caught up. Yeah. They end up leaving a massive divot in the ground from their knee, and I just think someone's going to do a hip or something on this ground before the end of the tournament.
And just that splash up of sand,
yeah,
as if you're playing on a hockey pitch.
And another short ball, and this one's pulled back down towards a sort of dip backwards square, where it is fielded by the sweeper on the fence, and they just get the single off it.
Tidy over from Henry so far. Very expensive first spell, but he was bowling to, Rohit Sharma and Shubman Gill, who were in full flight at that stage of the game.
Yeah, well, and the last few overs have been nicer for New Zealand. They're just slowing down as we've hit the boring middle overs. Henry, top of his run up again, and a little bit of a fuller delivery that time. right in the middle of the stumps, but a nice little drive past mid-on, but the long-on fielder runs in, picks that up, and again, it's just the one run.
It's nice just pegging it back for New Zealand. We saw a similar occurrence in their batting innings where India sort of pegged it back at a similar stage of the game.
Yeah, it's 50 over cricket. It ebbs and flows a lot more than T20, and I think sometimes you kind of forget that. And again, just another ball slightly short of length on the leg stump, and another back foot shot out to sort of forward square leg, where it is picked up by the fielder and thrown back in for another run. And we'll jump over to Russ for doing the socials now. So
I have nothing on socials because what I was actually doing, the tune-in...
Was the tune-in thing? Okay,
the tune-in is working, however, so I'm pleased to say what it required was turning something off and turning it back on again.
Oh, excellent, and it didn't require us to reboot the whole system. And just India 151 for 3, so it didn't have the scorecard up there at the end of the over. And yes, 28 overs gone, 151 for 3, target 274. And it's Ravindra back on again for his 5th over, left arm around the wicket. And this is a big slog by Kohli, and that is going long, long, far, high, and that is all the way for one of these. He really is. I think that quite possibly my favourite batsman, Virat Kohli. I do love when he plays shots like that, and it's just
he's so fun to watch.
Butter,
It's
absolute butter. And again, Ravindra. And this one sort of a little bit more leggish, but again, just a nice little drive there by Kohli out to long on. Takes the single, bringing Rahul back onto strike.
It's not just slogs. It's, then it's the quick running between the wickets.
Yeah.
It's the placement, the dab and just run, and he's just a class act.
Well, and it's that thing where he's only been striking at 50, but we know that if he needs to, he'll strike at 200. And once again, it's full of ball, and this one has completely beaten Rahul. Gone to the keeper Latham, who's taken the stumps with a lot of fury, but Rahul well in his crease. So we're just getting the replay here. And yeah, that's got to be one of the most turning balls I've seen all night. It seems to me that Ravindra is one of the few players that's managed to get some turn out of his wicket.
I was just going to say that I think the airspeeds that the New Zealand spinners are bowling at is more conducive for this pitch than what Jadeja and Kuldeep were getting out of it.
The New Zealand's being a bit slower.
Yeah, they're being a bit so they're getting that grip and turn off the wicket, and I think Jadeja just darts him in at the best of times.
And full delivery onto the off stump, and that one is just driven out past cover, where it's fielded, sent back for 1.
He's bowled pretty well today, Ravindra. I've been quite impressed with the way he's gone about it during this spell.
Yeah. I must admit I haven't seen much of him bowl at all, and I've only just sort of come into my point of view as a batsman, and it's very encouraging, that's for sure. And second last ball of the delivery, and that one is sort of knocked out to mid-wicket, and Kohli runs halfway down the pitch, but Rahul is standing at the other end. He doesn't want to have anything to do with it. So Kohli wanted that single, Rahul didn't, and so they didn't take it.
Yeah, back to Ravindra. He's been pretty expensive for the rest of the tournament, so it's good to see him bowling with quite great control.
Yep, and that one, last ball of the over, Kohli just drives that one out to long on for a single. Russ, anything going on?
Let me try that again out the mute. So Jay Grover is popping in. He says, did anyone see Archer turning out for the Sussex seconds? Poor wee lads. He said, "Oh, look at La-di-da Anthony now. Did you forget your boater? Where's thou school tie?"
Did you? Well, I did go to a private school that wore a blazer, but it was a Christian Brothers school, and if you know anything about Catholic educations, you'll know that they're not the good ones. So Henry, now, for his 7th over, India 160 for 3. Henry, right arm, looks to come over the wicket. And as he's running in, I think Colley's just told him he's not quite ready. So he's pulled up short. Umpire's done his little clearing motion with his hands to signify that that's a dead ball. And Henry wanders back up to the top of his mark to waste a little bit more energy on another run up that he should have already done. And here we go. Right arm over the wicket. That one's a nice length, wide outside off stump, and that is driven nicely by Colley through the covers for one of these.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I love seeing that shot by Virat Kohli. Just plays it so well. Really forced the aggression on that one.
Yeah. I love the facial expression afterwards as well. It's almost like he was angry at the ball for not being over the boundary sooner. And once again, slightly shorter ball here, and Kohli's just done sort of that bunt shot and just flicked that back down.
Yeah, he's not happy with himself.
No, not really 100% sure why. He sent that through the slips cord that doesn't exist at the moment, got the single off it, but yeah, just that bunt. I think we're seeing a bit more in cricket these days, where there's no actual swing taken.
No, maybe he realised there was a bit of a gap there where he could have actually connected a bit further for another boundary, and very disappointed with himself.
This one on the leg stump, that's just played off the pads by Rahul, and they'll take a single.
You don't often see him that animated, unless he's made a mistake of some sorts and played a false shot. But it was safely played down for a single. If you're going at the run rate, just seemed a bit unnecessary. That reaction.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's not like not like he played a false shot or anything. So, and yeah, this one's just jammed down into the ground by Kohli. But once again, it's almost that sort of awkward bunting stance that he's taking, and just calling for something from the dressing room. Kohli, 2 of, not 100% sure, but he wants 2 of them. And
2 gloves, give me 1 of each.
Yep. Henry once again turns at the top of his mark and runs in, and that one's just driven out to mid-off by Kohli, and they scamper through quickly for the single.
He's just so fit, and he pushes his I've said it before, but he pushes his running partners so hard. He's keeping that intensity in the game.
So Kohli now to 42 off 55. So Henry comes into Rahul, faces up, and that one again just sort of pushed out past cover, and they'll take another single. 8 runs off that over. Russ, 167 for 3.
Yeah, 30 overs gone. Rahul, I'm not sure what's on the socials, but Rahul's going to get an absolute bollocking from Kohli at the end of this game for the amount of singles and other things he hasn't taken on his behalf. Messi says Devon Rex Conway to go back to the Cats for a bit, which is very good, Messi. You guys are all going to have to save these up because we'll do a competition later, maybe. And Mess also says Sir Anth was a victim of the Christian Brotherhood. That explains so much.
Oh yeah, it really does. We have a thing here called the VCE. It's the Victorian Certificate of Education. It's your final year of high school. And when they first brought it out, a lot of us at school got T-shirts made up that said "Victim of a Catholic Education."
Very nice. Jay Grover says, Sirius went, my idiotic chirping about Anthony's non-existent blazer and my ignorant speculation about his education made me think of John Dugan's The Year My Voice Broke, which is one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen.
So it's Ravindra back and full of delivery on the off stump, and Rahul sends that out to point for a single.
Interesting point about Kohli going to give Rahul a spray. Maybe he's protecting that average that he hasn't got yet because he hasn't been dismissed this World Cup yet.
Yes, Rahul hasn't.
Rahul hasn't been dismissed yet. Yeah.
Right. And a little bit of a more wild delivery there from Ravindra on the leg stump, and that's knocked mid on for another single. So starting to get the ticking over here. I think maybe Kohli's had that word.
I think so.
And this one again, and that's just blocked by Rahul. It sort of bounces into the pitch, bounces back up. He looks at it, makes sure that it's not going to come back onto his stumps, and decides he's fine. But Kohli now 43 off 56, so he's
put his foot down a little bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, he'll get to go from a 50 strike rate to 100 in no time. Ravindra again. This one's just driven to point, no run.
And he's caught up on that strike rate by being fairly chanceless as well.
Yeah, a couple of real huge shots that there was no real risk in them.
Yeah. And that's a trademark of his game.
Yep. Wasn't beating the field or anything particularly. And this one just defended by Rahul, no run. We have one more delivery left in this over. Rahul 20 off 29, Kohli 43 off 56, India 170 for 3 years. Ravindra comes in one more, and that one's fuller on the leg stump and swept by Rahul, and that is going to run all the way down the fine leg boundary for a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Russ.
A couple of comments on YouTube. Kieran Roseplay says it's set nicely for a Kohli manufactured century. And Raj Shunak says, is Kohli the best runner for singles and twos? I'm not sure whether he means in this World Cup or generally in the history of one-day cricket, but...
That's a good question, though. Who we got in mind of people who could sneak a single?
Because I'm old and remember my youth in glowing terms, I'd say Dean Jones.
That's exactly who I was thinking of as well.
But I don't know that his actually was that great. It just always felt like he was very... I mean, he kind of set the tone, changed the game in how aggressive he was in running between the wickets in those early 80s, mid-80s.
My overwhelming memory of Dean Jones is more the big dance down the pitch.
Oh, yes.
Coming 4 metres down the pitch. So is that just waiting for Bolt now. Start his 7th over. Coming around the wicket. That one's just flicked off the pads by Kohli. Take an easy single.
I can't think of, in this generation of players, who'd be up there with him. I think Dhoni was a good one. But, there's so many T20 batters in the last sort of 10 to 15 years who just want to spank the ball over the fence. We've almost lost that art of running the quick singles and twos in the 50 over format.
Yeah, that's because the backing up's gotten a lot more aggressive. But Bolt comes in again, sort of fuller wide outside off stump and driven out towards long off, where the sweeping fielder will come around and just pick that up, send that back in, and they have come back for 2. So just get my scorecard back up so I can see what's going on. So the host broadcaster's just sending us through Kohli's boundaries so far, which I thought I had in front of me, but I don't, so I'd better watch the screen and call this ball as we come in for third ball of the over. And this is a bump ball back to the bowler. No run.
I'm sure there was a stat, I'm trying to find that, about how many runs Coley has scored for his partners by running quick singles and twos.
Yeah, right.
And I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but it was almost as many runs as he's made off his own bat.
That's crazy. That's insane. And this one just sort of holds up on the pitch and comes up in front of Rahul's face, a little bit of a slower ball, and he just swats at it with absolute disdain. It only sort of goes out to the mid-on field, and not a lot happens with it. But a very odd-looking delivery, an odd-looking shot, and afterwards he's having an odd look at his bat. I don't know if there's an issue there.
It doesn't seem too happy with it.
It's the name's slipping my mind here. Russ will be able to tell me, but one of the WBBL players broke her bat hitting a 6 today or yesterday.
Grace Harris.
Grace Harris, yeah, and also made the highest score in WBBL history, 160 off 59 deliveries or something crazy.
There's been some weird WBBL scores in the last two days.
Absolutely monster of an innings, yeah.
You know, the Stars were bowled out for 29, beating the previous record by something like 37 runs. And then, Grace Harris goes ballistic.
And as Bolt comes in for the 4th delivery, and sort of a big swing of this one by Rahul, but he doesn't get all of it. Just sort of pops up, pops down. There's only a single in it.
Yeah, I don't think it's your bat, mate. You're just not timing him very well today.
Yeah. But I strongly encourage you look up that shot, because you actually, she takes the shot and the bat ends up at mid-on.
Yeah, right.
And the handle's still in her hand.
Wow.
And the ball's over the fence.
Jeez.
Well, over the rope.
Haven't seen that before.
No. Normally, if you're breaking the bat, the ball's not doing a whole lot. Last delivery of the over. And sort of a fuller one outside off. Whoa, and then Colley's grabbed an edge of that one. It's gone past the diving wicket keeper and has run down to past third man for the 4.
I'd love to see a replay of that to see whether he intentionally guided that past the keeper, or if that was a genuine edge.
I don't think so. I think that looked like a genuine edge. Russ, anything on the socials?
I think it was slightly intentional. It's one of those ones where it's like, I know there's no slip here, so it doesn't matter if I edge it, right?
Yeah.
That's their 50 partnership, by the way. Well, actually, the previous run was. It's now 54, so taking them on. And Jago says, I retract any piss-taking Christian brothers makes me glad of my shit-stained state school.
Oh, no, trust me, I'm a public school teacher now, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I would not go. I'm very, very much a fan of the public system. I don't think private schools should exist, so... Oh, yes. So I shouldn't use. So private schools, of course, public schools, private schools in Britain. Well, not all of them, just the ones that want to be complete wankers. So yes, we've got public and grammar schools over there, don't you? And we have private and state.
Public school to imply that anyone could go there if you're rich enough, as opposed to having a home education.
So yeah. That's where it comes from, of course. Of course, Eton and Harrow originally being started as schools for the boys who lived in the area, and so they're the public schools, so it's for the poor people who live in the area, and the poor being still gentry landowners, of course, because if you had actual money, then your kids didn't go to school came to your kids. Yeah. And that's why they call their private schools public schools, because they exist long before the idea of state education. Whereas in this country, we're of course the first place in the world to do universal public education.
Oh, really? I thought that was Scotland for some reason.
Oh, could be. I'm pretty sure it was Victoria, though.
We were very progressive in the 19th century, weren't we?
Yes, the Laboratory of Democracy, Australia was known as.
The secret ballot.
Secret ballot, otherwise known as the Australian ballot, yep.
I think we're the first to have the full franchise as well, practically full, not needing a land requirement to vote. So that's 1856. That was South Australia.
Oh, in South Australia, yeah, because the whole thing about what happens in Melbourne is that in Victoria is that the land requirement doesn't actually get taken away; it just becomes irrelevant, and then gets taken away much later.
Yes.
And there's a thing that goes on in the 50s.
The Eureka Stockade.
No, actually, it's not related to that as much as, and I don't know. This was another paper I was looking at writing, because one of my supervisors, Richard Broome, who is a very eminent Australian historian, that's what he was saying, you know, that the economics around the Victorian economics in the 50s was around the gold, but I don't think the statistics really back that up. You have this massive inflation and then this massive deflation, but it happens in like 18 months.
Yeah, but one of the outcomes of the stockade and the fighting and the failure of the government to prosecute anyone, because the juries all acquitted them all, was that anyone who got a mining license got the vote, which meant that it was actually very easy to get the vote then, because you could just basically pay like 2 shillings or something for 10 years.
Yep.
And I still have a mining license. Do you have a mining license?
I don't. My miner's right has expired. I do have a friend with one, and
But everyone in Victoria should get a mining license to support their right to vote in this democracy.
Yes, and
it still costs like $30 for 10 years. So.
And the other thing with your miner's right is that if you go camping anywhere where it's like, oh, you've got to move, you can only camp here for a maximum of 2 weeks or whatever, turns that immediately into at least 6 weeks. And there's a lot of places where you can actually camp forever once you've got your miners, which is the reason my friend has his miner's right. It's a way for him to squat out in the...
I did not realise that.
Out in the goldfields, yeah. So he's been living in the goldfields now for 7 years. On his miner's right. Yep.
We're on a drinks break and then playing a laser show.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen trying to work out if what we're watching is live, and I'm like, this can't be live, can it? Because there is a full disco happening at Dharamshala. The stands have lit up, and then we keep switching back into highlights. So I keep thinking the game started again, and
we're gonna have all that fog back on the ground.
I was just about to say, after what happened with the fog, do we really think that putting the lasers on again?
Well, these will make the lasers a bit more visible through the fog.
Yeah, they'd look great. So are we back live here?
We are live. Santner's going
to bowl his 7th over. It's none for 23 off 6. So not too bad, but would like a wicket. Jams the ball in between his fingers. So we're going left arm around. And this one is just patted away by Rahul. There's a bit of an appeal from the Kiwis, because there definitely wasn't any bat in that. I think that was definitely going to go down leg, but they're going to come back and have a little conference about whether to appeal.
They've gone for it.
Have they?
Yeah, they've gone for it. They've called for the DRS.
There you go. Well, there's definitely no bat in it, but I think that might have been going down leg. What do you see?
I think there's no chances out, but I think they've got 2 left and they may as well, because they really need a wicket.
That's true. So we're just waiting for the review system to come in. We got our slow-mo here. Oh, it's straightened a lot more than I thought it was going to. So, and it's hit pad, then bat. Played the bat behind the pad.
He's well down the pitch, and that doesn't necessarily save you.
Especially here with the variable bounce.
But it might mean that it's actually only going to clip leg stump, so I suspect that'll be what
might
saves
be a post call, yeah.
Yep. So, just taking a while. As we've already mentioned tonight, the DRS review is taking a long time in India. The Hawkeye technology here. Although I assume it's exactly the same piece of technology as it is everywhere else in the world, it's just running on Indian time. So we've got pitching in line, impact in line, wickets in line, review retained, and that is... Well, I was going to say this. And
that's a great review.
That was. And, because I don't think it was a particularly bad call by the umpire.
No, not at all.
I think all of us sort of thought that was good.
Yeah, fairly innocuous, isn't it?
Yep, but like I said, once we got that the replay, you can see that the delivery straightened a lot more than it originally looked like, and has got that lower bounce that we've been talking about. So, yes, imagine if that wicket has consequence, there'll be many an outraged Indian tomorrow.
Really good review. We've got some comments on YouTube.
Yeah, what are we doing over there while we're waiting?
Messi says, "What the fuck is Rahul doing hitting fours? Barrett needs another 57 runs first." Raj Shunek says, "That's not quite true in relation to Eton." He said Henry Cooper tried to get his son Eton in the late 60s, early 70s, but was refused. Class was more important than wealth. Certainly in recent times, that's probably
Yes, it's
somewhat
1960s. There's a big review. There's a big review in the 1860s. That's like the first big change in the public school system, and then another one in the 1960s.
Kieran Rosedale says, "Anthony, you talk the way you type." I don't know what that means, but take that as a...
I'll take that as a compliment.
Messi says, "What? People who don't own land are allowed to vote? How dare they?" The very not progressive West Australian coming in here. Jeff Perkins says, "Hopefully they're not using the fog machine."
Back to Santa. Second ball of the over. This one sort of going on leg, straightening up a little bit, and just a nice little drive there by Surakumar for a single to get off the mark. He's 1 run, 1 ball, so not going to play 100 single for him, but he's on his 100 strike rate.
Santa was furious with himself for letting him get off strike.
Listen, Coley's just a nice, easy little drive through mid-on for a single. 49 off 59 for Coley. Back to Surakumar. Surakumar. That's pretty close, isn't it? Never know with the RY how many syllables.
Sky's easy. Sky's easy to say.
Sky, yep. How many syllables you put in there. And that one, just a forward defensive, back to the bowler and a run.
You almost have to add an I between the R and the Y, so Surya.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to work out. I know that happens a lot with the RY, as you end up with 3 syllables in there. 2 more deliveries left in this. Just pushed a fielder back from mid-on to long-on. And that one is a full toss. But it's driven out to that fielder.
Fielder, yeah.
That he's just moved back, Ravindra. So there is only the single.
Good field placement.
Coley now on 49.
I'm sure Coley Camp's getting ready for
Yep.
yet another half century.
Yeah, and just telling some people to get out of his line of sight. Santner comes in, sends that one down on leg stump, and that one's just turned round the corner for Coley, who jogs through for his 50, and I'll give him a jingle before we go to Russ and the tweets.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Plucky or lucky, inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
And we're having a change in the box. Fourthy's going to jump in, and I will jump across and replace Angad as well. Anth will take on the socials. Something went bang here. So, welcome back, Fourthy.
Yes, no, thank you. I'm just catching up on what's happening in the world. India, 186 for 4, 17 overs to go. Kohli on strike. Bolt back into the attack. Am I coming through okay? Feels a little echoey. Probably am. All good. Yes, everyone's got their cans on. Everyone's good to go. Well, I don't know whether we should be getting interested in New Zealand possibly taking this to the wire. 4 wickets have gone down. Kohli is still at the crease. Sky is at the crease. Oh my goodness! Now, how close was that one? I think not particularly close. There was a dive from the man at mid wicket, but there's no great excitement. There's no hands on head, so I don't think anything to be too concerned about. But 2 runs were taken.
I think it bounced and he didn't get a hand to it, so safely there for Kohli. I think your statement that Kohli is still at the crease pretty much summarises where we should be thinking about how exciting this match might be.
Yeah. Exactly right.
If that was to change, I might have more interest.
Right. But he's looked pretty secure. He's 50 off 62 and he's rapidly going to be 54 off 63 because he's hurried through for 2 runs as Kohli does. It's score moves on to 190.
Now he's got Siriak Meyer to the crease. He's like, right, run. Got rid of Rahul. He's fucking hopeless.
Yeah. We were talking about fast runners. One rather odd runner who I've seen quite a lot of, who's extremely fast, was Johnny Bairstow, funnily enough, who doesn't look like he's going to be a fast runner between the wickets, let's be honest, but absolutely is. He can turn a 1 into a 2.
You know, I heard back in the 2000s that Australia's fastest player was Shane Warne.
Is that a joke?
No. Well, he used to play football, so it wouldn't surprise me if he had good sprint speed. So.
Wow, that does surprise me. Pulled by Kohli to the man sort of somewhere between deep square leg and long leg. They've just come through for a single on this occasion.
And I had never seen it verified, but it's he definitely in that Bairstow surprisingly quick.
Well, quite, yeah.
He never showed it on the field either with his saying it slip.
Bairstow and Butler, when they're running together for England, certainly greased lightning.
It's frightening to see how quickly you can get across when you've got two really fast players.
It is,
just drop
isn't
it
it?
anywhere and take
Yeah.
a single anywhere you want.
Yeah, totally. Bolt is 145. 2 balls left of his 8th over.
He's bowled pretty well, I think.
Yes. He's round the wicket to Suryakumar. Oh, there's a mix-up. Oh my God, is this a run-out? Oh my word! Yes, no, oh my God, I'm sorry. And the 5th wicket has fallen. Virat Kohli looks furious. We'll have a little post-mortem as to whose fault that was, but Suryakumar is walking off the field. He's out for 2 off 4. Oh my word, well, I mean... Virat Kohli took 3 steps down the wicket. Suryakumar was 3/4 of the way down the wicket. Quite why he didn't run. Quite why he didn't respond. He's going off. He's not looking back at Virat Kohli. What's your theory on that one?
Well, I think first of all, if we have a post-mortem, we know who won't be at fault.
100% sure.
I don't think there was a run there, and I think it would have actually completely burnt Kohli if Kohli had continued to run. So
yeah,
he did take off. He took off very quickly, Suryakumar, and it went more or less straight to cover.
It's funny that you didn't say anything at all to Virat Kohli. You imagine if it was any other batsman at the other end, the words would have been exchanged, but it's Virat
He had
Kohli.
the good sense, too, to turn around and head back to his own end instead of trying to race Kohli to the non-striker's end and beat him there.
Well, that's interesting. India are now 191 for 5. Ravindra Jadeja. We're into the all-rounders.
Of which they have like 4, don't
Of which they've got some extremely capable ones, of course. He's in at 7. But we've all seen his celebrations, his swordsman celebrations with his 50s and 100s. So, a very dangerous batsman. But nonetheless, New Zealand are halfway through this Indians innings. Average 32.15. He's got 13 50s and a strike rate of 84. So, for most teams around the world, he would probably be in the top 3 or 4 with stats such as that. Or maybe not quite that for some teams, but he's a pretty good batsman. Goodness me, another wicket now would make things interesting. And it would make things interesting as far as this match is concerned. I'm almost certain that both of these teams are going to qualify for the semi-finals. They look good.
Yeah,
Anyway, dot ball to finish the over. We've better just finish that one up for us. And 34 overs are now gone.
So it's ultimately a meaningless match in some ways. Isn't
Kind
it?
of is.
If they both qualify for the semis or even the final.
Feels like it is. Hard to see. Impossible to see India unravelling. Just possible. New Zealand might hit some speed bumps, but very unlikely. Socials?
Yes. Yes, Jay is saying, my knowledge of Australian history is now being proved rubbish. More history by Ant and Russ needed in the innings break. I'm basically Robert Hughes and out. Robert Hughes being Hey Dad, very notorious actor. So I was asking if he knows about Rod Hughes, surely he knows about Rolf Harris.
Well, I think he's talking about The Fatal Shore, Robert Hughes, presumably.
Hey?
The Fatal Shore by Robert Hughes is the book that Jay will have read.
Oh, okay. So Robert Hughes is also a pedophile actor in Australia.
Yeah, not him.
So yes, Jay, that's quite an interesting mix-up there. Also saying, as any fool know, Messrs. Numi, Numidar in Hove until he left the beloved Seagulls and took the Jesuit shilling.
Well, we're off again. Mitchell Santner's bowled that first ball and it's gone down to long off for a single. We're having a look at the crazy mix-up.
It's a bit of a crazy piece of fielding too. The cover's thrown it to the bowler, who then flipped it to the keeper.
Yeah.
And the bowler was in the middle of the pitch.
I mean, the post-mortems will go on for some time. However, the win predictor now reads India 60, New Zealand 40%. For what that's worth, that actually feels about right.
I think that's very favourable to New Zealand, to be honest.
Yeah, well, as long as Cody's at the crease. Were Cody to go. Santner. Nice bit of turn on that one. Gets the thick inside edge of Jadeja's bat. Goes, squirts out to square leg, dot ball. Well, very well, Santner. 1 for 28 into his 8th over.
Yep, the spinners have generally done well for New Zealand.
We have, yeah. I mean, look, their Ravindra was number 28 off his 6. That's whipped off his legs, but straight to that man at square leg from Jadeja, dot ball.
And it's one of the reasons why I don't think they'll unravel this World
No, I
Cup.
think you're right.
Even though they've generally played poor teams and they're probably going to lose to the first decent one they played, they have a very balanced bowling attack.
They do. Ravindra's helped enormously. And that's whipped off his legs again. Fielded by the man at square leg again. No run again. And that man Ravindra. What a revelation he's been. He's probably been the arrival on the international circuit, I would say, Ravindra this year.
Yeah, he batted really well,
Yeah.
as well as his bowling's been very handy.
Yeah. He's going to do very well out of cricket, one imagines, in the near future.
He may not play for New Zealand for that long, depending on how the world cricket scene plays out.
Dot ball, just played down as ever to square leg by Jadeja, last ball. And defended this time off the back foot out to mid-on. Off, no run. The end of the 35th, India 192 for 5. And
Yes, so YouTube's where it's all happening this time. Raj Shonak saying, I wonder how Derek Underwood would do in today's game. I'm talking about the English spinner from the 70s. On a rainy 5th day in a test at the Oval, he had 8 catches within 5 yards of the batter. I've put an article up as well where you can see some photos of that. Joel Falconer asking, is this the best ever World Cup performance from Kohli? I don't think so. Raj Shunak, yeah, Kieran just responding to Raj about Derek saying, I doubt he would be any good as he is 78 now and would probably struggle a bit. Yes, and then just talking a little bit about Warne denying having the most speed in the team.
yeah, I don't know if anyone's putting your leg there.
I'm sure I read it from an Australian coach or something in an article, but I don't know who or when, because I don't save these things for future reference.
Maybe very, very at the very start of his career, you never know. Ferguson is back into the attack. It's a very athletic leap from the man at gut. He leaps over the ball. And Kohli has got a single off the first ball. I don't think New Zealand will mind that too much. It brings the new batsman Jadeja on strike. I think we're going to have to look one more time at that catch. Oh, some
no, we're
catches
watching
from
Santner fielding. That's the other thing about New Zealand. Their fielding is
Yes,
fantastic
they do indeed.
across the board.
They do indeed. I mean, India have improved, but they haven't improved to New Zealand levels. Kohli has made them improve.
It's interesting to look at the worm too. You feel like New Zealand left. There's so many wickets at the back of the innings. An extra 20 runs would have made this much more interesting.
Played out by Jadeja into the offside, and he's chewing up some balls here. There won't be any concerns as yet. He's none off 7. Wickets do many things, particularly in ODIs. It's very hard to keep the momentum going when you lose a wicket, as India have just done. They've got time.
I have for many years argued that bowlers are more important than batters in ODIs.
Well, the old phrase, batters get headlines, bowlers win matches for ODIs, isn't it? And round the wicket comes Ferguson, pulled by Jadeja, and that's going to go all the way, and I haven't been on the controls so far. This is rather exciting.
In fact, yes, I've got 4. 1, 2, 3.
That one's called quadratic equations, if you're taking notes. Nice pull from Jadeja, not make him feel good about himself. I mean, he doesn't lack for confidence. He's been bowling extremely well in the World Cup so far. Around the wicket comes Ferguson, and that one is clipped very fine down to a non-existent fine leg by Jadeja again. So he's really up and running now.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I don't think Jadeja played that particularly well. I think it was onto him too quickly, but it was such a poor ball.
Yeah, it's a terrible ball.
That all he had to do was get anything on it,
yeah,
including his pad, and it would have gone for 4.
Fetch it round the corner. Jadeja and Kohli comparing notes. I'm not quite sure what about. They know each other very well, of course, these two. In batting in international cricket the best part of 10 years, I guess. Oh, that looks very, very nearly LBW. Perhaps just going down. The umpire shakes his head. Latham's charging down with intent, and they are going to review. It wasn't given on the field, so it'll have to not just clip. In one sense, it probably is clipping, but no more. But we shall see.
I feel like there was a shrug of we may as well at this point.
I think so. Yeah. They've still got 2 reviews left, haven't they? After
yes,
that
they do.
One excellent review, which got a roll out, rather unexpectedly, it must be said. Also, if it's clipping, I don't lose a review.
Yeah, he's bowling round the wicket and
going down,
hitting him on leg stump, basically. So
yeah, there's no way that's hitting the whole of leg stump, unless we're into Steve Smith territory.
We've been wrong before.
Yeah, we have been wrong before. Yeah. Although the Smith one was a funny one because it did straighten. That one hasn't straightened. It's gone on with the arm. He's bowling round the wicket. All the maths is telling us that this shouldn't be. Decision shouldn't be reversed.
The thing about the LBW, and I think this came out of when we started getting DRS, is that part of the maths is it goes 20 yards and it's got 1 to go. So it doesn't move as far off where it hits you as you'd think.
Good point. Yeah, I think when DRS first came in, I'm having a look at the review now. It's in line, but it's missing as we predicted. I think they were hoping. I don't know quite what they were hoping for there because it clearly wasn't going to hit.
Well, if it was clipping, they might have kept their review, and therefore it was no disbenefit. But in the end, they've actually lost the review.
Yeah, they have. 1 ball of Ferguson's over left. It's gone for 9 so far. He's 2 for 54 with 1 ball of his 7th to go. India with Kohli and Jadeja on strike. In comes Ferguson again. Defended by Jadeja at the end of the 36 over. India 201 for 5. Anything happening, Ant?
Oh, we got Stephen Kelk saying on Crick Info, the poll on whether the run out was Virat's fault or SKY's fault currently has 71% Virat and 29% Sky. He'll have to get to the PR team on that one. And Joel Falconer saying Daryl Mitchell played school cricket with Kohli's best man in Australia. Yes, and a few other various things going on. But nothing that I'm going to be able to easily find before this next over.
Ravindra's back into the attack. Interesting gamble, but worthwhile. They've brought him back in to get a couple of wickets and really swing it, I guess.
Well, actually, I think they might be changing to Phillips.
Oh, well, we have Ravindra up very briefly there. But now they've changed their mind. It is indeed going to be Phillips, okay. India needs 73 off 84, so wickets are going to be the key for New Zealand here, particularly with Kohli playing so well at the crease.
Your assessment, though, that this is they're taking a risk and they need a wicket is very much accurate, I think, for Phillips. This is throwing the dice.
It really is, isn't it? Phillips is an off-spin bowler. He's bowled well in this tournament. His economy rate is 5.4. They haven't played many of the big guns yet, but they have played England. They don't count as a big gun in this tournament. So he's going to be right arm round. Kohli's on strike. He's 57 off 66. In comes Phillips. So he's dragged that one short. and that's been pulled. The man's motoring around after it. He won't cut it off. That's Will Young on the boundary. And it's gone for one of these.
Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
I feel like here they're rather Phillips bowled to Jadeja, who might perhaps make an error from some half-track rubbish.
Yes.
Than Kohli, who will just say thank you.
Yes, that would be extraordinary for an error from Kohli to a ball like that. And now Phillips will be playing catch-up for the rest of the over because he's gone for a boundary off the first. Top of his run. Round the wicket. Gets close into the wicket. Wicket to wicket line. That one's fuller. Better ball. Whipped off his toes by Kohli. Comes through for the single. Jadeja back on strike. Kohli and moves on to 62 and the score's 206.
Yeah, 68 needed from 82 balls now, so...
It's not a very threatening target.
No, New Zealand don't have a lot to play with if they're going to do things like this and put in their part-timers.
Yeah.
1 over of 20 finish the contest.
It's hard to see the logic behind it. You felt that it would have been a better idea to turn the screw with a new batsman at the crease. Granted, he's played 2 decent shots. He turns the face of the bat on that one, just defends it out to mid-wicket, who comes swooping in. Jadeja, dot ball. Maybe he's got a reputation for pulling a rabbit out of a hat, Phillips. And he's drifted. He's not bowling well here, actually. He's drifted that. It's all over the place. He's drifted that one onto the leg side, which Jadeja has just turned off his legs down to the man at 45 on the leg side, but dot ball.
Part of the problem for New Zealand is that their spinners are all left arm, aren't they?
Yeah.
So they need Phillips to get the ball to go away from Jadeja.
Yeah. That is a very good point. He's floated that one a bit higher. It's a better ball. But played down to long on. Comes through for the single. Not sure Kohli will be delighted. We only have to face one ball, but maybe he can turn the strike over. Having a look at some of... I've seen that's Kohli's shots. Magnificent striking of a ball today. Last ball of Phillips over. And Kohli plays it beautifully. He will get the single. He'll be happy with that. And at the end of the 37th over, India 208 for 5.
We've got Jay asking, Jay saying that Jadeja be the man who steals your girlfriend. I'm 45. He already has. And Brian in Brisbane asking, is Kohli about to open up? And I also just want to give a shout out to Leah, who's not listening, because Leah has called this entire game in German on her own so far. So,
Wow, well
yep.
done, Leah. That is a magnificent
I've
performance.
been keeping an eye on her YouTube, and yep, she has been going the whole time we have. So
Leah will be joining us on Wednesday, so that's very exciting. We
That
could
is
either
exciting. I've never been on with Leah before. So
give us
that'd be
some
great.
overs in German, some balls in German.
It's like the director emerging from behind the screen to appear in front of the camera. Or something like that.
We'll have Mog in the producer's chair
Oh,
on
wow.
socials as well.
Even
so.
better. Well, not even better, as good. That's what I should have said. God, careful. Ferguson's into his 8th over. That's hit by Kohli. He can only get a single, leaving Jadeja back on strike. 65 needed off 77 now.
It's very much an innings of 2 halves, isn't it? Because the first part of the innings, it was all 4s and dots and and 6s, and the
Yes,
last half has just been Kohli just turning the strike over every single ball.
Fit as a fiddle, Kohli, obviously. Going for time. A few minutes left. And Jadeja manages to hit that one so hard into the ground, it bounces over Ferguson's head and runs away straight down to long off. Ravindra does the fielding. 2 runs. He's back on strike, Jadeja.
I've seen other fellow players talk about Cristiano Ronaldo. He invites you around for dinner and then takes you to the gym for a workout. And I kind of feel like Kohli's a bit of the same.
Oh, God, does he?
I don't know whether he does, but he's built in the same mould.
Yeah. I used to think he was a rather sort of cheeky Cheeky fellow, but he doesn't come across quite that way these days. Cristiano Ronaldo, that's played out by Jadeja dot ball. Comes across as increasingly intense.
Yes.
Selfish.
Well, intense, I think, is definitely the word.
He's done it amazingly well to have such a prolonged career, particularly for a forward in today's game, where you must take, you know, the physicality. It's not the same as 30 years ago, where no striker could have possibly have lasted that long with a treatment that was meted out to you by Italian-style defenders.
You're not suggesting the Italians were dirty in relation to the...
Well, I
they're
mean,
British.
Well, not compared to English. There were plenty of, you know, there was plenty of Chopper Harrises and Norman Hunters around in those days. Of course there were. And that's going back even further. That's a dot ball, played out by Jadeja to point. Yes, no, Maradona nearly had his leg broken. Who's that by?
Barcelona player, or when he was playing for Barcelona, it was by someone. What? In Spain.
Yeah. The name's just escaped me for a moment. Someone will know out there. Not Gentile. And that's reached by Jadeja. Rather a wide ball, but he gets something on it and plays it out to the man deep on the point boundary. They come through for a single. And once again, Kohli will just be facing the last ball of the over.
You know you're playing brutal football when you say, you know, I'll take my chances in Naples.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Well, Naples actually won again recently, didn't they? After many, many years, they won the Scudetto, and they immediately appointed the Italian who got them there as their new manager. It's a pretty ordinary Italian international team right now. In comes Ferguson for the last ball of the over. Well, it won't be the last ball of the over because he's drifted down leg side. That will, in fact, be a wide. He'll have to bowl it again.
Kohli's furious he didn't put that away for 4.
He's got very high standards, Kohli, hasn't he? Well, that's what makes these great internationals the players they are. Something like that, which you or I would have shrugged and said, okay, we'll play it again. He's furious with himself, but just not middling. Maybe I do you a disservice, Russ. Perhaps you will.
No, I'm not a psycho intense. The opposite.
He's middled that one all right, and he's pulled it down in the gap between deep square leg and long leg for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So India look like they're on course as far as we can tell. Anthony, what's happening out there?
Yeah, we got Jay,
Jay
saying respect to me for not saying sky. The Indian team is not, and this is a word I just learned today, a konim, which I don't know what a konim is either. Konim. I think this is a word made up by an Indian rando, but as a long-time lover of Amar Chitrakar, I can but approve. I think it is a made-up word. The only result I get for konim looking on the internet is a Iranian village, and I'm guessing that's not what we're talking about. On YouTube, Stephen Kelk's asking if this goes the way it seems to be going, would it be fair to call this another one-sided game? Which he then answers his question saying doesn't think it's been one-sided, more it goes down as another game in which the tension fell away quite early.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And Joel Falconer just asking, who is the best father-son duo to play for India? Which might be a better question asked.
Might get Anga to answer that when he comes in a few minutes.
The only ones I can immediately think off the top of my head are the Binnies. So
Roger.
Mank had have a son. Gavaskar had a son.
I think he really did. He play at international level, Gavaskar?
Rower? Surely he did.
Do it for other countries.
Did he play for India?
Struggling a bit with India. Binny's a good call. Star of the 1983 final, of course, Roger Binny for India. Slightly unexpected one. That's a new over beginning from Phillips, and it's cut by Kohli to the man on the fence, just for a single. And if this is anything like the last 3 or 4 overs, Jadeja will now take strike until the end of the over, when Kohli will get one more ball. We shall see. Kohli, eyes flickering, looking for those gaps in the field. Phillips comes very close around the stumps, and scores a run. So Jadeja's back on strike.
I feel like father-son combinations in cricket are kind of a sign that maybe there aren't as many people playing.
Well, I'm just looking some up.
In your
Of course,
system.
there's the Patowdis, the Nawabs of
Mhm.
Patowdis, of
There's
course.
definitely the Nawabs of
So if
Patowdis.
you're going back that far,
The Chapels skipped a generation, didn't they? And they had grandson and 2 grandchildren.
and of course, Arjun Tendulkar has made his IPL debut this
Okay.
year.
That's a dot ball played out on the onside by Jadeja. There, of course, Stuart Broad and Chris Broad is probably the most recent famous combination for England. Older commentators often caught out by saying Chris Broad, who's still in the game as an administrator and sometimes fourth umpire. That's played down to long on by Jadeja for a single. Kohli back on strike. Jadeja's 14 off 21. Kohli's 69 off 72.
Of course, and you had Lala Amarnath. Amarnath.
And Mohinder.
Yeah, and Mahinda, Rajinder, and Surinder.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
There was,
That's the Huey, Dewey, and Louie of Indian
there was
Sons.
Len Hutton and Richard Hutton, Colin Cowdrey and Chris Cowdrey from an English perspective. The Marshes, obviously for Australia. That's played down for long on by... Who's that played down by? Jadeja, I guess. Oh no, by Kohli. He moves on to 70 off 73. And for the last ball, and for the last ball of our trio stitched together, when we'll have a little change of guard, Jadeja's facing Phillips. Floats one up, and oh, well, that was interesting. Phillips went to field it. Kohli stood his ground, and as a consequence, Phillips couldn't really field it at all because it went between Kohli's legs. Phillips looks furious. He's shuntering away to himself. Not sure it'll make too much difference. Very good match if it does. And that is the end of that over. We are going to have a little turnaround. I think I'm moving to socials. I think Russ is moving into my chair. And I don't know, Ant, if you want to say a few words. Just to
Yeah, I'll
tide
cover
us
this
over.
while you're taking your headphones off. I've got some other Indian father-sons here. We've got Vijay and Sanjay Mandrakar. And Yuvraj Singh's father, Yograj Singh, was played in one Test match, 6 ODIs. Sunil and Rohan Gavaskar, Roger and Stuart Binney, Vinu and Ashok Mankad. So you're right with the Mankad. And Hemant and Hrishikesh Kandakar. So that's pretty much a run-up of all the Indian father-sons. So
which is the best?
Oh, but the Patowdis. Hands down.
There we go. Henry's back in the attack. He's bowling around the wicket to Jadeja, who's turning it off his pads round to fine leg, and they'll just pick up a single. Score goes on to 5-4, 2-2-3.
And then the combo breaker for the Patowdis is Saif Ali Khan Patowdi, who's become a Bollywood actor, gone down his mother's line of work, not his dad's and his grandfather's.
Uh-huh. Might need to turn you up a little bit and get, but I'll wait for this ball. Here's Henry to Kohli. He's playing it back down the wicket for no run.
All okay? All okay?
You're very good, but if you could turn up mic 1 very slightly. There you go.
I was going to mention Dean Headley, who played for England, who was the grandson of George Headley, the great West Indian from the 1930s.
There's one in between that played too, was there not? Here's Henry,
Was
shot of a
there?
length to Kohli. He goes for the pull shot, though. Jadeja came down the wicket and then ran back. Kohli almost involved in another mix-up, shy at the stumps, but I think Jadeja was back and didn't hit anyway.
Do you think there was one in between? I'm trying to think who it was. I know there was.
I'm
George
not sure
and
whether he
Dean
played for
Headley,
England or West Indies,
West
but
Indies,
I'm
yeah.
reasonably sure there was one in between.
Could well have been. Don't think there's anyone between the Richardson and the Chapels, is there? I think it goes straight from grandfather to grandchildren.
No, it does not. Here's Henry again. This one's short. Colley's on the hook, and he's going to get it down to fine leg. Is it all along the ground? Takes a single. They now need 50 from 62 runs. It's 5 for 224. Colley's on to 71 of 76 balls.
Do you think we'll see the Steve Waugh and his son come through?
I don't know. Maybe.
There was talk about him coming through a few years ago when he was playing quite well for the under-15s.
Oh, interesting.
One interesting little snippet is Don Topley, who's playing in this, actually broke his finger yesterday. Come back to that in a moment.
Here's Henry. He's into the pads of Jadeja. He's got a big inside edge and goes out to deep square leg for a single.
It's Reece Topley, isn't it? His father, Don Topley, once came on in a test match, but just in the capacity as 12th man fielder. So he did represent England at test level, but only as 12th man. So there's a father-son combination.
So Dean Headley's father, Ron Headley, played 2 tests for the West Indies in 1973.
Okay, right.
He was a leg break bowler.
Good memory, well done, Russ. Good knowledge.
Here's Henry. It's on a length, and Colley's defending.
Well, that's
stoutly out to cover.
That's interesting. Then, are there any other grandfather, father, grandson? Are there any other 3-generation combinations? The Gregories, maybe.
Gregories.
Got Ant's.
Ant's going to have to jump on the mic to tell us.
Ant is. Ant's going to have to shout it into the ether.
That was the end of the over, by the way. It's 5 for 225 after 40, so 10 overs to go.
I've got so excited by the father-son combinations, I've neglected my duties. Hang on 1 second. Let's see if anything's happening out there.
Hopefully they're helping us with our
they
our
are.
studio quiz.
They are indeed. Josie Oak, Peter and David Willey for England. Though Peter thought his son was rubbish and shouldn't be playing for England. That is a good one. I don't think David Willey, funnily enough, has actually ever played a test match, but of course he's a very important component of England's one-day setup.
Seton is going to come back in. He's bowling around the wicket to Jadeja, who's on the back foot and pushing it down to mid-on. So he'll get a run with a long on there. Takes the score to 226.
Missed out on a few Drake Grovers. We'll get round to those, don't worry.
Compton's another 3 generations.
Ah, yeah, right. So Nick Compton was the grandson of Dennis Compton, but is there one in between?
Just verifying that at the moment.
He's sent it a collie. He's into his pads as well, and he turns it round to deep square leg. The sweeper's got a fair way to run, so I think they'll come back for 2. They do. Score to 5 for 228. They're like the opposite of the Kings. Instead of getting 2 good ones and a shit one, you get a good one and then a good one after.
Yeah. To be fair, Chris Cowdrey and Richard Hutton failed to set even though Chris Cowdrey actually is a good one. 2 generations in which both captains their country, Chris Cowdrey and Colin Cowdrey.
Sat there, it's full and driven and really well fielded at cover. They don't decide to go for a single. Oh, there's Phillips there, I think. Didn't he just get the poison chalice, which was playing against the West Indies in the 80s?
Yes, it was the summer of 4 captains in 1988. Gatting, Embury, Gooch and Cowdrey. There's a dot ball. The only reason that Chris Cowdrey got that gig because he was Peter May, the chairman of Selectors' godson.
Where would cricket be without nepotism?
We wouldn't have quizzes like this for starters. Here's Sandler into the pads of Coley, who's going to push it out to square leg and take a single.
Gave him a long career on the after-dinner circuit, making jokes against himself.
Did he play many other test matches? Was it just those ones?
He played, I think he played a few in India. He wasn't a disastrous player. He's just probably wasn't
a captain.
He was a decent county player. Not a bad commentator.
He's sent her around the wicket to Jadeja, and he's turned it past the mid-wicket, who dives spectacularly but unsuccessfully, and they'll take a single. Scores 5 for 230. End of the 41st over. 44 runs still to get.
Okay, sorry, let's have a quick look here. Jay Grover thinks that footballer from about 10 minutes ago was Goicoechea, who had a go at Maradona and then he broke Maradona's legs. Could easily have been. He says, Kohli has high standards, but I bet I can cook better chicken. All words are made up words, Russell. Pre-independence. Wasn't the question playing together? And India. Fabian Cowdrey, wonderful singer-songwriter. Not really. And Dr. Soothsayer says, hey guys, what happened to the glory roll? Well, that's a guerrilla cricket thing, isn't it?
I'm not sure what that is.
Well, we have a glory roll for everyone who's a fully paid up Patreon member on the...
Oh, right. No. Well, we discussed the technical reasons why that's difficult. That's essentially the answer to that question.
A good answer.
It runs off a computer and not off the web, so it's very hard for me to get it.
Yeah, like the first innings, now we've got Ravindra bowling to Jadeja.
Just quickly, Jay adds, I once watched a game in the outskirts of Haridwar and met a lad who had Patodi tattooed across his forehead. I was proper impressed. Unsurprisingly, he knew his Ganga Ayati and his cricket.
So we'll be Ravindra to Jadeja. He's going to come around the wicket, which is an interesting line of attack to a left-hander, but he's going to try and straighten down the line. This one's defended straight down the pitch for no run.
Did we miss the Chandapurs, the father-son?
We did miss the Chandapur father-sons when
Oh,
we were
yeah,
talking
good
about
one.
father-sons. I'm sure there's quite a few in Pakistan somehow, but they don't come to mind. Jadeja's down the wicket this time to Ravindra, and he's going to smash that up and over long on. It's actually only just cleared the fence. There was a big diving jump from the New Zealand fielder, and I feel like if he'd been slightly closer to the rope, he might have even managed to get a hand on it. But in the end, it's gone all the way, I think, for 6.
Yeah, it looked like it went straight
5
up.
for 236. I'm actually waiting for the scorecard to update.
I think they're just going to have another look at it.
Because if it's landed inside the rope, the fielder there probably should have been back another metre. Oh no, he slipped over. It actually went... Not sure it's what he was doing, because he wasn't anywhere near it.
Well,
it is 6.
If he'd stayed on his feet, he might have had a chance right on the rope of catching
It came down very straight, though, I think. It was probably still 30 feet up when it went over his head. So yes, 5 for 236. Jadeja wants to get this over in a hurry. 38 runs still to get.
That would be much appreciated.
Or did Ravindra hit him for 6 and this is fair? Comeuppance. Here's Ravindra again. This one's pulled down and Jadeja turns it around the corner. He'll pick up a single to find leg. Scored at 237.
Do you think Jadeja's doing the maths and working out whether he should let Kohli get the century or not?
I was
here?
just about to bring that up. I'm like, does he play like Rahul did the other night and just stop banging around and maybe take a single here and there?
He's got any sense.
It was Chapman down there. He actually just slid over onto his back. Actually quite painful on the wet grass. Ravindra, Kohli's edgily driving at this one, but it gets between the fielders in the infield, so he'll pick up a single to Chapman down at deep point. 5 for 238.
So Jadeja's allowed to make 11 runs?
He can make 11, but no more. 36 needed from 50.
But what a
Kohli's
zoom in
on
on
75.
Kohli's face when this ball goes for 6. This one's defended on the back foot, so there'll be no run.
He's just reined it in now.
Yeah, he'll be looking for a single off this ball, I think.
Ravindra last ball, Leo goes down the pitch and just drives it down to mid-on for a single, so he'll keep the strike, thus getting closer to denying Kohli that century. Although I almost feel like Kohli doesn't care about a century. I feel like his fans care about it a lot more than he
I think
does.
so, and I feel like his teammates care more than he does.
There's quite a lot happening on YouTube, actually. Ooh, hang on. Yes, Pollock, of course. Graham and Sean Pollock.
Mhm.
Or was it Peter Pollock for South Africa?
Peter.
Well, it's Peter Van Graham. Peter was the
No,
father.
but Peter was
wasn't
the
he?
father,
Yeah.
yes.
Is manager Carr any relation to that Fitty Carr bloke? What about Kieran? Joe Faulkner? What about Indian Brothers? Of course, the one that cannot be named is the White Headley, says Anthony Historian. And Messi says, I suspect I'm the only one of your listeners to have actually watched both Hanif Mohammed and the younger Nawab of Pataudi. See if anyone can beat that. Joel Faulkner agrees, yes, I have not. And I think we're back with the cricket.
Well, with the crowd for the moment, but Santner's going to come on and bowl to Jadeja. He's on 27. So we're probably pretty close to a 50 partnership. This one's down the leg side, and Jadeja's going to turn it around to fine leg. Comes back. No, we thought about coming back for the second. Coley said no. Jadeja has to scurry back to the bowler's end. Coley, for all the praise of his running earlier, has been in quite a few weird mix-ups today, because he absolutely walked that one, said no.
Of course he said no.
He said no because he was still 3
century in
feet
his sights.
3 feet from the stumps when Jadeja had turned and gone halfway down the pitch. Here's Coley thinking about a single this time. It goes straight to cover. He has to scurry back himself.
You just have to remind Jadeja that I've been out here for 83 balls. You know, I don't have as fresh legs as you do, mate.
It's like, yeah, we can walk this one out. We only need 34 or 46, mate. Here's Santner around the wicket to Coley. It's short, and he pushes it through the mid-off region for a single down to the man down there. Score goes to 241.
Layman's son was on the border of playing for a while, says Joe Faulkner. I think McDermott's son played ODI. What about
Ben McDermott, yeah.
What about
Yeah,
the
good bet.
Harveys? The Wars, we've mentioned them. Barrel Brothers in New Zealand.
Harvey was not a son, wasn't he an uncle? I think.
Okay.
Could be wrong. He's sent over the wicket to Jadeja, who's defending straight back down the pitch. Hits the ball twice, they don't appeal. Somewhat pointlessly. It wasn't going back to his stumps. Just wanted to give it back to the bowler.
Kieran Roseblade Brownlee, was it? Stephen Cout, got to go. Thank you, White Line Wireless, for the wonderful coverage. Much appreciated, Stephen, if you're still there.
He's sent Jadeja down the pitch and pushes it to mid-on for a single. Scored at 242.
And it says the Graveries didn't get 3 generations of Test players, but a family member played in almost every Australian Test side between 1877 and 1921. They missed 2 or something.
Santner, he's going to go around the wicket to Coley. He's on the back foot and pushing it through point. Gets past both the fielders there. Sweeper picks it up. Takes a single. 243 for 5.
About Venus and Serena talk. Yeah, clearly. Ian and Alicia Healy, good for father-daughter. Absolutely, there's a good one.
Well, Alyssa Sutherland is, of course, the daughter of a player who didn't play Test cricket or even one days, but the CEO of Australian cricket,
Oh, that's a
James
good
Sutherland.
point. And Ant confirms that the Headleys are the only family to have 3 generations of Test players.
And they did bring up the 50 partnership in that last over. So,
Will the Sutherlands be the first pair of siblings if Will gets in?
for Australia,
Yeah.
like brother sister.
Yeah. Oh yeah, brother sister, not brothers.
Yeah, obviously the
yeah,
wars
yeah.
and various
There's a
others,
lot,
chapels.
yeah.
This one's pushed out through covers by Coley from Ravindra, but he doesn't get past the fielder, so there's no run. I don't know the answer to that question, but that's partly my fault for not knowing enough about women's cricket.
We've got the Currans at the moment in English cricket, and for a while it looked like the Hollyoaks were going to take off, but they didn't.
Here's Ravindra, it's short of a length, and Coley defends back down the wicket.
And we've also got the Overtons.
There are a number of Joyces in the Irish side. Ed Joyce has
yes.
both two twin sisters, I think.
Oh, right.
Celia
Right.
and another one name escapes me.
Good one.
It's Ravindra, and this one's just short of a length and pushed out to covers by Coley, but no run.
Yes. No, good. Sorry, I just don't think we've got any more
Is
nepotic posts.
Ravindra on the back foot, Coley out to cover. Does get past there, no run. Scoring slower in this over, 4 dot balls, tightening that runs to balls ratio back to 31 off 38.
Yeah.
Collie probably doesn't want to stuff around too much if he wants this century.
Yeah, I think they're on century watch now.
Shminja Collie drives out through mid-on, he'll pick up a single. There's 1 ball left in the over, so enough for Jadeja to take the strike if he wants.
Do you think they're intent on seeing off Ravindra and getting the runs from the other end?
I think so. He's been pretty tight.
One ball of Ravindra's over to go.
Not sure why it's taking so long. He normally takes about 10 seconds between each ball, and now they've decided to
slow it down a bit.
Yeah, a bit of a conflab.
Trying to con Jadeja into something with a bit of a chat. This one's pushed through, and Jadeja's just on the back foot and defending it out to finally to third man rather, and Collie comes through quickly for the single, so he doesn't care about the runs going to the other end. Scores 5 for 245, 44 overs gone.
Well, hang on, I've got a little bit more here. Joe Falconer says the Chapels, indeed. And Raj Shonak says the Eccleston sisters.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Good call. And Jay Grover, not twin talk or generational talk, but I refuse to give any money to White Line Wireless because I know it will just go to hair care products to our two bequiffed commentators. At least with 40 you have a decent Nazi short back and slap. Thank you very much, Jay.
Jeez, I cut my hair last week. What's the...
Yeah, no, I noticed.
Maybe they mean
very sharp, very sharp.
This is getting out of control. We're playing around with the bails, and well, one of the special zing bails is flashing, but so they've replaced it, I think.
Special zing bail umpire came out to do his duties.
The 5th umpire, the 6th umpire? Who's in charge of the zing bails?
Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Whoever's got the USB charger, right?
Yeah. Bolt's going to come on. He's bowled 8 overs now so far, 1 for 45. Jadeja on strike. He's 30 off 35. Colley's 78 off 90. There does remain just enough runs for Colley to get a century
Just
if he
about.
wants, but
On the other hand, one chaotic over,
get
and
on with it.
everything gets thrown in the air here.
Well, we'll see what chaos Trent Bolt can bring. This one's short of a length, and Jadeja pushes it out to cover. No run.
They're really taking it deep.
Yeah, they obviously don't realise that I need to be at work at 9 a.m.
Yeah, exactly.
I've got toddlers going to get up at 6.
Gosh, yeah, I've got a couple of my cousin's dogs have been left with us. I know they'll bark first thing in the morning, wake me up.
Here is Bolt again, still over the wicket to Jadeja, and he's pulling that, and he's not timed it at all, but he gets it down to fine leg for a single. 5 for 246.
A lot of animated responses from the Indian batsmen today when they haven't timed a ball or hit it where they've wanted to, as if they've made some grave error and been caught on the hook or something like that.
Yeah, looking at their bat and
or punching their bat like you.
That's why it's not timed. The bat's just like no.
Copped enough abuse.
Collie facing up Bolt. He's actually going to come around the wicket to Collie, and it's short of a length. Collie pushes it out to mid wicket for no run.
Well, I don't want to carry on like this for too much longer. I don't really think there is any jeopardy, but 28 off 33 is a lot of dot balls.
Well, it's the closest it's been in terms of having the runs and balls that are some sort of parity.
Pensive looking Kiwis.
Here's Bolt. He's short, and Collie hooks. He got it between the two fielders, but he'll only get a single. So he scored a 5 for 247.
The way that they're playing now, it does suggest they're going after that milestone again, which is a bit disappointing to see. I mean, it's a team sport at the end of the day.
I don't know.
I'm a big fan of not caring for individual milestones. He's bolting, he's beating the bat of Jadeja, he's flashing outside off stump. If he'd got onto that, it would have made it very difficult for Coley to get us put that to bed. No, I'm a big fan of Atherton declaring on Graham Hick when he was in the 90s, that sort of thing.
98.
98.
Well, you've been told you've got half an hour. That when the half an hour's up, in you come.
Well,
and
Coley's
Atherton called them in.
Coley's got the same. He knows how many runs are left to get now if he wants a ton. So it's not as if he can't hit out if he doesn't want to. His bolt to Jadeja. He's pushing to mid off. He takes a quick single. They shy at the stumps. It goes past, but it's backed up. So there'll be no overthrows. 5 for 248. End of the over.
Pirate Badshaw says, Isabel Joyce, there are too many sibling internationals in Irish cricket to be bothered naming them. It's a product of a small system.
That's what I said before.
Exactly. Kieran Roseblade says it's getting very possible for Cody to mess this win up by focusing on his 100. He's corrected by Raz Shornock, who says Kohli is not focused on his century. Joe Faulkner says Roger Federer commentating. Okay. The Curran family live with the Marsh family in Zimbabwe, adds Josh. That's interesting. And it says there's a busy household in cricketing names. And I'm of the opinion, says Kieran, that any batsman moving into the 80s has thought about their century, especially with Cody's antics last game. Right, Shornock, that's when he was in the 90s, having a bit of to and fro. And Joel says Kohli has got enough hundreds. Back with the cricket.
Vinger is on. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 39 so far. He's bowling to Jadeja from around the wicket and he's cutting. And it'll be fielded out at deep point. Kohli sends Jadeja back. So just the single, 5 for 249.
I have to remember that India's coach Rahul Dravid also once declared on Sachin Tendulkar on 194 not out.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's lucky he wasn't stoned. His revenger to Kohli and he's pushed it out to mid-on, deep mid-on for a single. Scores 5 for 250, so the 250 up. We don't have a 250 jingle. We could play a 200 jingles and then a 50 jingle, but let's not.
And that was in a test against Pakistan as well.
Finger's bowling to Jadeja. It's down the leg side and he's going to get given a wide there. Turned a little bit and bounced. Jadeja wasn't anywhere near it.
It's just enough for Kohli to get that 100 now. 23
Fincher
left to get.
wide outside of stump and Jadeja's clubbed that down to wide deep mid off for a single. Walks it through, 5 for 252. I think the best not quite getting it in 100, which was not a declaration, was when Steve Waugh was stranded on 99 after Mark Waugh came out as a runner and he got run out. Here's Ravinder. It's short and Kohli's punching off the back foot. It's misfielded at cover. They take a quick single and takes the score to 253. Phillips not quite fielding that cleanly.
Alex Tudor was on
Alex
99
Tudor. I was
not
thinking
out
about that.
against New Zealand, and Graham Thorpe could easily have, constructed a situation where he got his century, but no. He ended up on 99 not out, and I think that would have been one of the very few tail enders at least to get a century. Night Watchman to get a century.
Here's Ravinder. Kohli's come down the wicket and smashed it past the bowler. I'm not sure that was exactly where he was aiming, but he'll pick up a single. Sorry, Jadeja, that was the left-hander. So 5 for 254. Kohli's runs to century margin is now 19 needed and 20 runs needed for the win, although it can of course go slightly past 20 if they construct it fully. Here is Ravinder and Kohli's defending past the cover per fielder. He'll pick up a single to long off. 5 for 255. Kohli goes on to 82. 19 needed with 4 overs left in the game.
Jake Grover, shock and surprise, but I'm not au fait with the celebrity world. I did have a once sleep with someone whose sister met Virat Kohli and his wife at some fast food restaurant in Connaught Place, VIP Burger King perhaps. So third hand, they were jolly nice. White Line Wireless says there's no product in this air. That'll be Ant, I believe. Armchair Cricket Podcast. We see some voodoo used and balls replaced after the 45th over, 44th over. Which team will this benefit? Jadeja may be the aggressor, but it's still on Kohli. He's the key for India, so he's the one New Zealand want out of there ASAP. Jay, it's going to be the perfect storm if the Dogs, the Bairns and Russell's sense of responsibility all crash together. It'll be a fucking Bosch painting. White Line Wireless. I rooted a girl who rooted a guy who rooted a girl who rooted Shane Crawford, which may not mean too much to our international listeners, it's fair to say.
Isn't it the lyrics of a Tism song?
No, I didn't spot it. Right, okay. I thought that
Which
was,
still won't mean anything to our international
no,
listeners.
That's true, yes.
But
okay, I'm not as familiar with Tism as perhaps I should be, being an Australian.
Bolt will come on for his last over. He's got 1 for 48 so far. Colley's on strike. New Zealand's next game is against Australia, then South Africa, then Pakistan, which is be interesting. His bolt, it's short and slapped by Kohli over mid-wicket. That is a fantastic shot. Had all the time in the world for it, and it was short of a length and just picks it up.
Interesting.
Straight to the boundary. So he goes on to 88, scores 5 for 261. Do we have a jingle? Punch something. Anything that's red.
He hit the wrong one. He hit a 6, didn't he?
Oh, it was a 6. I thought that was a 4. I thought it bounced. He hit that so well. That barely got more than 15 feet in the air. Here's Bolt again. This one's short and he's tried to hook it. There's a big appeal behind the stumps. Kohli's throwing his hand up. I think he might have just told the keeper to fuck off.
That was a bit of F-off energy there.
But maybe... not sure whether that was actually called a wide because it was down the leg side, but apparently not. So...
Oh, hang on. What's going on here?
I'm not sure what's going on. The umpire
thought
just
I
had his
saw the
finger in the
umpire
air,
with
but
a finger in the air.
I think that just said over the shoulder
Oh,
height,
okay.
not out. In the
They really ought to have more distinct umpiring signals because, yeah,
It's
there
very
we go.
confusing sometimes.
Here's Bolt. This one's into Kohli, and he's driven that past Jadeja, who flowered his bat around it because it looked like it was going to hit him. He wasn't at all ready for it. It's 4 more though. Kohli moves on to 92.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Brian in Brisbane says, I heard Russ say he isn't a fan of personal milestones. Perhaps if his salary was linked to milestones, he may think differently.
This is true. It's the American contract approach, right? You need to...
What gets measured gets done.
Crowd's getting ready in anticipation.
I work in government, Forthy, so we neither measure nor to get things done. Here's Kohli. Bolts around the wicket and Kohli's defending out to point for no run.
Joel points out that he would equal Tendulkar on 49 most ever ODI hundreds, so that's interesting.
Well, he needs 8. There's 9 runs to get, so quite easily do it in this over if he wants. There's 2 balls left.
9 runs needed, 8 runs away from the century. This is funny.
We're due a change, but let's not bother. I'm not sure it's
Yeah.
worth the try.
Yeah, probably
He's
not.
Bolt. He's short outside. So it's a slower bouncer. Kohli's dabbed at
That's
it.
not a wide,
It isn't. It's been given a wide, so now he needs 8 from
Oh,
8.
that's funny. Just keep bowling wides, really piss him off.
Well, the next one might go quite a long way.
I
I
think
don't
that's
know
a-
how that is a wide.
That's
I mean,
In
it
what
was
way is it wide?
kind of tall, but he
Wasn't over his head, and it wasn't, what wide of the return crease.
Is it because it was the second one in the over?
No, that would be a
It'd have
no
to
ball,
the,
though.
Yeah,
I
it'd be
think.
no ball, but it would have to be the third. Funny.
Facing up to Bolt, 5th ball of the over. He comes down the pitch and hits it through the mid-wicket region. The fielder comes in pretty quickly, so Kohli will just get a single. 5 for 267. That'll probably keep him in the strike, assuming Jadeja doesn't do something
like to see
insane.
Jadeja insist on a second as they come
I want like a no ball.
Free hit.
Well, Jadeja takes a single off this ball. It makes it almost impossible for Kohli to
that's
get.
right.
He can get 4-4, I guess, and he can stand rooted to his crease so they don't get the single to get the runs as it goes to the fence.
There must be 100 to 1 on this being a dot
But the
ball.
funniest thing would be a rank high full toss that Jadeja hits for 6 and get a 7
as he tries to
finishes the
avoid
game.
it. Swaps it.
He's bowled round the wickets a full toss at Jadeja.
Most immaculate forward defence. What a surprise! Oh dear. So a little bit of extra stuff on YouTube. Anthony, where you're broadcasting from, nice looking studio, and Nancy replied, we're at the ground in Dharamshala, aka Mooney Ponds. And yes, Messi points out they're allowed 2 over the shoulder in ODIs. And there's anything happening over on my other platform here. Yeah, Jay Grover says, I thought about my century, and my highest score is 4 not out. And Muttley says, poor Jadeja, no chance of a 50 here. That's very true.
Yeah, it was, Mitch.
And last one from us. For some reason, Bosch occupies the same space in my head as Albrecht Dürer, which makes no sense because one of them is an entirely normal painter. So it's that time of
except
night
for those
where we're straying all over the place with our themes, which is very enjoyable.
Except for those weird cuts where if the Jesus where it's kind of dead. That's
Oh,
a little
yeah.
bit. That's a bit creepy from Dürer, but not as creepy as Bosch. He's just out there.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get any creepier than that. He's a cult guy, wasn't he, Bosch?
They're the same era, though. I guess it.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Not sure whether they were contemporaries, but they would be close. Anyway, Henry's going to come on. Kohli's on 93. There's 7 runs needed to victory, and he's chipped that in the air off the top edge. It's going to bounce once or twice, and he's going to try and come back for 2. It's very, very well run. They spread the field on the leg side, and he just more or less bunted it in the air to the circle and went back for 2. 5 needed for victory. 5 needed for Kohli. He's on 95 for that 100 that would take him past Tendulkar, take him level with Tendulkar.
What does the panel think? Going for the max here?
Just a 4 and a single will do him, right? New Zealand are going to bowl nothing but bounces.
3 twos.
No, it's a full toss. It's a low full toss instead, but he's tried to glide it past the short third man, but doesn't make it fielded there.
It would be very Kohli-like to do the 3 twos.
Yeah. Might be his best bet, actually.
Has Kohli got 100 international centuries? Remember how much talk there was about when Tendulkar got 100 international centuries?
He's on 78.
78, okay. Well, he'll probably get there. Here is Henry, short, and Kohli's pulling pretty well, but straight to the fielder at the fence. And I don't know that he actually ran on that.
Well, it's very naughty if he hasn't, because it's very unprofessional.
He did not run.
That's poor.
He's turned his back on Jadeja and said, it's all right, mate, I got it from here. Although if I do run like the clappers, because we're going to take 2.
And if they lose it, they won't. But
Here's Henry. This one's fully. Kohli slogged that straight
in the
down the
air.
ground. It's actually going to be
He's
caught because it's gone straight to the fielder. He didn't get a full piece of it. He's caught it mid-wicket for 95. Every single person in the stands has their heads in their hands.
Can't believe it.
6 for 269. Kohli's out trying to win the game and get a century for 95 of 104 balls. A winning knock, I think, unless something goes horribly wrong.
They could still lose this.
That would be the funniest
That
thing.
would be very funny. Kohli yelling at the sky, why me? Why is the world against me? Decent not. 95. That was quite Peterson-esque, wasn't it?
8 fours, 2 sixes. We mentioned earlier, I think Rohit Sharma had more than 8 fours and 2 sixes in his knock of 46.
Well, once we get the fact that Bosch was just 20 years older than Jura, contemporary enough out of the way, Messi's coming with, I fucking love that, just rewards for Coley, 5 exclamation marks. And Joel Faulkner, ha ha ha, hope they lose now.
Well, Sharmi's in.
If Sharmi's in, that says a lot.
Jay says sorry, but mint. Good time for a hat trick.
That would really put the cat amongst the
Sure
pigeons.
would.
Sharmi's average is only 8, which is lower than I thought, but I guess he doesn't get many opportunities. Field's fairly in. There's a short cover. Henry pushes it to Sharmi. He's going to turn it off his pads and he'll get a single. Score goes 6 for 270. Brings Jadeja back on strike with 4 needed.
As you've been saying for some time, Russ, another 20 or 30 runs here would have made this a really interesting contest.
It probably would have meant that Collie couldn't stuff around for 5 overs trying to get his
No,
turn.
that's a good point.
I don't think I've ever seen Mohamed Shami bat this high.
He's a real number 11, isn't he?
Yeah.
Someone just be like, I'm not going out there, you go out there.
Who's below him? Bumrah.
Oh yeah, but I don't think Boomer can bat at all. He can't even bend his knees.
Shami.
A lot of stuffing around when you only need 4 to win. New Zealand's playing with the field. They spread it, which is not what they should be doing when there's 4 needed from 13 balls and Jadeja's on strike. They actually probably should try and keep him on off strike by letting him, well, I guess, yeah, not letting him get a single off this ball.
Yeah, you're dead right. That's their best bet, is to
See if he can do a
pull
Bruce.
off a miracle from the other last over at the other end.
It's short by Henry and Jadeja's pulled it. It's going to go for
That's
4.
it.
It does
That's
go
it.
for 4. That is the game. 6 for 274. Jadeja wins it with a hook shot for 4, and India have defeated New Zealand by 4 wickets. It's been an entertaining game, not a particularly close one, but New Zealand made them take it fairly deep. And someone got a scorecard? Want to run the card?
It's the first time in 20 years that India's beaten New Zealand in an ICC event.
Oh, that's good
across
stuff.
formats. Rohit Sharma at the top of the innings, making 46 of 40 balls before being bowled by Lockie Ferguson. Shubman Gill 26 of 31, caught by Mitchell, bowled by Ferguson. Kohli, the last man out, 95 of 104, bowled Henry, caught Phillips. Shreyas Iyer, 33 of 29, caught Conway, bowled Bolt. KL Rahul, 27 of 35, LBW by Santner, and Surya Kumar Yadav, 2 of 4 in that crazy run out between Santner, Bolt and Latham to get him. Ravindra Jadeja finishes not out, 39 from 44, and Mohamed Shami not out, 1 off 1. The bowling card for New Zealand: Trent Bolt, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 60. Matt Henry, 9 overs, 0 maidens, 1 for 55. Mitchell Santner, probably the pick of the bowlers, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 37. Lockie Ferguson getting us 2 early wickets, but some tap in his 8 overs, 2 for 63. Rachin Ravindra bowled pretty tidily, 0 for 46 off his 9, and Glenn Phillips had none for 12 off his 2.
Yeah, just some last tweets. Jay, little bit to talk around Bosch and Jura, and says, what do you call those wee dogs people carry around like handbags? I reckon Virat needs one. And then finish off with, thank you all very much, get to bed. And then just finally over on YouTube, there's a bit of to and fro about, not surprisingly, Virat Kohli. Some people saying that wasn't quite the way to play cricket. Other people saying, yeah, but he won the game. And everyone agreeing he's a great batsman, I think. Brian in Brisbane says, thanks all. Bye. Joel Faulkner says, loving this channel. I'm living in Taiwan and can't watch. No, delighted to be of service. And Rashana says, thanks, Gorilla Cricket, as well. And Kieran finishes with, right, let's leave this on the right note. Thanks all. Great game. Thank you all very much.
Thank you all. We've finished watching from Dharamsala. They have blown, looks like they snuck into China over the Himalayas and blown a huge amount of money on fireworks and lasers. So that's been going on for quite some time since the end of the game. New Zealand now have to run the gauntlet of Australia, South Africa and Pakistan, which will decide whether or not they make the semi-finals, but they've taken their first loss. Your thoughts?
I still think that New Zealand will probably end up second or even first. You could slip up against South Africa with the way that they're going, but it's a bit of a tricky ground to play cricket on. I don't believe it should be hosting matches during this World Cup, so it's going to be tricky for any team playing there. And at least they've had some experience. I'm in Dharamshala. The next game is against Australia in Dharamshala, so they'll be better for the experience. But yeah, clinical performance by India with the bat. And their middle order got tested in the end. That hasn't happened all tournament so far.
Yeah, they'll be pretty pleased, but they remain undefeated in this tournament, and we'll give this the finish. I think find the sting, and thank you everyone. Thank you for listening. This has been White Line Wireless with Gorilla Cricket from the Box of Dreams, brought to you by Sugar and Spice Cat Rescue. We'll see you later.
Cricket all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, boba, bloody boba.